next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more melting on the air. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an when you let go. I'm walking on my way. When you let go, I'm walking on my way. I believe so strongly that tomorrow never falls away. So keep it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Anybody seen the new Superman? One in chat if you've seen the new Superman. I don't even know if it's there. Oh, also Cranberry Soul, thanks for getting us started with a resubscribe. That is 3 straight months for you. We need to fix this goal. Oh my god, chat, is my hair as ridiculously curly as I feel like it is? I feel like I'm pushing the envelope here with curls. Yeah, it's gotta be humidity. It's gotta be the humidity. We got one person that's seen Superman. Apparently it pissed off the right wing, and the right wing snarked. They super snarked Superman, and it backfired. It just got more attention. It got into the algorithm. I don't know. Do you feel the vibe change, chat? I kind of feel the vibe. I kind of feel a little bit of a vibe change. I'm also dissolving sublingual medication under my tongue, so if I sound a little bit weird, that's probably why. Also a little bit dehydrated here. Need to get a drink as soon as I can, but again, I am on a mission to dissolve this pill. Superman is woke as fuck. Totally worth watching 10 more times in the theaters. Is it actually good, or are we just watching it to own the chuds? Ben Shapiro is pissy about I mean, that's a good sign. Whenever Ben Shapiro gets pissed off about a movie, that's a good sign. Everyone has blue hair in the movie. Wow, like someone we know. Everyone is LGBTQ in the movie, like someone we know, yeah. I'm also super. I'm also have superpowers, so yeah, I mean, this is all about me, chat. This is all, basically, when I watched the Superman movie, I realized Superman's life is just like what I do every day on stream. It's the exact same thing, chat. Get some coconut water. I do have some coconut water. It's not that I'm lacking of fluids, chat. I'm just like, I'm trying to dissolve something under my tongue that is supposed to go into my body through the mucous membranes rather than through the digestive system. And if I drink something before it dissolves, then that just like kind of spoils the whole thing. I don't know, chat. I feel like it's too curly. What do you think? Do you think these curls are out of control? I might have to go grab my comb or something, or my brush. I don't know why, but chat, I've never really learned the fatty melon is my kryptonite. It's blame the fatty melon. Oh, I actually don't have fatty melon with me today. I do have something. I would pay for a trauma movie if it would own the chuds. Just kidding. No, I wouldn't. I would pay a VHS rental fee for would you have to go back in time for that though? Like, right? You kind of, I like the curls and waves. Nice. You gotta get the working VHS machine first of all. That might be hard to find, right? And do you have to watch it on a CRT? I feel like, wait, is that wrong, chat? Can you watch VHS on like a regular TV? Or do you need an old school TV to watch it? I really don't know. The only thing I know about CRT is that you can get your CRT fixed in a store below the Future Gadgets Lab if you're really looking to. What was that guy's name, chat? Was it Mr. Brown or something? Do you remember the guy from Steins Gate that fixes your CRT? Or like he's got like a store full of CRT TVs. Your hair is getting thicker and it's pretty. How does that work? How does it get thicker? I rented Tromeo and Juliet when I was a kid. Did you know what it was? Did you know about Troma? Did you know that Tromaville is actually a real city in New Jersey, and it does have hideously deformed mutants of superhuman size and strength? Like everyone in the town is a hideously deformed mutant of superhuman size and strength. I don't know how Red Letter Media does it, but they watch VHS on flat screens. Okay, wait, is that some kind of... Do you need an adapter? Probably need a special cable adapter. Yeah, you would not need a CRTV. You can get adapters for cables and connect to HDMI. Yeah, probably the way to watch it has got to be I don't know. I mean, VHS is cool though. It makes cool sounds, right? It's got all the, like, you got sounds that are not even in the movie. It's just the VHS like mechanically playing. And chat, the thing about magnetic media, right, is that technically, I mean, you know, ghosts can get embedded in that mechanical media. So the thing that makes the VHS or audio watching or audio tape listening experience better is that you're also listening to the ghosts. Yeah. All the ghosts that embedded themselves in the magnetic tape, as they do. VHS is akin to vinyl. It's comfy. Yeah, vinyl, that's another, like, that's literally like a mechanical playback medium, right? Is that how the vinyl works? It's an actual like mechanical reproduction of the sound, and then it gets picked up by a tiny microphone. Yeah, the Ghost in the Machine. That's the best part about listening to music. Ghost in the Machine is a Police album. VHS is kind of a pain in the ass because it's not random access. It's not club random enough. Meow. Wait, did another? I feel like... Oh, wait. Yeah, it did, chat. Chat, Iridium Beats. This channel is growing. I want you to go follow Iridium Beats. That's what you're listening to right now. You're listening to beats that are Iridium. This motherfucker. I don't know who this is. I don't know who Iridium Beats is, but I want to meet them because they're cool as fuck. Look at this. Their upload schedule, like, right? It looks like... Well, wait, they were doing once. No, were they doing once a week? I can't tell, but it feels like they've increased their release schedule, which is really cool. More stuff getting released by Iridium Beats, including this. Wait, this is my favorite. Wait, no, I mean, this one's cool too, but... Oh, they messed up the... Why can't I find the thing that I want? Oh, some of it's mislabeled. It's just like there's a problem with the... There we go. This song.
But if you insist, there will be consequences.
It's
It's like I'm getting stomped on my face while I'm down.
Look, I've heard like that episode IGUS slash FES are not like, they're not really worth playing. Like it's DLC for the re-release that you don't necessarily, like, I don't know, people say it's not that good, right? Even though there's like another IGUS in this, and I gotta know what's the deal with blue-haired IGUS. But anyway, I almost want to play the game just because of the music.
Don't you make me do this.
Don't you make me do this, chat.
Don't you make me.
Wait, what are you talking about? 24/7 beats? Oh, are you saying? Wait.
Better stop pushing.
Sorry, Narwhal. What does that mean? 24/7 beats?
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it.
Oh my God! No comment chick surprised, but with sunglasses. Who knew she could have sunglasses?
Already lost my keys to the door wide shut.
Oh yeah, the other thing that I realized, I don't know if I can fix this or not, chat. Nobody let me know this.
Forever in
I think that
how could I ever be in peace when nothing else matters to me?
like I think my
The street, win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be
Huh.
dream the days of peace.
the sidechain ducking. Is this a little bit better, chat?
Wanted to be
Yeah, so I noticed something when I listened back to a playback of one of my VODs that
so don't make me
like there's too much difference between the volume when I'm talking and not talking. Like it's supposed to cut it a little bit, right? It's an effect that, you know, if you've ever been to like a live DJ setup and the DJ talks over the music, that's what that is, right? The music goes down. It's usually not the DJ riding the fader to push the music down. It's usually a compressor effect called sidechain ducking, which one in chat if you know what sidechain ducking is. I said that strangely. He had 24 hours of lo-fi music playing as a stream. Interesting. I've seen other music channels do that. I don't think I've ever seen a commentary channel such as Ebb and Flow do that, so that's pretty interesting. I thought that's what you meant, Narwhal. I just wanted to make sure. Wait, should I check with Iridium and see if there are yeah, because that channel's growing pretty quickly, and I kind of wonder. It seems, well, I don't know, you know, he's putting out stuff that people want, you know, asking the comment section what he should post next, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, that's always good practices. Yeah, there's no live. There's no live on this, right? I'm looking at his channel right now. New video every week. Okay, so that's what he's doing. He's uploading weekly now. Classical video game tunes, Nintendo JRPGs, indie gems, iconic anime tracks, vintage hits, the modern classics. Heavy emphasis on city pop. Oh, this is a good track. But what do you think, chat? Do I have the you know what digital does, like the digital, what am I saying? Sidechain ducking. Do you think there will ever be a collab with Alex Novell? Do you want me to collab with Alex Novell? Alex Novell talks to a lot of people. I don't think it would be that difficult to get a hold of him. You know, it would just have to be, you know, we need to drill down on what the discussion should be about. I don't want to like bring him on and just kind of shoot the shit. You know what I mean? I'd want to bring him on and talk about legal mindset or which there's more news on that. There's actually more going on with that on Twitter specifically. Oh, EDM uses the side chain to give like a pulsing feeling. I thought I heard you asking if he would last stream. I was like on the off chance that like, look, okay, so here's the deal. Whenever somebody covers my content or I cover somebody else's content, there's like a little log taken, right? A little thing shows up in our backend, right? To say, hey, this video came out with your content on it. You know, is your copyright being infringed? Would you like to use the copyright system? It just like lets you know. And most of the time it's like, you know, somebody reacting to your content or something like that. So, you know, it wouldn't be a big deal, but you know, it wouldn't, it like, I mean, there's some chance that, you know, that Alex Novell might come across the content. So I was saying like on the off chance. But yeah, he's got, I've been seeing more content of Alex, like, just going and having conversations with streamers and stuff like that. So I think he's open to it is what I'm saying. I wonder if Legal Mindset regrets supporting Ethan Klein now that he's got that attention he's craved. I think Legal Mindset might have gone on J-Stalk last night. Any J-Stalkers in chat? Hachi says, I watched the new Superman movie because I was excited about it and it's self-soothe after being downsized at work. That sucks, Krachi. Dealing with that. That's so frustrating and anxiety producing. I was ready to be a one-man army over to his comment. Oh, over to Novell's comment section. No, I'm totally interested in having a conversation with Alex. I'm trying to remember what was it about though. What did I? Because it was like a specific topic. I don't even remember because we watched Alex Novell's documentary on Johnny Somali yesterday. We also, if gossip is accurate, Ethan may be a client soon. I'm sorry, Narwhal. Are you talking about for Legal Mindset? For Legal Mindset, Ethan might be a client because my understanding is that his current business is giving advice to people on how to relocate to an Eastern country and avail yourself of the women there. Yeah, that's his current business as far as I can tell. It doesn't seem like he's still practicing law, and if he is practicing law, his bar, I believe his law degree is in the state of Florida. What the hell is Lib and Learn? Doesn't it sound cursed? Is this DNC Sonic fans? Davy Cliff, it might as well be. It might as well be. In fact, I feel like Sonic fandom fans, I said that wrong, but whatever. You know, they're at least interesting, right? There's a lot to the Sonic fandom. Like, you know, there's like a whole like inflation subset and you know what I mean? There's all kinds of different little niches in the Sonic fandom, right? And I feel like they could use that. Lib and Learn could use that for being more interesting because I honestly, they've had good content. It's just, it's behind, like, look, chat, like what I mean by that is that like they had somebody on that was a Trump voter. Somebody was like a, oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, nice to have you here, CC. There's a pathos to Sonic fans, am I right? That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Davy. Thank you for rescuing me from not knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. Maybe I should drink more tea. I don't know. That's usually very helpful. Oh my god, chat. I love this tree. This tea. I called it a tree. Why? What is wrong with me, chat? I gotta get my brain out of the gutter or. It's because I haven't had my coffee yet, but there's a reason I haven't had coffee, and that's because I'm enjoying the fuck out of this tea. This is 3 Horses tea, which doesn't sound like a good tea. You know what I'm saying? Like 3 Horses, how are they gonna help me get a good tea? They're gonna pee on it? What are they gonna do? Like, what are horses gonna do for me when it comes to tea? Probably not much, right? Do you wanna... I mean, like, I don't know. tea grows on trees, so it does make some level of sense, I guess. Oh my god. Horsepower. Well, yeah, you do need the horsepower. But anyway, this is called 3 Horses Tea, and I believe it's a black tea. I wish I knew more about it. I guess it reminds me more of, well, you know what? It might actually be Chinese in origin, if I'm not mistaken. We are very close to the Yunnan province, which is a great place for tea to grow. But they grow tea here too. You know what's weird is I don't hear. I'm surprised that I don't hear more about Thai tea. Right, because it is like the perfect climate. I know that there are. In fact, I think there's like a mountain around where I live that's kind of well known for tea cultivation. Sounds like tea? Wait, that it would raise your tea? I hope not. I'm a Sonic fan, yay. The 3 horses of the apocalypse. Wait, what are the 3 horses of the apocalypse? Would that be like Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails? Yeah, and like, look, there's so much interesting, like, wait, I feel like, I don't know. But with Lib and Learn podcast, right? It wouldn't be like the Sonic fandom. I don't think is the right thing to compare it to. I think you'd be comparing it more to Sonic Chew, right? I feel like that's kind of what we're dealing with here, Chad, is like a bunch of people that maybe need to shove their Sonic Chew medallions up their asses. I don't know. It might help. Try it. It might help. It might make your program more interesting. I'm not telling you to do it. And I'm not saying in a sexual way, of course. Like, it wouldn't be, you know, it'd be painful. Those things are very irregularly shaped. So, you know, but I'm just saying, I mean, if it works for Thai tea, raise your thighs? Wait, it raises your thighs? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? EPSTEIN and Lonerbox? Wait, I feel like I saw something with Lonerbox recently. Wasn't there something going on with Lonerbox? Did somebody send me? Somebody sent me something with Lonerbox. I'm trying to remember what it is, chat. But my brain is not working too great right now. Who sent me a Lonerbox link? Any interest in watching the Lance from the Surfs versus Jesse Singal debate? I'm kind of, for some reason, I'm feeling debates recently. But I'm just not sure if chat is that interested, right? Like I looked at Lance's video and it looked like not that many people had watched it. Who sent me? Oh, there we go, Zara. Oh my god, I guess we do have one embarrassing clip of ContraPoints. Thanks to Zara. Everybody thanks Zara. You know, she's East Coast and she's got a job that like makes her get up early in the morning. So she can't be here. She's a big supporter of the stream. She's done some thumbnails for me before. She's done some edits before. She's always a great person to bounce things off of. And she's sent me a loser box debate or a loser box stream that hungry but I hate food. What can I say? Oh my god, I know that feeling. That's why I'm drinking tea. Yum. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just tired myself out on coffee. She also has a perfect radio voice. Yeah, that she does. Void coffee. We got some void tea. I actually do have some coffee that I probably need to drink as well. It's weird how we have thumbnails, but we don't got anything for the rest of the fingers. Yeah, like an index nail. Oh my god, chat, that reminds me. I need to get my nails done or do my nails. Maybe I could find some good nail polish. Like, what do I need? I need, chat, what nail? You need primer? Yeah, you need primer. You need the polish, and then you need the top coat, right? And then you also probably, like, I'm not good at doing all the little things like, you know, to like perfectly get the nail. So I've been going like since I've lived here. I know this is such a like princess, like high maintenance girlfriend type thing to do, but I have actually been getting my nails done. I feel like so bougie. Like chat, you should just cancel me now, all right? Because I like shiny things apparently. Like getting my nails done in a country where I can actually afford to do so. No one is canceling me, even though I'm like wasting money, but like it's weird, chat. You know, the other thing that I've discovered too, and here's what's really weird, right? All right. I've been starting to put together like a budget, you know, for my expenses and stuff like that, because I'm not making quite as much money as I was like earlier in the year. I've had to miss some streams, and there's been some times where I really didn't know, you know, what to come to stream with. And so my you know, so I'm trying to make sure that I'm like not, you know, spending too much money, and like I know I can account for every bot and shit like that. So I've been looking into that, and what I found is that I think I spend more making food than I do buying food, right? And that's even like if I get it delivered. That's not wasting money. You're a job creator? True. I'm a job creator. I'm a champagne socialist, that's right. File, buffer. Oh my god, you got the method, Cranberry Soul. File, buffer, primer, bond. Bond? I don't know if they bond. What is bond? Jane Bond. Base coat. Wait, so primer and then base coat? Color, top coat. Jojoba oil for your cuticles. Ooh, I gotta start using that. Yeah, jojoba oil is really good. Can you write off part of your nail expenses? I could deduct it from my taxes, I think. Yeah, I should probably... Oh, okay. Well, this is another great... Yeah, I really should. Shaken, not stirred. I gotta figure out what's going on. Digital Matt, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Legala Deville, you just got weaseled. MK, you just got weaseled. Spencer Howard, you just got weaseled. Wesley Thompson, you just got weaseled. And John Jeffrey, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Also, MK, did I say MK? MK, you got weaseled, MK. Oh wait, I got more good advice coming in of her fingernail stuff. I've just been such a, I don't know, maybe I'm not, I don't know, I joke around about being...
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. If your cuticles don't cover half your nail, are you even a leftist? I feel duped.
Wait, that's bad, right? If the cuticle covers half your nail. I don't even understand nail stuff, chat. I mean, I'm joking around about being a high maintenance bitch, because that's what my ex used to call me. Literally my nickname was the high maintenance bitch. But I don't think I'm actually that high maintenance. I feel like I'm more of a gym rat. And if anything, like I flout gender norms in the direction of maybe being a little too haphazard in terms of, you know, I don't know. Like I don't have makeup on. I hardly ever wear, I mean, if I wear makeup at all, it's lipstick. Sometimes a little eyeliner. I just like, I don't know. I used to put foundation on, and I just got sick of like having stuff on my face. And yeah, it was champagne socialist. Yeah. Well, I mean, wait, I do kind of have champagne here, chat. I mean, it's bubbly. It's sparkling. It's sparkling water. Wait, do I have it? Oh, I don't have it. Chang sparkling water mixed with I mean, it's kind of like a mimosa, isn't it? This is like a mimosa without champagne. because I put a little splash of orange juice in here. That would be bad to have half of your cuticle or half of your nails covered in cuticles. Not all cis women are super femme at all times. That's what I mean. I don't want to be like held to that standard. But I do like looking pretty. I really do. And acting pretty. If that's a thing, I could get with. You say you are against capitalism, and yet you are not a Sasquatch. Not yet. I mean, I'm just goals. Is General Public in here yet? Oh no, it's GNN. Hey GNN. I thought I saw GP, but it was GNN. Either way, I'm glad to have all of our Gs today, our OGs and our new Gs. It's very very good to have you all here. Why be concerned about femininity when muscle mommies give upsies? Am I tall enough to give uppies? I don't know, chat. I'm like 5'9". Is that tall enough for uppies? It's pretty tall. It's pretty tall. I'm above average. I'm definitely above average here. Trimming and removing your cuticles is hella relaxing. I don't even know how to do that. Wait, there's got to be a name for what I am, chat. It's not like I'm definitely not a high maintenance bitch like my ex used to call me. Like that's wrong. I'm also not exactly a gym rat like I used to consider myself. There's got to be like a name for like, it's like, okay, if you're I don't want to use the phrase because I've heard it's got a problematic, what's an uppie? An uppie is if you're tall and you pick somebody up that's not tall, you give them uppies, right? They're like down there and you bring them up here. And I don't think I can actually, I'm taller than you? Wow. 5'9". See, I'm really tall. I'm huge, chat. I'm Attack of the Gigantic Woman huge. I'm a giant woman. That's what I've always wanted, chat, to be a giant woman. All I want to do is turn myself into a giant woman. A giant woman. Exercise. But yeah, like, okay, no, what I'm talking about is like, okay, let's say that you grew up and you were like denied like all the pretty things, right? And you were just like, that's fine, because I like going to the gym. I like punching things. I like shonen anime. I don't need that stuff, you know? And then at some point, you know, somebody, you get a dress and you're like, whoa, this is like really pretty. Am I rocking this? Am I doing this? Am I like, right? Am I doing this right? Oh, maybe I should fix my hair. Oh my gosh, what do I have to do? And then you start to like put together stuff and you enjoy it. Like, right? It's like when you discover that part of yourself later on in life. That's what I think I am. But you don't leave the like, the tomboy stuff behind, right? You know, you still have that, but you're also, I miss my heavy bag. God damn it, Bad Lefty. You're making me want to get a gym membership, which I probably can't afford right now. At least not yet. I'm trying to be really conservative on funds, chat, especially because the summer is a little bit lean when it comes to content creation, if you know what I mean. It's a little bit of the lean times, and you gotta be ready for those lean times. But we don't have lean times tonight. We're eating good tonight, chat. We got the Vanguard Boys taking on the DGG Boys. Although I don't know if I should call them the DGG Boys anymore. I'm a cowgirl, kind of like a cowgirl. Yeah, I guess. Wait, do cowgirls dress up? Like, is there like a high femme version of cowgirl? To be fair, it was never really mine. It was borrowed for over a decade. Oh wait. Lean beef patty. Yeah, lean beef patty is pretty cool. I need some workout partners. Some of my favorite women are like cool animes and go to the gym. Well, I don't know if shonen anime is actually cool. I mean, I feel kind of jealous of my friends that know good slice of life anime and you know, shoujo. Well, I mean, I guess I watch some shoujo too, but is shoujo just magical girl or is there more? But yeah, I was gonna ask if general public is here. Yeah, because we were talking about being a Sasquatch, and it's like, well, it's kind of like being a Yeti. In fact, because exactly like right, they're the lean times are over, mean times commence. Not yet, not until I get some more money coming in. Right, I got to make sure that like we're, you know, I got so many things to, you know, make sure that I'm able to afford. It's weird because like, yeah, day-to-day life in Thailand is fairly cheap, but then there are expenses that come up and are kind of like more expensive than you like. I didn't know how much language school was gonna cost, right? I guess because everything's so cheap here, I underestimated the cost of language school. And it's not just language school because they're kind of handling your visa too. I think that's where the extra charge comes in. Hi Fem Cowgirl, Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton is like a hero of mine. I really love the song Jolene, and I think my parents gave me like a Dolly Parton, like I don't know. I think I had like a Dolly Parton CD when I was little, like when I was really little, and I would play like with like Matchbox cars. But like in my mind, like one of the cars was Dolly Parton. I didn't know anything about Dolly Parton. I didn't know she was famous for having large breasts. I didn't know that she was, you know, I didn't know anything about her, just like the music that they gave me, right? And I was like, yeah, Dolly Parton's going on in her car and she's gonna zoom around, you know, the mountaintop. I don't know. I thought she was like, yeah, because she had a song about a mountain. And so I was like, yeah, she zooms around the mountain. She's like, zoom. And I was just like having so much fun as a little kid, just playing with my car to the tune of, I don't even know, what Dolly Parton, were you ever a tomboy? I mean, kind of. Like, I like kickboxing. Is that tomboy? Actually, the funny thing about tomboy chat is that, like, so in Thailand, gender expression is, I would say, a little bit more developed than in the United States. It's established, right? It's not something that is a recent development the way that, and it's not a recent, you know, in reality, the gender norms that we have, you know, have changed through the decades. A lot of them, you know, the patriarchy is not, you know, as old as it kind of claims to be. Like there's more to gender than this, right? But in Thailand, there's like a whole way you can be, and it's called Tom, right? And if you're a Tom, I don't know the most about it, but like you don't have to do any of the girly stuff. You can just drop that if you want to, right? You can cut your hair short. Right, it's just like it's got a name, right? It's and it's just like a way of being. Like some people are Toms. Gender expression here in South Africa is more progressive than in the USA. There's a lot of countries that are more progressive than the USA that the USA looks at as backwards, right? Which is hilarious, right? Especially like our idea of in the US of like a lot of Latin American countries is kind of it's kind of messed up. Like there you know, countries like Uruguay that are way more progressive in any number of ways than the United States, and yet the US is all like, oh, it's we like they see, like, what is the joke where the map says, like, you know, it's like Mexico, and then there's like Panama is like Mexico with a canal, Brazil is like Portuguese Mexico, like where they take the entirety of like South America, South and Central America, and they relabel them as like different versions of Mexico. I mean, that's pretty close to like the actual, you know, internalized conception of these countries. And yet a lot of these countries, even a country like with a right-wing president like Argentina, in a lot of ways, way more progressive than the United States. American gender norms were largely made in the 50s, post-war prosperity era. The US is very behind. The US is very behind, yeah. The US doesn't have like Toms, right? And Thailand does, and that's really cool. But I don't want to talk too much about Toms, chat, because I feel like it's a part of Thai culture that I don't understand that well. Oh wait, okay, so the two parts to making the background music better is like Zara was telling me that I need to do this yesterday. One of them is turning down the music. Right? One of them was, yeah, indeed, like just like, and what I did, chat, was I turned, okay, so any sound knowers in chat? Like what I did, filters. Okay, so yeah, I took the compressor and I turned down the ratio. It was at 20 to 1, which is like pretty fucking extreme. I turned the ratio down. I turned the threshold up. I think the threshold was at negative 38 decibels. Now it's at negative 29. So what I'm trying to do is get it to be like less of a night and day between when I'm talking and when I'm not talking. Because yeah, as you know, I mean, obviously this is a sidechain ducking kind of compressor, and its source is the mic, right? So the mic, when I talk, the compressor goes into effect. I think that's how it works, and it's a way more aggressive compressor than you would see otherwise, right? It's incredibly aggressive, and it needs to be very aggressive, right? Yeah, the only other thing I could think of is maybe I should back off my release. I think my release is at 600 milliseconds, which, you know, is, you know, 0.6 seconds. You're a lumberjack, Grave? But hopefully it's better now. How does it sound, chat? Early 1900 anarchist movements in Argentina was big. Argentina has a lot of leftists there. Their right-wing move is more recent-ish since 1959. Well, yeah, and partly, obviously, yeah, the junta that came along in the 70s, and it ends up coming down to like what kind of like Peron aligned or quote unquote Peronist versus anti-Peronist. Is that kind of the simplified version of Argentine politics? I mean, obviously Milei is a whole nother bag of worms. I just opened up Facebook and one of the funniest niche news came up. Apparently MasterChef UK fired a judge who dropped trowel, and his friends went, "Excuse him, he has autism. He doesn't like undies." The judge dropped trowel? Like while he was sitting down judging? Wait, she wrote Landslide, the song that oh my god, what are they called? The band that has different names, Fleetwood Mac, yeah. A band with different names of people as their name. Fleetwood Mac, I believe, yeah. Stevie Nicks, hell yeah. Many horse girls fit that bill, but they are horse girls. You know, it's funny, I was, my sister was a horse girl. I don't know how she managed that. Maybe my parents were doing, this is my little sister, right, chat? This is the sister I like. But like, maybe my parents were doing better financially or something by that. Like they had one less kid in the house. I don't know. But she got to do horseback riding, which is very expensive, I think. And I never got to, like, they were never, you know, about me doing any, everything was too expensive, right? But like she apparently could do horseback riding. So I'm not jealous of her at all. Oh my god, there we go. I am still super parched though. So chat, I'm just gonna catch up on hydration while I chill with chat, and then we're gonna get started on today's stream. We're doing a debate. We're doing debate analysis. We're gonna wait, oh my god, I got completely sidetracked, didn't I? Because the next thing I need to do is this. Nope, not that. Let's try browser. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, and I also need to, oh my god, Narwhal, you already did a super chat and I didn't like set up the goal thing yet. But let me do this, okay? Digital Matt, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I think I said that earlier, but just in case I didn't thank you personally and just said, you got weaseled, you got weaseled, you got weasels. There's your thanks for weaseling 5 people in chat. That is indeed how we get weasels. If you want to know how are so many people able to post weasels in chat, it's through people like Digital Matt gifting memberships, right? Every gifted membership is another potential weasel, right? So Narwhal says, if your cuticles don't cover your nail, are you even a leftist? I feel duped. I mean, you should feel duped. You have every right to feel duped over that. The other thing I need to do now is go back here and add a super chat goal. We didn't hit it yesterday, chat. We've been very, kind of a dearth of butterflies lately. But how it works is that if you hit me with 10 super chats that are teal or higher, right? And I think that cutoff point is around like, I think 350 to be safe, right? It's 100 Thai baht, which I don't know like the current exchange rate, but yeah, as long as you get over that, your super chat turns teal. Butterfly in my hair. There we go. That is what we're going for. That is what we get if the super chat goal gets hit. And again, chat, just like always, when I miss a super chat, I'll put the butterfly in when we get to 9. Okay? How does that sound? Burpel, thank you for resubscribing. That is 2 resubscribes in one day. Hello, Miss NCC. Just popping in to say good day. Did I do that right? Was that supposed to be Dick Van Dyke sounding? Or is that supposed to be Australian Crocodile Hunter sounding? I've never used a compressor on voice, only instruments. But yeah, thank you for re-upping your sub on YouTube and getting yourself the gift of jellyfish and weasels and all the emotes, right? The difference is that the Twitch memberships, the Twitch subs cost about twice as much as the YouTube subs, but they give you animated emotes. So I guess that's the hit me with your best super chats. Yeah, if you hit me with 9 more super chats of the teal or higher variety, this is teal, then I will put a butterfly in my hair for the first time in a few days. So half Cockney, half Aussie. I think I was saying it wrong then. That should have been an Aussie accent, not a bruv accent. I was going for Mary Poppins. I was going for Dick Van Dyke. Wait, what? It's because you said hello. Hello. Oh, that's Ello. You're saying allo. Allo's. It's supposed to be Australian. Wait, have I got the Australian accent now? No, that's British. That's definitely British. Hello. I'm from Australia. I'm looking for a crocodile. Have you seen him? I'm looking for a crocodile, and when I find him, I'm gonna stick me thumb up his bum. Sorry, chat. I could only give you Crocodile Hunter. That's a very old... Oh my god, did I ever play that? I hate AI slop, but there is one... I think it's an AI song, at least. I'm assuming it's written with AI. And it's a song about somebody that wants to avenge Steve Irwin. And so he goes into the ocean and he just starts killing stingrays. Like he's on a mission to avenge Steve Irwin. And then he like, I think like the bridge is like he meets the ghost of Steve Irwin and he's like, hey, don't kill the stingrays. Like that's not right. Like the ghost is trying to get him to stop, but anyway, it becomes this patriotic duty to avenge Steve Irwin. Say put another shrimp on the barbie. Barbie, is that it? That's the Bobby, the Bobby. I can't say I've seen that one. Anyway, it's a funny. At one point I had a pretty good Australian accent. I can manage certain British accents, but I don't really put them, like, I don't know what they, you know what I mean? I can't be like, this one's a northern accent, this one's a London accent, right? I can't do that, right? Other than Scottish, obviously. But the Irish accents, I can only speak an Irish accent when I'm around Irish people. But when I am around Irish people, it happens if I'm around enough Irish people, chat, then I will just sound like I'll get to the point where people are like, so are you from Ireland? Where are you from? Right? And I'm like, oh no, I'm American. And they're like, why are you talking like that? You're American. I'm like, I can't help it. The Irish accent just calls to me. I don't know. Such a wild day for him to die. I think of Steve every time I check my dog's poop. He would put in his top pocket to save it for later. Wait, he would collect poop to see if animals are healthy. Oh wait, I gotta add your resub, Burple. So we're up to 29. We get up to 100. I will stick around and do some extra content, some extra bonus content with you. The bonus content that's available is what you're voting on right now in YouTube chat. Here, I'm just gonna finish. I gotta polish off my. Irene is code switching. Crikey, is that right? Am I doing it right? Crikey. I don't like the poop thing. I gotta say, well, I mean, I'm not generally a fan of handling any kind of poop. You know, that's the one thing that that kept me from ever adopting a dog, is the whole thing. Okay, like, so chat, when you have a dog, you got to carry around plastic bags, and you put the plastic bag on your hand, and then you reach down and you grab the poop, and then you take the plastic bag and you pull it up, and you got a little bag of poop. You carry the poop bag around until you find a proper place to dispose of the poop bag. And like, just like, okay, the thing that bothers me, if you could give me like an insulated bag, I think I'd be okay with it. But feeling the heat of a fresh doggy doo is just something I can't handle. I can't do it. I can't make myself do it. So I think I'd be really bad. Like, if I had a dog, I would have to have somebody else take the dog out on walks, because I don't think I could handle that. I would have to have a boyfriend first, right? That would be how I end up getting a dog. Yeah, it would have to work like that. No boyfriend, no dog. Kangaroo and koala poo is like rabbit poo. Oh, it's like the pellets. It doesn't smell or stick to your shoes. Thank God. The worst thing is to be walking in a park and to find out the hard way that somebody that was there with their dog earlier did not do the bag method. And there's a reason. There's a reason you gotta pick up that poo. You get used to the heat of the poo. Like, you're feeling the heat of your dog's like insides. Like, that would freak me out. I love dogs. Dogs are great. I grew up with dogs, but I can't imagine just being like, yep, that's the steamy lower digestive tract of my dog. That's where that heat's coming. I'm feeling the heat of my doggy's lower digestive tract. I don't know. It's freaky. It's freaky. I once tucked the poop bag in my dog's collar, and she side-eyed me and wouldn't move until I removed it. She was like, take that out. Take that out right now. I'm too autistic to deal with dogs. Maybe I am too. But yeah, dogs are great. Cats are awesome. Cats are amazing. I've kind of got a cat in that there's a cat that, like, yeah, so in Thailand, there are a ton of unclaimed dogs and cats. And in the city, you kind of, or I don't know if this is like what everybody does, but I call them soy dogs and soy cats I'm not talking about soy, like, I'm not saying they're soy or soy jack or anything like that. I'm just like, the soy is from the name for an alley in Thailand is a soy, right? So if you're out, you know, like you've got streets, which are not great for walking, and you got soys that are actually great for walking, but you're kind of like walking past people's houses and all kinds of stuff. You know, it's not like an alleyway in the US, right? It's not like in between buildings or like, you know, something, you know, it's not like the New York City alley from the 70s, like, right? It's just like a road that like it's just a road, and it's not a straight road either, right? The soy is always kind of diagonal, right? So it does make it difficult for trying to figure out where you're going, because the road is never straight. So you're not like, you know, you don't just go through a soy and pop out on the other side. You kind of like pop out somewhere. You almost, yeah, I mean, you need like Google Maps, right, to navigate. But yeah, the sidewalks kind of suck on the roads, and so walking on the soy is great. But if you're walking on the soy, you're gonna get to know lots of dogs and cats, and they're not, you know, aggressive or anything, but they're not domesticated for the most part. Now, a lot of times people will adopt a soy dog or a soy cat, and they'll take care of it. But my experience is that they're not, the animals still kind of do their own things more so than in America. Like if you have a dog or a cat in America, you know, you're kind of like, hey boy, what's up? Hey girl, what's up? You know, like, right, you're like, oh, let me scratch you behind the ear. And soy dogs and soy cats, even when they have collars, like, right, even when they're claimed by somebody, they're sometimes a little bit not socialized, right? And that's the case with the cat that the security people that work in my building have adopted a cat, or actually two cats, right? One orange striped cat, and one kind of like calico, like turtle shell mixed color cat. And it's and they're both there, and they're both adorable. They're cute as a button. But I can tell when a cat wants to be petted. I can tell when a cat wants human attention. And that's not the feeling I get from these cats. They don't need anything from me, right? Like they're you know what I mean? I can tell, like, right, if a cat is like, you know, open to, you know, having their ears scratched or being petted, or, you know, and these cats aren't like that. Like they chill and they do their own thing. They're not mean, but they're also not socialized, but they're fucking adorable. If Jesus is alpha and omega, isn't he technically a beta too? Yeah, he would encompass all Greek letters, right? Including sigma. Yeah, I mean, I want to pet these cats so bad, but I can tell that I don't think they're into it. I don't think that they're about it. Maybe chat if I get to know them better, you know, because that's what I've noticed with cats. You know, it's just kind of like you get the sense of what they what kind of interaction that they want, and the key is like not to push farther than what that interaction is. And like eventually they'll just get curious, right? You're doing something interesting, the cat will come up to you. And ligma, yeah, and lest we forget ligma, the forgotten letter of the Greek alphabet. We love you, Irene. Thank you. You have to get them to, yeah, you got to get to know them first. Yeah, so I'm not pushing it. But yeah, they are really adorable, and I'm so glad that you know, this one, the orange cat, it's very sleepy. It's especially during the day. That cat sleeps like throughout the day, I swear to God, right? And what it does is there's this little place in front of the building where packages get dropped off. When somebody gets a package, they drop the box off right there. This cat loves to sit on top of boxes. I mean, that's the thing about cats. They love boxes, right? But yeah, I mean, this cat will just like crawl up on the box and just curl up on top of it and make a little bed there. Cats have strong boundaries, as should we all. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, especially if you're a cat, and Irene is a cat PUA. I'm trying to give the cats uppies. That's a real pickup artist, right? If you're picking up cats. No, that's the whole thing. Picking up cats, that, like I said before, cats all have their boundaries, right? Picking up is a pretty, far boundary, right? As in, there's a lot of ways that cat's got to be okay with you before, like, picking a cat up, especially a cat that's not socialized. It is okay. Like, the cat's got to really trust you. I do sound like a pickup artist, don't I? No, if I was a pickup artist, I'd be telling you to, like, so what you do, chat, these cats, they're full of themselves. These cats think that they're too good for you. And they just need a reality check. You just need to let them know that they're not all that. Like, you think you're extremely cute and pettable? I don't want to pet you. You'd be lucky to get petted by me, right? I've seen a lot of cute cats, and you're like a 3 or a 4 at best, right? I don't know. I think that's a cat pickup artist, right? They got to tell you to neg the cats. You gotta neg the cats, right? Make sure you undermine the cats, the cat's self-confidence before you even try picking up a cat. And then you should be okay. See, that time I didn't scream. Oh my god, Omega Star, thank you for the 25 to the contribution to the Vietnam Fund, which is getting funded. It's approaching 20% now, chat. Cats be cattin', like cool cats do. They really do be cattin'. They really do be cattin'. Yeah, you're not all that fluffy anyway. You're a little bit matted, actually. You gotta neg the cat. You gotta let the undermine their confidence, right? I have 12 cats, and not all of them will let you them. Yeah, some cats just don't like to be picked up. Some cats don't like water, and they never will. Some cats love water. Some cats don't want you to put them in a bath, but if you're taking a shower, they'll get in there with you. And that's the way to bathe the cat, honestly, is like when you're showering, the cat will be like, me too. Like it's like the dog, like the whole what the dog doing thing, where the dog is like getting a mint as well, right? The cat will also be like, I would like to get a shower while you were at it. But they won't ever, they don't want to be like dumped into the tub, right? Because the tub is a scary place for the cat, because there's not a place for them to latch onto, right? Carpets they're comfortable with, sometimes the wood floor, they need to be able to grab onto something to feel safe. And when they're in a little environment where they're trying to get up the side of it and they can't get any traction, they really don't like that. Cats feel threatened by direct eye contact, which is one of the reasons that negging works. You're not that fluffy anyway. Yeah, the cat's like, I thought it was at least a 5. You're no Kaya. Yeah, you're gonna cook chicken for me? I didn't think so. No, this cat would have to cook tofu for me, chat. Because I'm a high maintenance bitch, unlike Hassan. I do feel like a high maintenance bitch for the fact that I don't eat meat here. Like my college friend that I moved out here with, like he, we got together and we were trying to get something to eat. And like, here's the deal. Okay, I almost have to go to a vegetarian place here. It's not true in the US. In the US, there's a lot of restaurants that you can go to that are like, restaurants for people that eat meat and dairy and everything. But they'll have like a garden burger or something, right? They'll have one item that is vegetarian. And in Thailand, it's kind of like, it's not that everything has meat in it, or it's not that everything is like a, cow soy with chicken, or, I mean, you could get cow soy that doesn't come with meat. The thing is, there's meat in the broth, right? There's meat in the curry sauce. There's meat in the papaya salad. There's fish sauce, right? So it's just like that because things kind of get made with meat, it's really hard for me to find a place that I can eat. So he would like take me to a place and be like, and asked them, you know, if I could, you know, if there was anything vegetarian, and I don't know, chat, it was just such a pain in the ass. I would look at the menu, I would determine that I can't tell if any of this stuff is actually like right, you know, they'll tell me like, you know, yeah, this doesn't come with meat, right? But they're not necessarily saying, and if you don't know enough Thai to ask, you know, you're not going to find out. Yeah, it doesn't come with meat, but there's like shrimp flakes in the curry, or there's you know, there's like, you know, meat in the broth, or right, it's there's, you know, it's, so anyway, so he'd take me out and I would just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna get some passion fruit soda, or I'm gonna get, oh well, yeah, what is the other thing, mango sticky rice. I kept on getting mango sticky rice because I didn't want to be like mean and be like, look, we got to go somewhere else. I probably should have. I don't think he would have minded that much, but I don't want to be like the person that is like, no, we've got to go here, right? Because he was like, oh yeah, I'm sure we could find you something here. If you don't know, it doesn't count. Oh, I know. I can taste. Anyway, chat, let's get going. Let's get going, because like I've been meaning to for a second here, and we got to get going. We got, I mean, not exactly limited time. I think, oh my god. Okay, we're good. I was just worried because it, so like Hutch, wow, how is his channel that big? Chat, Hutch is like a huge channel. That he's like 150K from 1 million. It must have been a channel that was built on Call of Duty, and now he switched over to, because he does not get the numbers to like justify you know, the size of a channel. But yeah, I'm guessing he built his channel on other content that he did in the past. But anyway, yeah, this is on Hutch's channel. We also, in case we need a backup, I did find that Pondering Politics also has a version of this debate as well. This is Josiah, Pondering Politics. He's a friend of the Vanguards, although way on the Libby side of them, right? You know, he's very much, he was, in fact, chat, all these guys are Destiny Orbiters, or were Destiny Orbiters. I was saying earlier that I kind of feel weird about calling them that, because I don't know, like, you know, of them, like, who is still in the thrall of Destiny. Right? I know that a lot of people kind of, here's the thing, like, when the Pixie thing went down, when it started to come out, right, everybody left Destiny. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with him, right? Everybody in the orbit ejected, yeeted from orbit. And this was when Dan Saltman was like, okay, that's fine, you can leave, but don't think that you're coming back. Don't think that we'll let you back. And it's like, yeah, no, they did. Destiny needed people, so he let them back, and a lot of them came back. A lot of them were just feeling the water, and they were like, oh, geez, it's a little too hot right now. And as soon as it cooled down, as soon as people stopped talking about Destiny's scandal, they were like, let me jump back in. Let me get back in, right? Let me get that sweet Destiny clout once again. So, and I don't know which of these dudes, like maybe Josiah stayed away. I don't get the feeling that that's true necessarily of Pisco, although, you know, I've tried to ask him, I just haven't got an answer, right? So Pisco, you know, if you're out there, I would love to get that correctly. If I'm calling you a DGG Lawtuber incorrectly, please correct me, right? I would love to get the update on, you know, your current disposition towards this whole thing. But this is the whole thing. When DGG sticks together, it almost doesn't matter if Destiny is still involved or not. They are still the same group that came together around Destiny. They are still the same bunch of rotten shit libs that they always were. And that's what we're going to see tonight. So anyway, chat, like I said, that's the content that we're getting to. We'll get to it as soon as I just go over really quickly the poll with you. Okay, so I said already that we have a butterfly goal. This is the butterfly. This is my hair. The butterfly goes in my hair if you hit me with 10 super chats of the teal variety. Now, we've already got one thanks to Narwhal, that didn't end up counting. Like this one didn't end up counting because I hadn't set up the goal yet. But just know that when we hit 9, you can tell me to put the butterfly in, and I will do. I will do exactly that. So that's one goal, is to get a butterfly in my hair. I feel like that one's pretty easy. The other goal that we have is for bonus content, and that's this goal right here. You can see right now it's at 29, right? It goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, or if you gift memberships, if you give the gift of weasels, which is great because that's, generally speaking, that's how we get weasels, right? Most people get a membership from being gifted one, so that's really cool, that you can do that for somebody else and give them the gift of weasels, right? It also goes up if you sign up for my Patreon or my Throne, which right now it should say throne.com/nocommentchick, but let me check really quick because that kind of worries me that it's not. Okay, it looks like we're at least 18% funded on the Vietnam trip on Throne. Yeah, so if you do what Omega Star just did and you contribute to my Throne account, right now we've got the Vietnam funded, the Vietnam trip that we're funding. I'll be doing content in Vietnam, and wait, Throne is just taking forever to load. I think the website has a problem.
Dizzy super chatted $5. Butterfly and confetti. Butterfly party popper.
Butterfly party popper. Oh my god. When I hear a party popper, why do I always think it's that poppers thing? No, it's not that kind of popper. It's like one of that kind of popper, right? I don't even know what the other kind of popper is. Is it something for cleaning like video cassettes or something? Is that what the other popper is? And it also makes smooth muscle loosen up, apparently. Anyway. For the butterfly and the confetti, and gets us, we're only 8 super chats away from that. So yeah, like I said, we're 18% funded on the Vietnam trip, and yeah, it looks like the website's not down, so I mean, at least that's good. It's just not showing. Usually it would show my URL, but it's throne.com/nocommentchick if you're looking for that. And if you contribute to that, I get a little ding sound, and that will also count towards the goal. Wait a minute. 59? Okay, thank you. I don't think I counted. Yeah, I was just noticing the mismatch. Narwhal says it's 59. Is what it's supposed to be. Or 50, did you say 59 or? Yeah, 59. That makes sense, I think. So yeah, we're at 59 right now. If this number gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and do another topic. The topics are these ones. Things that make the number go up is, like I said, you do a super chat, you do a super sticker, you get yourself a membership, or you gift memberships. You support me, sign up for my Patreon, or support me on Throne, or if you support me on Twitch, then that'll make this number go up. If it gets to 100 by the time I'm done streaming, I'll stick around and cover one of these topics. If it gets to 200, I'll stick around a little longer even after that and do the top 2 of these topics. I do 3 of the topics, etc., 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 right? So that's how that goal works. It also gives you, when you donate, it also gives you the ability to play with to play with the poll a little bit. So let me read off the current status of the poll. It looks like 52% of you, 69 votes. That's a magic number, I guess. I've been told. I wouldn't know anything about that, chat, because that seems like a very like mid-tier sexual position, to be honest. Right now it's 70. That's much better. I would rather do the 70, whatever that is, than the 69. I don't know, chat. It's just, anyway, I'll get into that at some point. But yeah, 53% of you are voting for Ethan calls Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe. That literally happened on his stream today. As you can see, our topic is not Ethan's stream though. And I don't want to give him as much attention as we've been giving him. I don't think that I like perpetuate his bullshit, but you know what I mean? I'm not like that big. I'm not that influential, but it just feels like he's always like trying to stay relevant, and I don't want to let him. But listen, if you want to see him call Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe, you can vote for that one, and we'll watch that at the end of the stream. We'll see exactly. We'll just like go right to him making his case for why Hassan is an anti-Semitic transphobe. And 69 is like, all right, but I'm tired. I want to lay down too. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you should concentrate. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to concentrate in the 69, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you want to pleasure your partner, you got to kind of lock in on that. And I don't know how locked in you are in the 69 position. It's awkward. I don't know. Ethan is definitely clutching it for straws here. But yeah, 54% of you are selecting Ethan. Says Hassan is an anti-Semitic transphobe. Second place is Bad Hasbro talking about ContraPoints. That's right. They did give their opinion on Contra's statement. Shakespeare says, and yeah, thank you for helping me illustrate that phenomenon, Shakespeare. Third position is Richie Torres versus Zoran Mamdani. Chat, CNN gave Richie Torres like a panel somehow. Like they put him on a panel that's like all Richie Torres ADL dick riders. And he's, you know, I guess responding to something that Mamdani said, or I think maybe it's more like Mamdani supporters, right? The Mamdani supporters are looking at the rest of New York and they're asking themselves, how can we improve things? And one way that you could improve things is to primary people like Chuck Schumer and Richie Torres, right? So they've got that on their agenda. Richie Torres will be responding to that. And so that could be interesting. And Trumpstein in fourth position at 10%. So that's where we're at right now. Like I said, Shakespeare is helping me to show you how this works. So Shakespeare said, oh wait, why do I have 6% there? It should be 0%. It should start from 0. Shakespeare said Bad Hasbro on ContraPoints, right? So I turned Shakespeare's donation into a percentage. I add it up here, and this gets added to the poll at the end of the stream. I can't tell, Chad. No one likes Richie Torres. Not even Richie Torres. Not even Richie Torres's family. No, I don't know if that's true, Chad. I may be just making that up. But anyway, yeah, that's how it goes. And yeah, if you want to, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you like best, which of these topics sparks joy from you, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it to the topic of your choice, just like I did with Shakespeare. And you can affect the poll that way. You can also, if you want to, if you're looking at these items and you're like, I don't know, whatever chat selects, right? Whatever chat's going with, like I'll have what they're having, right? Yeah, that's on there too, Vox Populi, right? And when you're saying Vox Populi, what you're saying is like, I don't want anybody messing with the poll. Like I like the results of the poll. I trust I trust chat to be able to vote for the right thing, to be able to vote for the best thing. And I just want to reinforce that, right? So you can either reinforce that with Vox Populi, or you can let me know what your, chosen topic, what your favorite topic is. And I will turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice, or add it to Vox Populi, and thus influence the poll. Oh my God, chat, I feel like I'm getting I don't know the right word for this. Like when I get all freezy. Am I getting all freezy, chat? Am I freezy? But anyway, that's how that works. That's how we're going. We're at 61%. Thank you for keeping up on those abacuses. Abaci. What is this? What is the plural to abacus, chat? Abaci? Abacae? Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. David Booker, you just got weaseled. Chelsea Rabelus, you just got weaseled. Smoke Walker, you just got weaseled. Lithium 19, you just 19 minus. Is that like an ion of lithium maybe, or an it's an isotope, right? Whether you're an ion or an isotope though, you still got weaseled. Snack. Don't step on Snack, but definitely weasel Snack, because Snack just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Abacussy. You got to get that abacussy. Oh my god, chat. I'm still freaked out by Hank talking about like femboy bussy on freaking in that Alex Novell like I'm sorry, Hank was too much for me to understand, for me to, you know what I mean? Like Hank, there's just too much going on with Hank. Like I'm just like, okay, you could be like, what is his deal? He's like a Nazi, and he's like a... I thought you were talking about Hank Hill. No, I'm talking about Hank... What's his name? Yom or something? Is that his last name? This is Johnny Somaly's partner in crime. Johnny Somaly's roommate. The man to whom the Korean court remanded custody of Johnny Somaly. Hank Pym, he was just rapid firing. But yeah, in addition to being a Nazi, this guy loves like femboys. He seems truly passionate about femboys. And I mean, I guess that's not all that. I'm used to dealing chat with Nazi femboys, not with Nazi femboy appreciators. Not the former, oh no, not that Hank. It's not Hank the Tank. It's not Hank the Bear Hank, and it's not Hank of the Winners and Losers channels, former yeah, Hank, is that his last name? Hank Yu? I think I mixed up his... Oh yeah, I think yeah maybe the other name I mentioned is actually his first name. He goes by Hank, right? He's got another given name, but he goes by Hank, and yeah, his last name is Yu. So yeah, Hank Yu is who we were dealing, and I'm just like, it's like too much. Yeah, this guy's like a Nazi, and he loves femboys, and he not Hank of the Hill. Yeah, not Hank Hill. Synthetic Man is passionate about a lot of things. Wait, does Synthetic Man like femboys too? But no, like, wasn't dude literally saying it's not gay if it's a femboy? Like, I don't even know how his mind works, chat. I can't even understand. Anyway, we're not dealing with Hank. We're not dealing with femboys, Nazi or otherwise today. We're dealing with Lib and Learn, and these are two members right here of Lib and Learn. You may know this guy. This is Josiah of Pondering Politics, another fairly large channel, somebody that's really gotten his really grown his channel in the wake of the 2024 election and just kept on rolling. He is, yes, a former Destiny Orbiter at the very least. I don't know if he still is. He's also a friend of the Vanguard, right? He's friendly with the Vanguard. He goes in there, he super chats, he's chill. So yeah, you know, for somebody so libbed up, he's fairly accepting of the max left. Interesting. Right? This is a Kano boy. Hank did say he was bi. Okay. So he's not doing the, yeah, it's not gay if it's a boy thing. Okay, I'm sorry, I put words in his mouth. Look, I'm not trying to put anything in Hank's mouth, honestly. I'm sorry, chat, I had to go there. I don't know, what is with Texas? What is with Texas? Many Asians that grew up in Texas go more extreme conservative than even whites. Yeah, I don't know. What's in the water in Texas? That's my question. Synthetic Man appreciates some futa. Some futa, of course. Oh my, please tell me it's not loli futa. Is there any other kind? I swear to God, whenever I see futa, it's like a underage person for whatever reason. Oh my God, chat. Let's get me out of this. Get me out of this. So yeah, like I said, Josiah, Kano boy, and we're at 76. If this gets to 100, I'll stick around and do some more one of these bonus topics. Right now, what's winning is Ethan calling Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe. Of course, if we get to 200, that'll take the top 2. If we get to 300, I'll take the top 3, etc., etc., etc. So that's where we're doing. Have you played Peak? It's a fun multiplayer game. I haven't, but it sounds peak. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. Yeah, no, I really want to play some video games, but I don't know if chat will let me. Maybe someday, chat. Maybe someday. Anti-Trump slop. I'm not trying to. I haven't watched enough of his content. Let's just put it that way. I can't vouch either way for the quality of Pondering Politics videos, Oglobbits, but I will acknowledge that there is a lot of anti-Trump slop out there. Adam Mockler, Luke Beasley, Occupy Democrats, Midas Touch. I'm looking at you and your anti-Trump slop, okay? But I can't say if Pondering Politics is following that in those footsteps. But anyway, we got to get going. We got to make this happen. Let's jump into this here. Somehow. There we go. Okay, so we got some options here.
I never felt like I never felt like
Yeah, like I said, we could either watch it on Josiah's channel, which I think might be safer, given that Josiah is a friend of the Vanguard, and then we got Hutch's channel. Wait, why is his name Hutch? Chat, isn't it Hutch like where rabbits live? Do rabbits live in this guy? Like, if he opens up his mouth, can he pull a rabbit out of it? Why is his name Hutch?
After propeller, but
Yeah.
staticky.
Really?
Yeah.
Chat, can you all hear feedback?
Yeah, let us know, chat.
But yeah, I feel like it'd be safer to watch on Josiah's version.
1/3 of the way there, got me and Josiah. No Vanguard, no Hutch, no Pisco.
Not yet.
Okay.
These things are
Not yet.
coming.
Not yet, guys. But Josiah, how's everything been going? It's been a little while since we've...
Yeah, and chat, can anybody help me out here? Does anybody know Econoboy? Can anybody describe to me what is... Yeah, keep the rabbits out of this. We'll keep the rabbits out of Hutch, apparently. I mean, I'm not trying to create lore like Richard Gere style lore for Hutch. I'm not saying... There's a lot of places that the rabbits could be, right, chat? I'm just, his name is Hutch, and Hutch is a place that rabbits live. I don't know, chat. I'm not saying that the rabbits live up his butt, but I also can't deny that that's a possibility. I'm sorry. I will shut up now. Starsky. What is Starsky and Hutch? But somebody tell me about Econoboy. I don't know this guy. Who is Econoboy? Anybody familiar? I think he's a D orbiter. Am I right? This is a D orbiter? This is a Destiny orbiter? Because I mean, like, a lot of these guys are, I mean, by the virtue of the fact that they're on this podcast, that kind of, makes, like, you know what I mean? If you sit down on a table with D orbiters, you're kind of a D orbiter yourself, just by virtue of the fact that you sat down there. So
We've seen each other. Our first show on Monday. It's been a week and a half, and
Yeah.
boy, has a lot happened.
Econoboy is DGG. Hands off our rabbits. They used to have a van called Econovan. Maybe he's like an economical boy. Why does the chat look like that? It looks like he's using stream, or no, he's using Restream. That looks like Restream to me, if I had to guess. I guess it could be, oh my god, what's the other thing? StreamYards? Adorbiter. 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 If 10 DGGers are at a table, yeah, pretty much. He's the official economist of the Taliban. Well, at least he's not with the Hezbollah. I feel like, is the Hezbollah, is that Dan's, like, detachment of DGG? I don't know how it's spelled. I mean, I know I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but I feel like Econoboy is kind of a cool. Oh my god, chat! I keep on having these. Anybody seeing me freeze? Am I freezing? Anybody see me freeze? I feel like I got freezy there. It's pronounced Econo. Yeah, that's how I was saying it. Econo. Oh, geez. Obi-Wan Econoboy. Relating to what is this word? Economics? Yeah, economics. Yeah, so it's related to the field of economics, which I've never really looked into. Is that something like epistemology, Chad? Is economics, or like it sounds a little bit like encomium, which is like the Latin for to praise. Maybe it's glazing people up studies, the study of glazing in all of its multi-splendored glory.
In that week and a half.
Econo boy.
Half.
A lot has happened.
Yeah. We started some Talia discourse. She's probably done about...
Oh god, this is who I was talking about, chat. Talia is somebody that Wick dug up, and she's somehow like a liberal that voted for Trump. And I think now regrets it. Is that right? We missed this, chat. There was like a... Let me see if I can find this for you. Yeah, it's like phenomenology, or phenomenology. Yeah, phenomenology. It's the study of men's phenotypes. Phenomenology. Yeah, definitely.
About a dozen hours worth of shows explaining why she voted for Trump, which I guess wasn't our...
Rafe says, Econ, yeah, boy.
Our intention.
Boy.
I wrote my I'm a Socialist Now articles. You know, that's fun. And...
Well, that'll get you kicked out of DGG.
Obviously, you know, some little things, right? Trump has really fumbled on this whole Epstein thing, it would appear, which I'm sure we'll talk about. I think those...
Yeah, Encomium Boy, a Glazed Destiny, like he's a mid-morning Krispy Kreme dessert.
Those are the big things, if I had to guess. Hutch's unilateral ceasefire against Twitter lefties has ended. Oh, Hutch is here to explain. That's right.
It did not last.
We'll give him a chance to renew it.
Wait, are we live?
We are.
We are.
I'm hearing... Wait, hold on.
Oh my god, look at this chat. Vanguard sucks. Vanguard refugee here. Oh, there's some Vanguard. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is Josiah's chat, so it would make sense that at least some of the people here are pro Vanguard. Did they stream this chat? Was Vanguard live earlier tonight?
Hold on, I'm hearing feedback. Is that mine or yours?
See, it must be Josiah then. I'm hearing it too.
I'm not hearing it.
It sounds like a helicopter propeller, but staticky.
Well, what I can tell you is that Josiah seems to have Hutch turned up too loud compared to the rest of them. I would love to. I mean, I can turn the whole thing down, chat, but it'll make Josiah and Econoboy hard to hear.
Really?
Yeah.
Chat, can you all hear feedback?
Is he a COD streamer? He was.
Yeah, let us know, chat. Sometimes you guys can't hear it, but we can, and it really pisses us off.
Apparently, I'm too loud.
I mean, just in general, yeah, I would say, like, when you're saying anything, you're too loud, you know? You're like, look, what I would be shooting for is just getting into the negative decibels, Hutch, with your volume. Just as deep into the negative decibels as possible.
I've said that for years.
I would say that this guy goes hard on mute.
Whoa.
Somebody's mic is staticky as fuck. Maybe it's mine then. What about now?
It got a lot quieter, whatever you did. But it's still there.
It's literally your fan. It's literally picking up your fan
Can people see my comment? I see it.
in the background.
That's impossible.
I mean...
that is
maybe
literally impossible.
Maybe not.
Well, hang on. Let you hang on.
You're making the man get up, Hutch. Come on.
I read your Substack article about what was it, like sovereign wealth funds, and now I'm curious about your brand of socialism.
Wait. I wonder if Econoboy can tell us about the sovereign wealth fund of Malaysia that was pilfered by one of the associates, I guess the partner of Ethan's lawyer. I wonder if we could get Econo Boy to comment on that. The 1M, what is it? The 1MBD, 1MDB? I can't remember.
Yeah, I've got 3. I'm planning 3 articles. The second one's out already. The third one I'm hoping to get out on Sunday, although it's the longest of the 3, about why I became a socialist. And the third one's going to outline my exact model.
It's 1MDB.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun little series. I don't know why. I tend to write in series chunks where I get an idea for
There they are.
get an idea for things and I kind of split them up.
Silly and Billy.
Look at the mustache on this man. Jesus.
Can you all still hear the static?
I'm doing something similar, bro. We synced up. We didn't even try.
Hell yeah, bro.
If I had known, I would
look
have
as
done it
working
myself.
class as possible.
I don't
this
even know what to
discussion.
do. I'm overwhelmed right now with stimuli. So first and foremost, I can't even look at Pisco at the moment, but can you all still hear that thing, the helicopter thing?
Yeah.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Hold on. Are
we
you
can hear
using the noise canceling feature on the native to Restream?
Probably not.
Look, for years, Josiah made fun of Pisco for all of his mic issues.
I
and
have
now,
something else
look
to
at
make
him.
fun of Pisco for right now, so we'll get to that in a minute.
Embarrassed.
God damn.
Oh shit, you can't
Gavin,
even like.
do you hear like audio feedback, bro?
Yeah.
Honestly, it sounds totally fine to me.
Wait.
Rave, I have seen a little bit of what you're doing. If you want somebody to bounce stuff off of, I can maybe give you a little bit of advice. But also somebody you should definitely talk to is Zara. She's edited some of my videos before. It's not, I don't know. It's nice to have clips out, right? And if you want to check out those clips, Rave has got a new fan channel coming up. So, but yeah, I'm sure we can hook you up with somebody to give you like a sounding board or ideas and stuff like that. Because yeah, learning to edit is like a whole ass thing.
So fuck you guys.
But I gotta say, I think the intro, from what I saw, the intro was pretty cool.
Hold on. Everybody be quiet, and then Gavin, listen.
That's perfect silence. I didn't
What
hear
about
that.
when I talk, Gavin? What about it's just me? How are you doing?
I can never remember who's Silly and who's Billy. I mean, I think we can't see Billy right now, which is, yeah, I guess Billy's off screen at the moment.
Sounds
What's up, buddy?
like your voice. I know it sounds totally normal to me.
Yeah. I think
How you doing,
guys-
Gavin?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, man. You're doing good.
There's only one of the Vanguard here. Where's the other Vanguard?
Zach is throwing up in the bathroom. He's so
Oh
nervous.
shit.
That's fair.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up,
How
buddy?
you doing, bro? How we doing?
Doing good, man. Thanks for having us.
Dude,
No,
we
thank
love
you.
having you guys.
Thank you
Kidding?
guys for accepting after the multiple schedule fuck-ups.
Rescheduling.
First, it
Oh,
was
dude, we're-
this person had a vacation. Pisco says he has family he wants to spend time with on a weekly basis, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's weird.
Sorry about that, though. And you know what? Frankly, this is a long time coming, Vanguard Boys, because you've been coming at our boy Hutch. And so everyone's hyped.
Whoa.
God damn,
Everyone's
let's
been
like get some
hyped up
foreplay in,
for-
okay? 'Cause he's just
everyone's
like,
been hyped up for
Hang on a minute.
the Clegane Bowl.
These two are guests on our podcast.
Oh, my bad,
You
bad,
don't
sorry.
need to get aggro with them right away.
Okay, all right.
Oh, hey, you know what?
I'm
Actually,
back up. I'm back up.
First of all, it's lovely to meet you both. I don't know anything about you, you guys. Tell me about yourself and introduce yourself to the chats.
yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate that. And, I guess a great way to introduce ourselves, or at least I'll speak for myself, is, I always like to.
The audio is really bad, but if you can manage it, then in theory, you can just have not have edited it before and still be. Oh yeah, audio is one of the hardest things to get. I actually feel like I have wrapped. You know what? The whole thing is though. This is making me think. I really need to get some of my own videos out. And that means that I could coordinate and tell you what I'm going to be putting out on my channel. Because the whole point of a Clips channel is this, right? I do a long stream. I've been doing like 8-hour, 9-hour days recently. I'm trying to roll that back to something a little bit more manageable. you know, partially so that I can, you know, have time to put out videos. But the idea would be that like the you know, I put out what I think are the main topics on my channel, and then have the clip channels like manage the overflow, because like I don't think like there's no way I can put every single clip that I do up, and that's kind of how the Hasanabi channels work as well.
To reference the third Rocky movie, are you guys anybody on the panel familiar with the Rocky?
Oh, the other thing I'd say, Rave, is that maybe check out some of the Hasanabi Industrial Complex channels. Look at what those do. In fact, I'm giving you extra trouble here, like with Waluigi. That actually makes it harder to edit. Like, it would be so much easier for you, for fan channels, if it was just like this. Because like, right, what the Hasanabi channels will do sometimes is they'll copy the track, you know, the track of the video, right? They'll copy the video track. They'll make another track above it, and then they'll oh my god, what is it called? Like, what is the word? Oh my god, nothing. Come on, work. Oh my god, why is this so slow? I'm just looking for one word. Yeah, they'll crop the top layer down to just my window. And if you do that, then when I talk, you can make me big. And when I'm not talking and the action's over there, you can make me small, right? That's just one thing that I've noticed that some of the more successful clip channels do. Like if I'm going off for a while, you could even zoom in just on this window. And I don't know, just look at the Hasanabi Productions. What are some of the good ones, chat? What are some of the good ones?
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Are you meaning to leave the music on?
Oh,
Or
good
am
call.
I noticing something normal just now?
No, it's not normal. It's just me forgetting to do something that I should be doing. 'Cause we're getting into the segment. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah, me putting on music makes anybody editing my stuff makes their job harder as well. Because you never get it on a separate track, right? Which is what you'd like to have, you know, like 2 audio tracks as well, where one of them is music and one of them is me, or maybe even one of them is like what I'm watching and one of them is me. Unfortunately, that's not how video comes on YouTube. So, but yeah, just check out the Hasanabi figuring out way around OBS and DaVinci. Nice. Oh, so you're using OBS to capture the yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it takes a while. You know, you have to like watch the whole video and then record it on OBS. But that is definitely one way to get a clip. Oh my god, what wrong button? Wrong button. I'm all like, let's listen to some music now.
Rocky movies.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, man. The third one was my favorite when I was a kid, right? Because it has Hulk Hogan in it, and Hulk Hogan plays this guy named Thunder Lips, right? And so Hulk Hogan and Rocky, they have this insane fight where like Hulk Hogan goes insane on him, right? And they have this.
One is called Hasanabi Archive. Is an AI one that breaks Hassan's requests not to clip certain things and makes odd choices. Oh, okay. So chat, it almost sounds like we just need a you know what we really need is for everybody. Hash Japan, yeah, that's a good one. For everybody that for anybody that wants to do like make clips of me and put them out there, a la like a Hasanabi Industrial Complex type thing, we should probably open up a channel in Weaselcord, right? Specifically for that. I could put out a little style guide, and yeah, people are saying that Hassan will make requests of like certain things that like he knows that his editors are working on. Not to clip those and to kind of, yeah, it's sort of, you know, it's coordinated.
This like big like weird charity event. It's like, whoa, dude, what's going on? What's going on? And then afterwards, he's like, come on, bro, let's get a Polaroid together. And he's like, what the fuck? You were just going crazy on me. And he's like, that's the name of the game, bro. We were just doing the sport of wrestling, right? And so I feel like the one thing that I can say about myself is that
Hasanabi Archive sometimes trolls Hassan. Well, I mean, that's the bot channel, right? It's, yeah, they use AI to edit. There's a lot wrong with that channel. You know, and that they, like, the first thing that they, like, violate. In fact, back in the day, chat, do you remember the scandal where one of the industrial complex channels was copyright claiming the others? I believe, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the channel that is now Hasanabi Archive, right? Is the channel that that was copyright claiming people.
we like to get aggro on the show. We like to use our professional wrestling stand-ins. I think we all understand that
I love editing, but direction definitely helps. Okay, well, we'll definitely set up. Are you all in Weasel Cord?
We're on the internet, and we got to make our voices heard.
Yeah, it was called Hassan Capital back in the day. I think that's right. They violate every Clips industrial complex rule.
I also like Rocky 3, by the way, and
Great
it's
one.
not. Yeah, they got Clubber Lang in there. They got the Apollo training scene. Really, just a fantastic movie.
There's a fun fact about the scene that you referenced, which is that in real life, Hulk Hogan like basically crushed Sylvester Stallone's ribs in like real life. In that scene, he had to go to the hospital. He broke his ribs because Hulk Hogan was like literally beating the shit out of him for that scene. So
dang,
little
Hulk
cinema
Hogan's not the
history
best
for
guy.
you guys.
But the analogy, you know.
Didn't Hogan endorse Trump? Didn't he? Wasn't he at the?
Yes, as a matter of fact, yes, he was at the RNC. Yes, he endorsed Trump. Like, yeah, no, Hulk Hogan's a terrible guy. Even back in the day, chat, Hulk Hogan, when Jesse the Body Ventura was a conspiracy theorist, but also maybe one of the best governors that Minnesota ever had. When Jesse the Body Ventura tried to organize, the WWE, tried to bring in a union, it was actually Hulk Hogan that ratted him out to Vince McMahon.
RNC?
Sly?
Yeah, Hulk is a scab. Absolutely. He's a rat and a scab.
Sly's a Hutch,
He totally
is a
was.
Trump fan too. Sly's a Trump fan. He's at more.
I'm surprised that Pisco's forgotten that, because Pisco covers, from what I've seen, he covers a lot of politics.
Mar-a-Lago all the time.
Yeah, he got Gawker to destroy. Yeah, Peter Thiel funded his lawsuit against Gawker. Gawker, did they have a sex tape of Hulk Hogan? Chat, that is the last thing. Like, if I was hanging out with you, and you were like, hey, I got something. What do you want to do? You like, let's chill out and watch something. And you're like, here, I got the Hulk Hogan sex tape. You want to check that out? That's probably like the last thing on my list. That's probably like the most. Like the most hell no I could possibly be is like, let's watch the Hulk Hogan sex tape. Like, I do not want to know anything about that man's sex life. God damn. There's a documentary on Netflix about Vince McMahon, stuff about Hulk Hogan in it. I think the doc is 100% psychological profile on Trump. The way that Vince's character turned back. Wait, was his character ever good?
See, these are the people we need to reach out to, and we're gonna have special guest Cenk Uygur as well to come in and tell us all about how we have to reach out to Hulk Hogan. And I know you guys love.
There you go.
No, hang on, we're getting backstory on the guests here. So like, so Gavin, introduce yourself, and then why don't you guys talk about how you got interested in politics and sort of like your general trajectory.
Yeah, I'm Gavin. Thanks again, all you gentlemen, for inviting us on the show tonight. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to the conversation, and more than happy to get into areas of disagreements. I think Zach's right that we do get pretty feisty sometimes.
Oh my God, one night in Hulkamania.
More than happy to chat with just about everyone and have a good time and be all chill and all that stuff. So depending on how much you guys want to debate, we're more than willing to debate, but we're also just willing to chat, whatever you're feeling. But yeah, our show's The Vanguard. Obviously, we cover a lot of gutter trash drama, all sorts of creator on creator violence, specifically when it comes to left-wing on left-wing creators. One of the first things we got started, with talking about was like when the whole left was basically imploding in the wake of Bernie's 2020 run. Obviously, Joe Biden won that election, and the left was just, you know, at each other's throats. There was the force the vote thing. So Zach and I came up during that. We were forged in the fire of just, you know, insane, you know, left on left violence, essentially. And that became our beat. We decided it was a fun way to cover a lot of these kind of
wait, Lizzie, where's this coming from? Are you you're not referencing by chance a recent Majority Report clip, are you? Because I know they had a caller. Although I'd be surprised if this was the only person. Yeah, there's like a 3-minute clip on Majority Report's channel where they're responding to a caller that, or I don't even know if they respond. I think they just like let the caller go off, and the caller's going off about how like everything that Trump does is a technique from kayfabe, which is the wrestling. So wrestling comes from the carnival. Back in the day, there was, if you went to a carnival like at the turn of the century, you'd see a sign that says "Beat the strong man" or something like that, and there'd be a big muscly guy, and he's in a ring, and you go in there, and you know, anybody that can, I don't know, fight him, knock him down. I don't know what the rules are, right? But beat this guy, this big strong man, would get a prize. They'd even have people come in and like beat him, like he would let them win sometimes in order to encourage people, hey, maybe you could beat the strong man too. I mean, this guy's not that big, this guy's not that much bigger than you, you know, maybe you could have a chance at it, right? To encourage people to, you know, and yeah, it was you know, it was they started off, it's like real, right? It's real people going in there trying to fuck up the strong man. And you know, it turns out, chat, you can ask oh my God, what is Houdini about this, right? Houdini died famously. Houdini used to have a thing where he'd let people punch him in the stomach. And, you know, you can get very, you've got, your stomach is a series of bags, right? Omentum, I believe, is like, right, you've got like sacks wrapped in sacks, and these sacks are like holding your internal organs together, your lower digestive system, right? And if one of these sacs gets ruptured, you're going to have some internal bleeding. You could die, right? And Harry Houdini did die. Somebody came up to him, sucker punched him, right? What he would do is he'd go on stage and be like, all right, punch me. And they'd punch him, and he'd be like, oh, it doesn't hurt at all, right? Because he's got his, you know, he's engaging his core, right? He's got his transverse abdominis tight. And that makes, you know, you're getting punched in the stomach a little bit less painful, right? So yeah, there's an element of danger to this, and they figured out how to kind of eliminate the element of danger over time by faking a lot of what they're doing, like having somebody come in that was a ringer, that was a Confederate, that was with them, and be like, I will fight the strong man, you know, right? And then they're not really fighting. So eventually, what came out of this was wrestling. Right. And since this came out of the carnivals, you know, the people that were involved in the creation of wrestling culture were, you know, what are colloquially referred to as carnies, carnival workers, right? Carnival workers had a way of speaking that they would understand what each other was saying, but the general public that was there would not understand what they were saying. It's called, actually, I don't even know what it's called, but it's sort of like Pig Latin. And so a phrase like "be fake" in this carnival language becomes kayfabe, right? Be fake, we reverse it and we get kayfabe out of it. And so if we're both working at the carnival and I say kayfabe to you, you know I'm saying be fake, but the customer doesn't know that. They're just like, well, I don't know, they're speaking a different language, I guess. You know, what is kayfabe? I don't know, right? So so that's where the term kayfabe came from. Was actually like carnival barker lingo. And this is like where a lot of the culture, like, and what kayfabe meant was that, you know, you would pretend that the situation was real even when it wasn't. So in other words, like if two wrestlers get into a fight and they're supposed to hate each other's guts, and somebody sees them at dinner and takes a picture, that kind of ruins the whole thing. So you got to be fake. You got to be fake even when you're off. But anyway, the whole kayfabe thing, the whole setting up a soap opera, writing a script for wrestling, and then going by that script, more or less, because there are things that, you know, where people try to deviate from the script, you know, to be opportunistic sometimes as well. But yeah, that's anyway. Trump did, wrestling, like, right? He was on WWF. And so ostensibly, Vince took him backstage and was like, this is how we do things. This is what we're going to do. This is the kind of character that I want you to be. This is the general idea of what I want you to say. This is what I'm going to say. Right. And Trump, I guess, learned from this. And a lot of people think that some of Trump's political techniques that seem like unprecedented, the techniques that the Democrats don't really have an answer for, are in fact adapted techniques from the world of wrestling. Right. So it's the psychology of Trump. Yeah. The way that he lies and denies things. That stuff is in that wait, the doc? There's a doc? Okay, wait. Art of the Deal. Wait, what's the doc called? This is why wrestling is a it's something you almost have to learn. You almost have to learn about wrestling to understand politics in this day and age. Read his appendix was close to bursting anyway. He already had pain. It's possible. Yeah, it's not necessarily a rupture of his omentum, greater or lesser, but stinky appendices. Mine had cancer and it caused chronic appendicitis for 18 months. Ouch. Before doctors would take it out, Houdini still killed him. Stupid organ. I didn't know that that's how he actually died, but yeah, the reason that they decided to be fake was because in wrestling, if you're actually wrestling, if you're going as hard as you can, if you're trying to, beat somebody down until you can physically pin them, you're going to hurt each other. You're going to hurt each other a lot. And honestly, chat, even something like purposely cutting your head. Oh my God, what the fuck? Sorry, I'm freezing again. Something like purposely, like if you had a little razor in between your fingers and you went like, shh, and now there's a cut on your head, like you get punched, right? And then you go, oh, that punch really hurt bad. You've got a little tiny razor in your hand and you go, shh, and now there's blood. And now they're buying it. Oh my gosh, he got punched and he's bleeding. This is real. I'm buying into this, right? And the crowd, since the 80s, people have known that wrestling was fake. I think they had to admit that it was sports entertainment in order to get out of the steroid allegations, which were, very real and could have taken if WWE had continued to portray itself as a sport, then they would have been subject to the fact that most of their wrestlers were on steroids. Part of how they got out of the steroid thing was to say it's sports entertainment. It's not real. Nothing's real. So they basically admitted to it. And yet still you got people that'll go to a wrestling match and act as if like this guy hates this guy. He's trying to kill him. Like, right? And it's like, no, they're doing everything they can not to kill each other, actually.
Movement disputes and disagreements, again, through that good old lens of juicy drama. And yeah, we've just been at it ever since, having a great time. We've chatted, I know, with Pisco and Josiah on the Vanguard, never chatted with the Econo Boys, so it's great to...
Okay, yeah, Lizzie's telling me about the documentary. It's called Mr. McMahon. It's on Netflix. I have Netflix. Yay. I got rid of, I had to cancel Amazon Prime because Amazon doesn't really deliver. Did you know this, chat? I didn't know that. So Amazon delivers to Canada, the US, Mexico, China, Japan, Korea, and Australia maybe. And like a lot of the other areas of the globe are just not, I mean, I guess you can probably get something sent by Amazon here, but it's not going to come as fast, right? So things like Prime, where they are like, yeah, you can get it in 2 days or something like that. You cannot do that in Thailand. So I canceled Prime because it just wasn't worth it when I'm living in Thailand, and thereby I don't get to watch the new Fallout when it comes out. Sad.
Meet you. And obviously, we've responded to a couple Hutch clips, but never actually chatted with you in person or over stream.
I did a little studying.
All right, chat. I think what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pee. Josiah, please don't sue me. It's not a chair stream because Waluigi will be sitting in the chair. So there you go. I'm going to pee. I'm going to be right back. And maybe get myself some more tea because I'm under-caffeinated today. Somehow I ended up under-caffeinated.
You guys, and I looked into your Twitter accounts, and I surmised that Gavin, it seems like you got really interested in politics like during Bernie's primary run in 2015.
Damn, you were scrolling pretty far back on my Twitter.
What I like to do, I have keywords like vote, Kamala, election, and then I can kind of figure out like what kind of leftist you are. But yeah,
Hey, I did
He's
vote
got
for
the
Kamala, if
always
you're
sunny
curious about
Pepe
that.
Sylvia board behind him, just right off camera. So
These
like,
motherfuckers.
Yeah, oh yeah,
got
we
the
both
fuck-
voted for Kamala, and but yeah, you're right. I got really into politics when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016. Like I remember I was getting into Bernie before most people even thought he had a real serious chance. And honestly, a lot of that was because I was a hardcore TYT viewer at the time, which is one of the, kind of ironic things about the trajectory of life, But
Hey,
either
Gavin,
way,
you're still a TYT viewer. It's just taking a different edge for you guys.
Yeah, now you get
He
paid.
still
to do it.
views. He views it.
Yeah.
yeah, but you're not wrong about that. Your investigation is correct. Not that I wasn't into politics before then. I've always, kind of been a low-key a horse race junkie. I remember watching the freaking debates in like 2004 and shit like that before I even knew anything about what was going on. I was like fucking, I don't know, how old were we in 2004? Like six?
Yeah, we got it. We actually became friends because Gavin and I were really two weirdos. We met at Walnut Grove. We've been boys since 5th grade. And we were heatedly debating the Barack Obama, John McCain debates. Yeah, we both grew up in the heartland. We're both from, the Midwest. We record out of Kansas City still. My parents were, as you could imagine, pretty hardcore conservatives. This was in the, re-evangelizing of America period, the Bush era. If you're familiar with that, you can kind of get an idea. My politics are much a reaction to that now, but at the time I just repeated everything that I heard at home. My grandparents wanted us to be at war. My dad wanted us to, fucking kick the terrorist ass, all that kind of shit. And so Gavin was coming from a much different background than me. And he was, already Obama pilled. And so we would have pretty fun exchanges going back. And so, yeah, all throughout our lives, we've been following politics. My family works in politics. We both were published in our high school papers, giving our editorial analyses of the horse race. So we've been doing this for a long time.
But
So would it be fair to say that two things? Number one, that Gavin, 5th grade Gavin, was a lib, not a leftist, and number two, that he helped radicalize Zach along the way. Is that fair to say?
Oh, I think that's definitely fair to say, for sure. It was one of the first conversations I had with somebody who was passionate about politics from a different POV, right? I feel like everybody who gets invested in politics, you start with what you know, what you hear, what your everyday is like. Mine was very much a reaction to, my dad was in the military, the recoil that a lot of folks, I think, rightly had in hindsight to, the invasion of Iraq and, all of those things that happened in the heartland. People were like, you're either with our fucking country or you're not. So, having somebody who challenged those beliefs was a really big deal. And then in 7th grade, I met my first homie that was gay. And so we were, this was pre-Obergefell America, Bush era. So, the onion started to unravel from there.
Would it surprise you to learn that we have a somewhat similar background in the sense that so my dad's a military guy as well as a Vietnam veteran, and he was a 30-year cop, very strong disciplinarian guy. He got radicalized after 9/11 in one direction, like many boomers did. We just lost like 75% of boomers just permanently, I think, after that event. And then that was when I was 17, 18 years old, was September 11th. And I realized after that event, everyone was talking about this thing that happened. The only thing that the president at the time was saying was they hate our freedoms. And that didn't really line up for me. And so I realized that I didn't know shit. And that's what got me interested in politics. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I have a framed picture of fucking Noam Chomsky on my wall. So the earliest influences for me were Noam Chomsky, Howard Zinn, and a lot of other leftist authors and intellects that I was exposed to at that age. But I think I kind of went in sort of an opposite direction where I'm still heavily influenced by those initial beliefs, but I became much more liberal as I got older. But there's a bit of overlap in our stories, it seems.
Yeah. Shout out to Noam Chomsky, man. Still out there kicking it at the great age of, I believe, 95 or something insane like that. He was one of our first guests on our podcast. That was
one of the first big
Really?
guests.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of
Chomsky on
people
there.
that no one cared about, and then eventually we got we started to finally get people that people knew about, and Noam Chomsky was one of the first ones. In fact, I asked him about Force the Vote which was the first clip of ours that like went viral, and a bunch of people dunked on us because they were like, you had fucking Noam Chomsky on your show and you asked about this like Jimmy Dore nonsense. But that was the only clip.
I think that's great, especially because like when you had Chomsky on, he was still young enough. He was speaking like an auctioneer, the rate of speed. Now, unfortunately, that's no
Whatever
longer
your
the case.
thoughts on anarchism are utterly and completely irrelevant.
I also got to say, like, you know, you guys, you're at like 113,000 subscribers now. So like you guys have been like steadily climbing. But even before then, you guys were pulling like some like pretty big fucking names as far as like interviews and stuff like that too. So like, you know, how much of your early work was predicated on interviewing people versus like just media critique and media commentary? Was it 50-50, 60-30? What was it?
I would say that when we started out, it was mostly interviews.
100%.
And then it kind of segued into more like us just trying to be, you know, like ripping off like Kyle Kalinske or whoever was making videos. And then eventually we realized that the real beat was kind of the media critique, to put it, you know, in a more sophisticated way, the drama stuff, if you want to, you know, put it in a less sophisticated way. But either way, you know, it did take a while. And for the first, you know, handful of episodes, probably like first 20 or so, it was just interviews. We had some really cool people. We had like Brent Welder, Cori Bush on the show before she got elected. We had Zoran Mamdani on when he was running as a, you know, to be state assembly in New York. We talked to a bunch of cool people. And honestly, even though very few watched a lot of those videos, like we would get excited when a video got like 300 or 400 views. I'm still really glad that.
Okay, so did we get past the did we get past the mutual glazing that was going on? No, I think we're still in it. I just caught that was it Hutch that was saying, I was listening while I was peeing. So was it Hutch that was saying that he was turned on to politics by Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn, and then like went to the left from there? I'm anticipating, chat. I'm anticipating Hutch talking down. Wait, not yet? Not quite, Pat. We're still glazing. We're still glazing. We're still glazing. Okay, well, good. There's more glaze. I'm so thirsty, chat. What's wrong with me? Like, my lips look dry. I swear to God, I feel like I've been taking in more fluids than normal, and I'm still not quite hydrated.
That we started our career that way. It gave us a real foundation where we learned how to talk to people and, you know, be professional on the mic and develop our personality as well. Again, meeting some really impressive folks.
Yeah, he went more liberal, but like that's such a wild thing to get your start in. I mean, a lot of times I feel like affinity towards liberalism starts from a point of the truncated Overton window of American politics. That is, that because of the Cold War, anything that is part of the real left just gets cut off, and especially after Reagan, right? So in that absence, right, with that gigantic hole in the Overton window on the left side, people are like, well, you know, I'm very, very left wing. What is the most left wing you could be? Well, you could be an extremely liberal Democrat. Okay, well, that's me then. I'm an extremely liberal Democrat here. Ride or die for Kamala, ride or die for Obama. And you're just kind of, I mean, you're alienated at that point, right? But yeah, Hutch's story seems a little different. Sexy ass chat has that effect on all our streamers.
Yeah.
Wait, what effect?
Can I ask you real quick, since we're on the origin story, what do your parents think of like this whole career that you guys have? Because I mean, I imagine they're still conservative. Are they MAGA people?
So my dad is my dad's like an independent. You know what I mean? I actually I think he would probably vote for whoever the libertarian is on the ticket because he's not really a Donald Trump guy. My mom and I aren't tight. Let's just put it that way. I don't really want to talk about. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's not it's not like the end of the world, but my dad's our #1 Vanguard fan, so I got to give him that.
Yeah, shout out
props,
to
props.
I'll also say it's separate, but the boys of the Vanguard, I think they're you either it's going to be a second channel or it's going to be a new project where you like do pop culture reviews. And then I know Gavin, you guys did that the movie about liminal spaces too. So like it's not just politics that they cover. They also do like pop culture stuff, and like they dabble in directing videos.
Oh, you're saying chat is making me thirsty. I get it. Who turned this is wait, they did a thing on liminal spaces. Has anybody seen this? Oh, don't worry. I wasn't reading too much into the joke. Bad Lefty. I wasn't reading too much. But wait, liminal spaces, right? I mean, like, here's the thing about liminal spaces is that yeah, this became a very big, it's this niche thing, right? That's always existed. But in terms of people being interested in liminal spaces as a kind of content, it's fairly new. And I think that what happened is that a small fandom for liminal spaces started up. And because of that, you had the room for things like the back rooms to grow. But the back rooms itself became such a large, it became bigger than liminal spaces, right? In other words, the fandom of the back rooms, due to a lot of things, but in a lot of, mainly Kane Pixel and his channel, that shit blew up so big that when people think about liminal spaces, they think about the back rooms, right? The original concept of the back rooms was about liminal space, for sure, 100%. But if you talk about it now, people that are like ride or die, like liminal spaces people, they'll be like, oh, the back rooms, that's so fucking mid. Oh, that's so, like, because it's the thing that everybody knows about liminal spaces. It's the tip of the iceberg, right? So you got like the hardcore liminal spaces community that kind of hates the back rooms. And granted, chat, what the back rooms eventually became was not liminal at all. Getting chased around by a scary monster, that's not liminal spaces. That's not what it's about, right? Liminal spaces are about almost like a certain set of emotions that humans experience in these sort of transitory types of reality, right? And when the back rooms got all filled up and they were like, oh no, level 0 is the yellow, hallways, and then level 1 is like a parking garage, and the level 2 is when they filled up all the levels, and they were like, the smilers, and you got the smilers, and you got the hounds and the wretches, and like they start to fill up all this all these spooky monsters and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely, at that point, it's not liminal spaces anymore. But people were like, liminal spaces? You mean like the back rooms? And all the liminal spaces people are like, no, not like the back rooms. So I wonder, like, what has anybody seen Gavin's film? Anybody know the film that Gavin's talking about? I wonder what Gavin's deal is. Oh my god, sorry chat. I got sidetracked because I'm super into both liminal spaces and the back rooms. What circumstances lead somebody to start off with Chomsky? Well, I mean, realistically speaking, you'd have to have like leftist parents, I think, a leftist uncle, a leftist teacher, right? I think that's what would get you if really your first experience with politics was Noam Chomsky. This has got to be, as a child, I don't think you just get into Chomsky, right? Chomsky's not accessible. Not because his writing's not, accessible to like a intellectually curious high schooler, but because he's been pushed into the niche so far, because so much about leftism is purposefully hidden from us, and it's more you know, a boomer thing. It's more a 20th century thing, right? It's not as hidden in the 21st century, right? Basic bitch liminal spaces. That's pretty much what the Backrooms is at this point. Yeah. There is no spoon. Wait, Lady in Red, is that from the Matrix? The fourth tile in this podcast could be a liminal space. The fourth tile, oh my god. Wait, the fourth tile? I'm trying to understand. Aren't there 5 tiles? Yeah, unless you're a nerd kid and you pick up some of his writings. I guess it's possible. But like coming from like no ideological standpoint at all to Noam Chomsky, that's why I feel like you gotta have some, you almost have to have like some kind of leftist in your family to. Ask Chomsky about Epstein and Woody Allen. Yeah, there's definitely some questions that we'd have. I was imagining a scenario where he started off with Chomsky because he never thought about politics until he was 28. I guess that's a possibility too. Yeah, I don't really know that much about Hutch's history. My first experience with Hutch was on the Hippy Dippy. And Dylan was trying to set up like a championship. Dylan was trying to do wrestling. Speaking of kayfabe, like, you know, the Hippy Dippy, and I'm only bringing this up, you know, because this has formed the space that I started out in, and Twitch poll and right, this was the platform back in the day, but it was a very not ready for prime time platform. And I'm not trying to say that to insult Dylan or any of the other people that were involved in Hippy Dippy. I'm just being real. It's a very, 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 very not ready for prime time kind of space. Oh my god, chat. Oh no, we're frozen. We're frozen. The guy in the black outfit is on the 4th tile. The guy in the black outfit is in the 4th tile liminal space. Okay, I gotta take out some. Oh my god, please don't crash. You know, I feel like one like major issue with computers that nobody seems to have solved yet, and maybe this is just like a poor person problem if you have a shitty computer, is that if you find yourself with using too many system resources, there's not an easy way to dial it back, right? There's not an easy way to just be like, all right, cool, I get that we're overstretched here. Can you go into some kind of safe mode? Can you, yeah, it's Firefox, 100%. We gotta kill Firefox. Oh my god, that sounds bad, doesn't it? Gotta end the task is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, even shutting down like an application will sometimes like cost you more system resources, which is incredibly frustrating. Okay, maybe, oh my god. Oh, Chrome. Why are you such a pain in my ass? All right, let's try to fix this. Sorry for the technical difficulties, chat. I think I am almost through with these. There we go. And then what else can I... What other programs can I kill? Maybe this one. And this one for now. Okay. Oh god, it just reminded me too. I gotta look while I'm waiting for my system resources to come back to me. Let me go ahead and shout out my Patreon. Yeah, you can support me in a bunch of different ways, and that's why we have so many ways to support me. And really the best way is whatever way is most convenient and easiest for you. If you watch me on Twitch, it makes sense to get yourself a Twitch sub. If you watch me on YouTube, it makes sense to get yourself a YouTube membership, right? But if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, in other words, the most of your donation finding its way to me and supporting the stream, the two ways that I would say are most efficient, and is then the platform takes the least, are Patreon and Throne, right? Yeah, and on Patreon, everybody that supports me at the $5 level or higher gets a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Bubby Geek, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, so there are the Patreons that I forgot to shout out earlier. Okay, it looks like maybe, nope. CPU is like it's like a issue here. It's starting to come down. Oh God, it's Google Chrome. Look, I'm gonna kill Discord as well. Kill Discord. Oh, look at that task manager. That's so cute of you, taking 15% of my CPU. That's adorable. That's adorable. The tool that I use to try to manage being overextended on system resources actually takes a substantial amount of system resources itself. That's great. All right. Anyway, I probably need to reset my computer at some point. I'll do that after today's stream. Sorry about the hold up chat. Here is the debate. Yeah, they were just talking about liminal spaces. But yeah, what I wanted to know though, is anybody seen Gavin's liminal space movie that he's talking about? Because I would be very interested in that. Right.
Stuff like that. They released a film. I watched it. It was pretty good.
That was all Gavin, but yes, it was very cool.
And so like also even the drama stuff, I think it's like, I don't know unless I've missed stuff, like usually the drama that you guys discuss, it's like politically relevant. Like obviously you're pretty well known for staying on the Young Turks, transformation, but that's not like just slop drama. That's not like, who's fucking who and whatever. That's like, that's a political transformation in one of the most influential progressive networks. So I'm curious, like to the extent that you cover drama, do you try to keep it within the realm of politics, or is it like you'll also go personal about like who's sleeping with who and what beef is going on with you? How do you keep it?
I've never seen them go for anything like that. Personally, I've never seen the Vanguard. Like I feel like I've covered more things that are just like personal. Like we covered the Ethan Trish thing at some point, right? I don't think there's that much of a political angle on that, but yeah, I don't think the Vanguard really, like, I don't think they cover anything that's just exclusively slop, exclusively drama. Vanguard is not TMZ. Not the comparison. I get where the comparison comes from. It's not quite apt, right? If you're looking for somebody that is like a lefty, a left-wing TMZ, probably your best, the closest analog would be a channel that doesn't really post anymore. Oh my God, what are they called? Progressive Voice, I think. Sahil's channel. Progressive Voice used to get called the TMZ of the left, and that's fairly accurate for Sahil's channel. Doesn't exactly fit on the Vanguard. I get why people say that, but it's not quite.
I mean, at least from what I try and bring to the table, and I think Gavin too, we've always just kind of used the drama as an excuse to talk about the political issues that we're curious in. We talk about it as like a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. So I just don't really care about anybody's personal life. Like when I come after Jenk and Anna, I believe it's because they've misused a platform. I think it's because they've lied to their audience. We try and really dig into the financial realities of the situation.
Zach calls himself a muckraker in this convo, but they are more journalistic in their approach than someone like Hutch will ever be. Yeah, the funny thing about the muckraker term, chat, we're talking about like a early 1900s term. That the idea with a muckraker is that the muck is the impropriety of politicians, right? And the raking is like, I'm going to collect this and I'm going to show it to you in journalism. Sometimes this journalism would be discredited, and I think it's mostly because it contains some pretty hard call-outs against powerful people, right? So it's very convenient for the powerful people to be like, oh, it's just a muckraker. That person doesn't really care about making our politics better, making our politics less corrupt. They're just muckraking. They're just trying to find a bunch of stuff that looks bad and build a career off of it. But it's kind of funny because in the same way that Zach is calling himself a muckraker, right? Back in the day, muckrakers the actual original muckrakers used to get a lot of shit from people too, maybe sometimes deserved, but often I think often not.
Present as an independent news organization when they've done multiple rounds of venture capital funding, when they've taken
from Polymarket Studios
sponsorships from Polymarket Studios. So it's just massively dishonest. And I think it's the kind of reporting that would have been done at an organization like Vice or somewhere back in the day where they had the resources to hire somebody to look into a competitor and say, hey, this isn't adding up. This is, and we just happen to have the ability to do it ourselves. And we like to
take back the Firefox slander. Hey, I'll start Firefox up again as soon as the computer's running better. I thought they were decent. Are they a bit centrist and libby? I don't think so. Like, right, if anything, the people they're debating are the libs, right? And maybe, let's see, in order, I don't know, maybe less so Pisco. From what I've seen of this debate, yeah, Pisco seems like I don't know, he's a lib in the sense that he's got big from being a DGG Orbiter, but of the Orbiters, I would say that Pisco is the most, has the most pronounced left-wing characteristics. Pisco and Okano Boy. Yeah, I don't know anything about Okano Boy. I've heard that name a lot, so he's definitely been around, but I can't really care. I don't know enough about his content to really characterize it anyway. But yeah, Hutch is definitely a shit lib. People say Josiah is as well, but I don't know with Josiah. It almost feels like more of a thing that the target of his channel, like the kind of content that he is, cultivating his channel with is just not, it's, yeah, I guess, there's a point to that, right? I've seen him glaze up Bill Maher. I've seen him glaze up some pretty bad people. So, there's that, but he's also a fan of the Vanguard. So he goes a lot more left than many of the Orbiters. I'd say so. Yeah. Pisco is blocked by Destiny. What do you mean by blocked by Destiny? That sounds like you're making a deep statement there. He's blocked by Destiny. Josiah is more of a pragmatist. I almost said pragmatist. I'm just going with this purposeful mispronunciation of Okano Boy's name and putting it on other people. Hutch was debating Straighterade before, and Straighterade I think is also one of the more left members of DGG, as far as I know, from what I've seen. And again, it's not a deep knowledge of Straighterade by any means. Destiny blocked. Oh, Destiny. Yeah, blocked Pisco on X. Okay, I see.
The drama too. It keeps it fun.
I thought you were saying blocked, but anyway.
Yeah, I would say that.
Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
I'll answer quickly. I was just going to say that I personally do, really enjoy the drama element.
Straighterade considers herself a communist. That is an interesting ideology to be rocking in that DGG orbit, considering that Destiny has purged lefties from his communities years ago.
And I agree with Zach. It's not like we're getting into, like this person.
Wait, I did a Sam Cederism. What, by mispronouncing stuff?
Like cited at a fucking bar with this new girlfriend. What's going on? Like, obviously that's not what we're talking about.
You're not TMZ.
Right. But I do think that some of our best content.
I'm sorry, not obviously, right? That is literally the kind of straw man that the Vanguard's ops will try to hit them with, right? That when they characterize them as like left-wing TMZ, that's what they're trying to say. They're trying to imply that their content is lacking substance. It's like, ooh, is Anna cheating on her husband? Ooh, is Jink Uger, I don't know, whatever, right? And it's no, they got no interest in any of that. They got no interest whatsoever in any of that.
And some of the content that people get the most excited about, and that frankly we get the most into, is when there is a real personal element, when there's a real genuine bitterness between two creators sometimes that used to be friends. We had a lot of fun breaking down the Hassan versus Ethan thing. Obviously they had a friendship at one point. We had a lot of fun breaking down Jink burning the bridge with all the
the only reason I'm saying it's not obvious is because there are people out there literally trying to get you to think this about the Vanguard, and they're the same kind of people that don't want the Vanguard's critique of TYT to be heard, or the Vanguard's critique of Ethan Klein or Destiny or whoever they're criticizing, right? People that the Vanguard are inconvenient for will call the Vanguard like that will imply that they're somehow personality based, when it just could not be more wrong about that. Plenty of Destiny stands on Pisco's channel. True.
These former collaborators, even people that are friends of our show, like Francesca, right? Like that does bring.
But look, I mean, what we're seeing, let me just put it this way. What we're seeing is a, this is a fluid situation, all right? Things are in flux. Pisco is in flux, maybe, as far as his allegiance to DGG, right? He's criticizing things. He's taking sides that are not acceptable in DGG. I would assume maybe Straighterade is doing, similar kind of stuff. So we may be, but I mean, don't judge prematurely, right? There's a lot of motivation for somebody to distance themselves from Destiny, especially somebody who's built their career off Destiny. And you got to kind of, we've had to look. Vosh came out of Destiny's community. Vosh was disenchanted with how right-wing Destiny's community had become. Does that make Vosh good? Well, some people thought so, and some people supported Vosh before realizing that Vosh was, Vosh, considering himself a leftist, was almost like an op. Like it's almost like a little element of, just kind of retrograde shit in the midst of the left that is sort of pulling everybody into the center, right? And so, you kind of got to watch these things and not be too quick to prognosticate as far as like so-and-so has left the orbit of DGG. All right, well, I'll believe it when I see it, right? I mean, I hope so. I really do hope so. I really do hope that more people can figure out what's wrong with that, with the, like, I mean, there's so many things, right? And call that out, right? Especially somebody that's been, if you've been inside DGG, if your career is built from DGG, it's almost incumbent upon you to tell what you know about how that space operates. To call them out both on an ideological level and, the fact that DGG goes to war against people that disagree with Destiny. DGG keeps their shitty creator viable by attacking other content creators, by driving people away from the internet, right? And so, if your career is built on that, it's incumbent upon you to be part of its demise as well. Yeah, technically Denims, you could say that about me too. Yeah, I absolutely get that. I absolutely get that. Like calling Denims a DGG Orbiter would be daft at this point. Would be a massive misunderstanding of what that even means. I've had people say that about me, and obviously, what I'm doing, I hope it's pretty obvious that it's antithetical to the project of DGG and Destiny. But yeah, it's in motion. It's what I'm trying to get across, right? It's in motion, and it's good to see the motion moving away from DGG in the case of Pisco, in the case of Straighterade, in the case of others. But again, to sort of remain agnostic about what that really represents, in that we've seen people, sort of use like leaving the DGG orbit, have done so performatively. Like, right, Vosh is, may have like left the DGG orbit in terms of like supporting Destiny, and all that, but in terms of his viewpoints, there's a lot of you can make a strong argument that the apple Vosh does not fall far from the tree DGG, and I'm kind of on the lookout for history to repeat itself, because it often does. But hey, look, if you can break free from if you can break free from the gravity of Planet Destiny, good for you.
An undeniable.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, the Vanguard were door orbiters at one point. They say mostly right stuff, the correct, not right wing stuff, but correct stuff is what you're saying. But now and then some BS. I think they had maybe some bad Twitter takes earlier this year. I haven't seen anything super objectionable from them in a while.
Undeniable level of juiciness to a subject matter where it's not just like, oh, this guy, he changed his opinion. Like, no, not just he changed his opinion. He fucking threw his friend of 15 years under the bus and went on Charlie Kirk's show instead, like behind our back. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, of course we're going to lean into that stuff. I mean, Zach was talking about, or you were talking about our love of film and pop culture. I mean, a big part of that is, the storytelling of it all. And that's what people get into, the drama in the truest sense.
Hutch, well, it's definitely reflected in your growth for sure. Go ahead, Hutch.
Magenta, thank you for the contribution to my Vietnam trip.
Pisco, which one of you want to go first?
I was saying Hutch hates Hassan.
I do not hate Hassan, for the record. I don't think
hey,
I
that's
hate
okay.
I'm
not Hassan, so I don't have to. I don't. That doesn't raise an alarm
just
for me.
I'm shit stirring. Sorry,
okay, boys. I got 2 questions for you. You say you're cinephile, so I want to hear your top 3. And then my second question is, how does my decision to wear a lip ring in 2024 factor into your political? Hey, let me get the question. How does that factor into your political analysis?
I'm sorry. Wait, what? Hutch has a lip ring? Did I just not notice this at all?
Quick, 100% happy to answer that one first. I thought it was funny, and so I wanted to make a joke about it. I'll always make the joke first. If there's a joke there, like, I'm sorry. Like, I even responded and said that there are a couple of things you can make fun of me for, Hutch, if you want. There's low-hanging fruit. But to be honest, no, we were just clapping back for our boy Kyle.
Hurt my feelings. But, yeah, let's get into the movies then. What are the top 3 here?
Oh God, my top 3 movies ever. Probably. Jesus Christ, Raiders of the Lost Ark has always been probably my favorite.
Chatter saying I was a door orbiter back in the day. Shame still burns. Yeah, no, it's Jimmy Dore at one point was the most left-wing member of TYT. So it's understandable. And some people don't realize like how far back these careers like Jimmy Dore's stretch. But yeah, there's a big difference between supporting Jimmy Dore, when his whole thing was, pro Bernie or even just Bernie bust compared to what he became later, which is essentially like, just another Trump sycophant, right? He grifted all the way over to MAGA. Told Pisco to get away from DGG months ago when he was trying to launder Not So Erudite's reputation. And he got really defensive. Yeah, that's too bad. See, the thing is, they're friends too. I mean, potentially, right? Like Pisco, when you say like, don't launder, don't sweep for Not So Erudite. Like, I don't know what kind of personal relationship maybe that Pisco could have with Kyla. But I mean, that's some of the people's worst takes come not from ideological agreement, but rather with a perceived friendship with somebody. So that may be going on as well. Vosh is Destiny's Child. Yeah, kind of. Wait, he just grifts off Hassan. Wait, who does?
Film. I was fucking obsessed and continue to be obsessed with the Indiana Jones movies,
So
which is funny because
but he was hoping for an alternative ending. So that's just
I just saw Temple of Doom for the first time. I thought that was good too. I'm a big fan of those original.
Temple of Doom is fire.
Yeah,
it's
the
fire,
original
bro.
3 are all masterpieces. Yeah. But it's weird because I'm kind of known for, I'm obviously an experimental filmmaker. My film No Clip is an experimental found footage horror film. And most of my favorite movies are very.
So it is a no clip type deal. Yeah, I'm curious to see like, does anybody know where Gavin's film is? Like where you can see it? also hurtful personally when you get a message of, hey, don't defend your friend, they are bad. It's like a normal, yeah. Well, I mean, this is the whole thing, chat, and this is what breaks my heart, right? I mentioned, ContraPoints being part of my, influence like an influence of mine to create content in the first place. Obviously, I don't support a lot of what what ContraPoint stands for at this point, right? The Prime Kai I mentioned was like, a fairly close friend of mine, and it hurts me to say that the dude has got no business, like, hiring people that he's gonna hit on and not realize that they can't, like, they're not free to tell him to fuck off like they should be. Like, if you want to have a relationship, the person's got to be able to tell you to fuck off, right? If you're paying somebody, if they're your employee, they can't exactly do that. Like, Prime just was not mature enough to recognize that conflict of interest, so he got into a situation where, yeah, he was kind of, he was, like harass. It hurts me to say, you know what I mean? Like, it still hurts me to say, even though that, like, I've recognized what Prime's panel became. It was worse than Dylan's, to be honest, right? Like, as far as like who was more likely to have far right figures like Aristocracy and her BFF, that VTube Frog, on trying to just kind of trying to insert far right, trying to low key insert far right ideology into discussions without owning up to what their actual ideology was, right? It was Prime Kai. I think that platform has done a lot of damage to the space, right? And this is a friend of mine, and it fucking hurts to say that, but I've always valued realness, right? This is my job, and I take it seriously, and I am not going to bullshit you about anyone just because they're my friend. I'm not going to sweep for anyone. I'm not going to deny, culpability that anybody has just because they were like, Aristocracy was friendly with me. Look at where that went. She was friendly with me one day. The next day, she was straight up lying about me.
Very kind of out there or artsy or whatever you want to call them, but the thing that really got me into movies was actually
like some of the most horrible people out there can be incredibly friendly when you are useful to them. Aristocracy is a great example of that.
The Indiana Jones trilogy, when I was a kid, I got absolutely obsessed with those films, led me down the rabbit hole into all the other movies that I, eventually came to love and admire so much. But yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark, probably Lost Highway by David Lynch, or potentially Blue Velvet by David Lynch.
Oh, that fucking Dennis Hopper in that one. One of the Frank. Fuck, what's his name? One of the best villains of cinema history. Dennis Hopper in that movie.
100%. He was so good in that film. And then if I had to put a third
in the
one,
Mario movie.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, no,
I
original
knew
one.
about
Yeah,
that.
Bowser,
I don't think I ever watched that one, but I think I remember watching.
Wait, I'm sorry, Bowser? Are we talking about Super Mario's here? Hutch has the most normie taste in movies ever. He used to do a YouTube show for Pine Park Cannabis. And what is Pine Park Cannabis? He made an episode on the best movies to watch while high. It's hilarious. Super basic picks. Yeah, but what I was trying to say is that, like, I first came across Hutch as so like I said, Dylan Burns' stream, even though he had great aspirations and I think even some good instincts in terms of trying to implement kayfabe and this kind of thing into his, there was a downside to that, right? But anyway, but yeah, it was still not ready for prime time. And one of the biggest ways that it's not ready for prime time is he just didn't have the talent. The talent did not exist in Twitch poll. These are, just people, most of whom are just never going to go anywhere, right? Most of the people that Dylan ever had on as guests on his, podcast are just not, rhetorical heavyweights, let's just say, right? They're not serious enough to like go the distance, right? And so, he would start bringing in people that they maybe also not big enough, because part of the hippy dippy strategy is that Dylan Burns, pulls, 100 to 300 people for his stream when he does it. But he's trying to bring up, a panel together where, like, he puts on Hutch, right. So he part of the reason that he tapped Hutch as a political, as a debater, is because he just didn't have anybody to fit that slot, and Hutch was interested in politics, and could kind of do the job, so to speak. So he's kind of thrown in there, actually in one of the championships, if I remember correctly, of the hippy dippy, where you'd think the championships would be like people that are really good at debate, and they just didn't exist, right? You should have seen what he had to do to get right wingers, right? Right wingers had been a lot of them had gotten banned from Twitch for, just going off saying racist shit. And so he had to almost build up like a character like critically thinking veteran, just so he'd have somebody on the right wing to be like a heel, basically, to be a really dumb, cringe heel, for, to conservative to hate on, right? Who is critically thinking veteran? Nobody until Dylan like put him in a place where he could gain somewhat of a following, right?
Like the nostalgia critic or one of those YouTubers roasting it back in the day.
Yo, throwback
It was
nostalgia
Koopa,
critic.
asshole, by the way. It was not Bowser.
What are you talking about?
Reference.
King Koopa is Bowser.
What?
Yeah. We are talking about Super Mario.
Is that true? That's fake news. Is
Dude,
that real?
wait.
Fuck you. Wait.
Fake
I'm
fan.
Googling
Fake
this.
I'm
Mario
not
fan.
sure that's true. Hold
King
on.
Koopa is Bowser.
I thought Bowser was a hot chick. Chat, am I wrong?
Bowser's a Koopa.
Fuck, he is. Okay, but here's the thing. That
Yo,
reference.
brother.
Okay, Google says that's the case, but he's never referenced as Bowser in the movie, so I win, you lose. Proceed.
What?
I'm sorry, fellas.
That's weird. I'm
Yes.
surprised they didn't just call him Bowser. That's a way more iconic. Anyway,
Mhm.
if I had to pick a third movie, just to avoid sounding pretentious, I'll probably go with Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle.
Hell yeah.
Huge fan of the 2000s comedies, but specifically 2000 stoner comedies. It's really a almost completely extinct brand of film. Like you just don't see good stoner movies anymore. They very rarely get made, which is bizarre because now
Do you think weed is over, chat? What do you think? What do you think is behind the fact that there's no good stoner movies? Like, right, if you look back to the 70s, you've got like Cheech and Chong. There's all kinds of like cult classics that come along in the late 70s, early 80s, into the 90s. Like you could even make an argument maybe like for like trauma movies being stoner movies. But and yeah, Harold and Kumar, Jay and Silent Bob, like this is kind of like a gold. It's almost like a gold. What is the Get Him to the Greek? Oh my God, what are all those movies? Saving. Oh my God, Wait, what? Oh my God, I can't remember these. The Hangover, right? There's all these movies that like. There was like kind of a golden era, I guess, in the 90s, right? Weed isn't counterculture. Hey, that's a good point. Naked Gun is a good comedy. Pineapple Express, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, so there is kind of like a golden era maybe for these films. Cocaine Bear, yeah, good point. They still do make good stoner movies. Yeah, Cocaine Bear is a great example of that. Friday, yeah, American Pie, there we go. Weed is not over. It was backdoor legalized here in Texas. Nice. But I mean, as far as like culturally, is weed over? Is weed jumped the shark? I don't know. I do. You know what's weird is I feel like when it went from medical to legal, it's not like I lost interest in it, but I did. It kind of occupied like a smaller it occupied like a smaller place in my life at that point, I think. I don't like, but I still prefer it to like alcohol by a vast like level. Omega Star, thank you for the super chat. Toxic Avenger is the best trauma movie. That's one of the ones I've seen. I think there's a lot of them that sound interesting, but you don't know. Trauma movies, I think they vary in quality, right? There's a great variety in quality. There's some pretty good ones. and there's some pretty not great ones.
Weed is actually legal in most places, whereas back when it was more popular to make stoner movies, and frankly, back when stoner culture was more alive and well, weed wasn't legal everywhere. So that's something, you know, we've talked about on.
But I mean, there's other shit that's kind of bad that's going on. Like if you talk about the genetics of cannabis, it does feel like everything is becoming homogenized. It does feel like everybody that a lot of the growers are just like growing for maximum yield, and you just kind of end up with very potent flower that, you know, they have different names, you know, there's different strains, but they don't feel that different. Like I can remember back in the day, before legalization, Pineapple Express, when I could get a hold of that, it was unique. It was unique. There was nothing like it. It was totally different than anything else out there. And I can't find strains like that anymore. Right? It might be different in Thailand. People talk about that there, you know, there's like a whole, I don't understand, like this, people keep using this term land race, right? And I think it refers to just like a geographic isolation or something like that, where you might have regions that have unique, you know, strains with unique characteristics. Oh my god, now we're talking about fucking, I should do a cannabis channel
on the show a little bit in the context of our
OG Kush. Yeah, I've always liked OG Kush, but I feel like, honestly, I feel like people sell a bunch of different stuff under that brand name, right? There is definitely a strain that gets sold as OG Kush though that I think is bomb as fuck. But yeah, Orange Kush, yeah, that one's good. Ghost OG. Is The Gentleman considered a weed film? Maybe. Purple anything tends to be good.
Overlapping interests and getting stoned and going to the movies. But yeah, I would say that's a good top 3 for me. Sums up a lot of my personality.
Okay, what about you, Zach?
All right, can I cheat and give my letterbox top 4 just to make it easy?
That's fine.
All right, cool. So got to start with number 1, Clerks, Kevin Smith, huge.
Of course. You basically are Clerks.
It's on me. Love him as a podcaster. Think he's a cool dude. Obviously, Gavin and I indulge in stoner culture every once in a while and lean into it on our show. I think he was a pioneer of the oratory medium. When I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and be a director and a writer. I went to film school for a little bit, did that whole shebang. Totally went a different direction, but he was a huge influence on me.
And he's a podcaster too, so he still ended up kind of going down his path.
Exactly. And so Clerks, one of my favorite movies ever. I thought it was, you know, truly an independent.
I did not know this about Kevin Smith. He's a podcaster. What about Kratom movies? That would be a thing. You know, I feel like there's a lot of that. In fact, I'm from the home of, or I'm living in the home of Kratom right now, but I don't know if it would be I've never tried it.
Film at its finest.
Still plenty of variation out there. People get hung up on THC percentage. No, it's not a good indicator. There's so much more going on. There's so much more biochem going on in your flower than just THC and CBD.
I maxed out multiple credit cards, said I believe in myself. I'm going to make this. It worked like a smashing success. Everybody tried to replicate it. Nobody could because it wasn't earnest and sincere. He couldn't even really replicate his own success. So lightning in a bottle there. Got to shout out Good Time by the Safdie brothers. Oh my gosh, what a fucking wild ride. I remember seeing it in the theaters the first time, even though the lights were stuck on and they gave us a free pass to come back. It was still electric. Had a great time. Robert Pattinson's done amazing work since Twilight. So if anybody's listening and they've written him off, he's actually a phenomenal actor and I can't recommend him enough. Rounders, the poker movie, Matt Damon.
Yeah, I will agree with you there, Pernician, that vaping is generally way cleaner than smoking. Unfortunately, like they don't allow cartridges and pens in the country, like, right? Thailand is like, that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. I don't know if you can get like what I would love to get is like a flower vape, but I'm kind of stuck using my you know, college friends like it's like a bong. I'm kind of stuck using that at the moment, and yeah, I remember why I don't like smoking. It's so nasty. Like you're either doing like a joint, which I think is, or a blunt, which I feel like is wasteful, I feel like you go through a lot of stuff there. You go through stuff faster with that rolling it. But you're sort of not left with the mess of like having a pipe, in which case you got like all this resin and stuff. I don't know. There's got to be a better way. That's all.
And Edward Norton, one of my favorites of all time, got the Rounders tattoo right here to prove it.
Wow.
Grew up playing poker online with my dad and just kind of continued it as a hobby.
Wait, try the Stizzy. Wait, what's the Stizzy? I like dry herb vapes. Me too. I had one when I was in America, and I haven't been able to find one here. What's up with Thailand and their attitude towards drugs? It's complicated. Look, I mean, like, weed has been a big thing here for a long time, right? It's not something that like, got imported from somewhere else. It's something that, has always grown here, and there's been people here that always enjoyed it. It was legalized, I think, in 2022. They thought it would help out with tourism, and because of the reason that they're moving towards medical is, as far as I can tell, it's kind of petty. It's kind of petty. They had a coalition, right? So they have a parliamentary government, and there's different there's different parties that get together and form a government in a coalition. One of these parties that's fairly conservative, actually, is the party that was like, hey, we should legalize. That'd be great. We should do that, right? And, while they were in the coalition, everything was good. But they left the coalition because of the embarrassment of the current or the previous prime minister, the one that's suspended now, having had a scandal, right? They were like, we're out of the coalition. And then the coalition was like, okay, great. You're the only ones who wanted weed legal. So we're going to make it medical now, right? Thanks, like almost like to get back at them for leaving the coalition. So yeah, it's complicated. And what's really weird is that the most like left-wing party in Thailand is not in favor of legalization. It's weird shit.
When I was younger, don't play that much anymore because I've tried to cut out gambling from my life. But, it's still, make your own luck. Good symbol, great movie. And the last one, Paul Thomas Anderson's epic masterpiece, There Will Be Blood. Just an all-time favorite.
I drink your milkshake.
So, those are my top
movie.
I drink your smoothie.
Fully fuck with those. But nobody asked, but I'll just say mine. My number one is Everything Everywhere All at Once. Number 2 is Mad Max Fury Road. Number 3 is Eternal
Fucking
Sunshine
love
of
Mad
the
Max.
Spotless Mind. Okay.
I love those movies. Those are great movies.
Charlie Kaufman.
That's crazy you say that, because 2 of those 3 I personally find to be overrated, but we don't have to get into that. I'm not trying to debate.
Damn, Gavin. Wow.
Wait.
Is it breaking bread? No, I will not break bread.
Is it Everything Everywhere All at Once? Is that one of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm honestly not a big fan of that movie. But again, I'm not trying to be rude to people that disagree with my opinion in film. I don't want to come off like an asshole.
You're fine. It's fine.
Is the other
But
one
you're
Mad Max?
No, I love Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, okay. All right.
The other one would be Eternal Sunshine, which I do. I love Charlie Kaufman. I think he's
I like
a great
Eternal.
Lennon was pro sober.
screenwriter.
I'd be pro sober too in Russia. Like if the alternative was just like getting fucking smashed all the time on vodka, maybe I'd be pro sober too.
I think it's out of all of his work, probably the one that resonates with me the least.
I know, but it hits me right here in the heart.
A lot of his other? Oh, you really like that one a lot too? I mean, most people do.
It
Most
hits me in
people
the
do.
heart. What can I say? And I like Jim Carrey. I think Jim Carrey, he's a decent dramatic actor. I don't know. I kind of like him in that role.
You find that with
Oh, let me rewind it.
I don't know.
Somebody mentioned the take on Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Mad Max?
No, I'm a big fan of that movie.
Wow.
That's crazy you say that, because 2 of those 3 I personally find to be overrated, but we don't have to get into that. I'm not trying to debate.
Damn, Gavin. Wow. Is it
Everywhere.
breaking bread? No, I will not break bread.
Is it Everything Everywhere All at Once? Is that one of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm honestly not a big fan of that movie. But again, I'm not trying to be rude to people that disagree with my opinion in film. I don't want to come off like an asshole.
You're fine. It's fine.
Is the other
But
one
you're
Mad Max?
I'll say it was a fun movie. When I saw it, I was really tired. This is a problem for me, Chad. I see movies late at night and I'm really tired, and I feel like Everything Everywhere All at Once deserves a rewatch, and I never got a chance to give it that rewatch.
Max?
No, I love Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, okay. All right.
The other one would be Eternal Sunshine, which I do. I love Charlie Kaufman. I think he's
I
a
like
great
Eternal Sunshine.
screenwriter. I just think it's out of all of his work, probably the one that resonates with me the least.
I know, but it hits
have
me
you
right
seen-
here
have
in
you
the
seen a lot of
heart.
his other? Oh, you really like that one a lot too. I mean, most people do.
It
Most
hits me
people
in the
do.
heart. What can I say? And I like Jim Carrey. I think Jim Carrey, he's a decent dramatic actor. I don't know. I
he's
kind of like him
incredible.
in that role.
Yeah, Eric, I feel like I cried at everything everywhere all at once as well. I keep a super clean bong. It's always clean enough to drink out of. Cold rosin dabs from Puffco. Rosin? Oh my god, this is too complicated for me. I feel like I'm a weed pseudo intellect. I'm a weed pseudo intellectual. I don't know what rosin dabs are. From the Puffco and massive bong rips are a combo. Is it rosin? Is that like oh, dabs? It's like the nail thing with the you know the propane or the butane tank and all that. But yeah, I mean, that's goals, to keep it clean. I just don't know how to do it. I feel like anytime I'm smoking, I'm either wasting, because I'm rolling, or I'm making a mess because I'm using some kind of pipe. I don't know how to, how to not have to deal with the just like resin.
With a lot of comedians, I don't know if Zach or Gavin would agree, but it seems like the more accomplished comedic actors also make for really effective dramatic actors, like Jim Carrey, Robin Williams.
Rosin is like candy. The terpenes are insane. Wait, is it like but it's like a dab thing? It's like a
Even Adam Sandler.
Yeah, Adam Sandler.
I was just watching Moneyball. Jonah Hill was phenomenal in that in one of his
I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once with my mom. We were sobbing. Yeah, I definitely cried at that one.
first dramatic roles.
And it was so silly too. It's funny, like for a movie to be so silly and also to make you cry, like that's kind of a rarity. Did we get to the drama yet? We didn't. We're still talking about movies, I guess.
Odenkirk. Fuck, I'm now blanking. Malcolm in the Middle.
Bryan Cranston?
Bryan Cranston.
Cranston.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, Frankie Muniz
Yeah.
hasn't done shit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. No, these are great picks. What a great icebreaker, Hutch, to because introduce their movie connoisseurs. I didn't actually know that.
Well, I saw that they were movie fans, and I'm a fucking huge cinephile, and so I had.
Do you have a
like
letterbox, Hutch?
I don't know, but like when
You
I
might-
found
Oh, it's an electronic dab rig. So wait, does it combust or does it just does it like vaporize? Oh, that's the other thing that's illegal here is concentrate. They're very much against concentrate. Even to the point where like edibles I think have to be like under a certain percentage. Like the edibles have to be weak to be legal.
No, you guys,
one.
everybody tells me to do one, but I'm just too lazy to do it. But
Sure.
like
Let's
I would have
have
picked
a fun diary.
Magnolia. I would have picked Magnolia instead of There Will Be Blood for Paul Thomas.
We got to
Anderson,
do
but
an
I'm not gonna
entire
pick.
episode where we come back and talk about Magnolia.
I like Boogie Nights. Is Boogie Nights?
Boogie Nights
yeah.
is one of my favorite movies of all
I
time.
love Boogie
I fucking
Nights.
love Boogie Nights.
That's a great movie.
I can't get my fiance to like Paul Thomas Anderson movies. He's kind of like Radiohead.
It vaporizes. Well, I mean, like as much as I always feel like concentrate is overkill. For me, I have a very low tolerance. I honestly mostly like do it for insomnia, right? To that it helps me sleep at night if I have a little bit, but yeah, my tolerance is like incredibly low these days.
Where there's like no in between. People either just fucking fully hate him or they think he's one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But for some reason, I got her to sit down and watch. I got her to sit down and watch Magnolia, and by the end of it, she was fucking crying. She was like, "That's the most
No, I definitely hear you, George Jackson. There are definitely some basic takes being tossed around.
thing I've ever seen." So like, I got her to like
I
one.
mean, I like some basic shit too, to be completely honest. I'm not like a cinephile fully, but I hear what you're saying, George Jackson. Rosin is the purest form of concentrate. It gets way nerd. So there's nothing bad, because like what I ran into, what I really don't like is the carts. All right. I got into the carts at some point, mainly because they don't smell like much at all. Like, right. So as far as for a dorm room, which is where I was living, even though it was legal, you're very much not supposed to have it in the dorms. And so like it was imperative that I not, I not make the dorm smell excessively bad. And so I got into the carts, and the carts were like really bad. I feel like there must have been impurities or something in there. I don't know how the concentrate for carts is made, but for some reason that shit fucked me up like worse than anything else. Like that, I was actually kind of sick. Like I was unhealthy when I was using carts. And the other thing about carts is that they're like so like look, I can easily put down a bong. I can I can snuff out a joint and save it for later, right? But I can't for it's just too easy. It's too easy to just take another hit. And that's like it turns out something I don't really need. I have infinite tolerance except when it comes to edibles. With that processing in the liver, it hits me more like alcohol. I have zero tolerance for alcohol. One cocktail and I'm lit.
One movie.
There you go.
Yeah, me too with alcohol. Very little very little tolerance. All right, chat. I'm sorry. I'll try to lock in here. Let them get through the icebreaker and get into the real debate. Because there, believe it or not, there is a debate here.
If I can get her to like punch drunk love, that's like the
You don't have a toilet paper roll full of dryer sheets? Yeah, that always works.
final boss, I think. But
That's a tough one to start with too,
You
because
just tell them you're doing laundry in your dorm room.
it's long as fuck. It's like 3 hours long.
but it's so like frantically paced. So like even though it's 3 hours, it's like really, it's like Dunkirk. You know, it's like relentless kind of building and like building tension, and then just that really cathartic, totally random ending. It's just fucking amazing movie. I love it. But yeah.
The frogs for people. Who
Well,
know.
you definitely you guys have to come back and we'll talk about pop culture and shit, because we are all pop culture geeks here, except Econo Boy. He only talks economics and like UFC fighting, stuff like that. He does not watch movies or TV shows.
Oh, we got to
to
come back for UFC White House then.
Oh, are they actually going to do that?
I really hope so.
These movie takes are below mids. Yeah.
Honestly,
According to Trump and Dana White, it's on.
Yo,
look, here's the thing. Okay, I don't care. One thing that Trump
edibles make you vomit. Look, for me, the problem with edibles is that they last too long. They go too hard. It's so hard to titrate. The only good edibles I've ever had were these little like these little hard candies, right? Because the nice thing about the hard candy is like, say I'm going to like Muay Thai or something like that. I'm going to work out, right? I would just break it in half and take half of the you know, so like on my way to the gym, I would suck on half of the candy, and then and then when I, you know, by the time I get there, I would kind of feel it, but it would just be a little bit, right? Because you know, you don't want to be like out of it for Muay Thai, but I did find it like I found that I could work out for longer when I had just a little bit of cannabis, right? And as an edible specifically. But yeah, it was because like every single candy I think was like a certain amount of milligrams, so I kind of knew what I was getting. I could take the exact dose that I wanted, and then I have the other half of the candy for like, you know, when the practice is finished, and then, you know, it would hit again, like, you know, like basically like the first edible would sort of run out by the time I was done with like, you know, 2 or 3 hours of working out. And then I put another one in my mouth for the ride home, and then that hits when I get home. So like I'm never like that way. I'm never like, you know, I was never like high while I was driving, and I didn't get like too high, and you know, it kind of just worked out perfectly. But other than that, I have never had, and I feel like I couldn't handle that. Like back then, my tolerance was a lot lower. Using titrate, wait. Using titrate to talk about edibles is funny, but very valid. Did I say titrate? I mean, it's kind of what I was doing. Don't like the unpredictability. Yeah. There's a huge unpredictable. That's why I really liked those candies, right? But I've never really found anything like that. The only other thing I found was like, I think there was like a pill, but again, I like that. There's something about, oh yeah, I think it's because like when you put it in your mouth, it kind of like part of it absorbs into your mucous membranes. Maybe that's why I liked those candies so much. Exclusively, I didn't like though having sugar in my mouth. Like I don't usually eat added sugar. I just don't find I need it. And here I'm not only, you know, eating added sugar, but I was sucking on it, right? So it's bad for my teeth and it's bad for my diet. Yeah, take like half of a 5 milligram edible. Yeah, that seems about right. Or it was about right. I don't know if I could handle it now. Edibles are typically strict dose per edible. Knowing then that's the thing that you know, if Thailand goes, you know, steps away from legalization, I mean, they still, for the moment, chat, they're still doing it medically, right? And look, if they step away from legalization, it'll still be out there. It'll be all over the place, right? People will just be selling it on the black market. So, you know, and the nice thing about it not being black market is that you can know exactly how much you're getting. And that's huge. My Paul Thomas Anderson top 3 are Inherent Vice, There Will Be Blood, and Boogie Nights, in that order. I've never seen Inherent Vice. Maybe I should check it out. I liked There Will Be Blood. I never saw Boogie Nights. I guess, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just, like, I just don't want to be out of sorts while I'm driving. The unpredictability is why I only use... So when you say fast-acting edibles, are you talking about, like what's a fast-acting one? Because these candies that I had, yeah, they were vegan too. But they, let's see, I feel like they took 30 to 45 minutes to kick in. Is that fast-acting?
The only thing that he's done that I think is good is, look, I do like the idea that we host sports events at the White House. That seems fucking like it would be really cool. It doesn't have to be MMA. I mean, I happen to like it because I'm a big fan of the sport.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like Rome. It feels like the Roman fucking Empire. Donald Trump having UFC matches at the White House feels exactly like Rome, and I don't like it.
But it would be really fucking cool to make that a regular
thing. Wait, they kick it? How does that work? They kick in within 5 to 15 minutes? Is it like a dissolvable one then? Or like a tincture-based one?
Because, like, I don't know.
Did you know that Luke Thomas was a big lefty before he did that Kyle interview and did his whole, like, you know, I'm dropping a lefty podcast even though I'm an MMA guy?
Yeah, I saw that he made a small... He had like less than 1,000 subscribers on his politics YouTube channel, and I did reach out.
Bad for him, but I was like, you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to use your platform to speak, you know, against fascism. So I was proud of him.
Yeah. No, I reached out, and he hasn't quite gotten back on coming onto this show, obviously.
According to my ex, 30 minutes is quite fast. Maybe I'm overestimating how quickly. But I think it was because because you're like dissolving it in your mouth. So some of it goes through the mucous membrane, and then the rest of it like absorbs in your stomach.
You know, the illustrious Lib and Learn. But
intranasal? I've never heard of that.
It'd be really cool to have him in because, yeah, the MMA space is a bizarrely right-wing space.
And that fucking sucks, chat. Ceding MMA to the right wing sucks. Look, here's my deal. All right, I'm making a decision. Well, how am I going to make this work, right? Because, like, I don't have time right now. Like, I literally have time enough to work and feed myself, and that's about it, right? But I want to get crazy Muay Thai skills while I'm out here. And then come back in 4 years and teach it. And start a gym that is, like, the antithesis of what they're talking about MMA being a right-wing space, like, right? Start a gym where nobody like that can fucking work out there. It's just like, right, it's like you know, if you're queer, if you're leftist, if you're, you know, like, right, if you're turned off by most like MMA / fighting sport culture, this will be the gym for you. That's what I want.
Like,
I want to fight it. I do not want to give up like, you know, fighting sports to these assholes.
If you go to any UFC event across the world, you're getting a sample of the most right-wing people in that crowd. It's a very, very right-wing community, and I guess I don't really know exactly why that is.
All the
But
concussions,
I don't know.
you think?
I mean,
Also,
also
it would be all the concussions. That's true.
I think
But
it's also
you know,
like the way that they've culturally coded themselves, right? The way that that one fighting where it's always had strongholds. It's a very masculine, dominant fucking culture, right? Who is going to want to capitalize off of that, if not, the conservative movement. Now, I do think that the left should engage more in those kinds of topics.
There was a time where everybody that you'd meet at like a jiu-jitsu gym, at a Muay Thai gym, at any kind of these places, right? They're either going to be far right or they're going to be like in the black bloc. You know what I'm saying? There was a time, I don't know, 2014 maybe, where I feel like there was a decent amount of leftists in fighting in fighting sport gyms. At least in cities.
Because obviously it's not, just Republicans that are interested in it. People like Econoboy, people like myself, people like Luke Thomas. I mean, it blew my mind.
Miko's headphones, that is some amazing tech. It's like it's going over my head, but I'll have to check out if there's anything like that here.
When I saw Luke Thomas making political content, because I was like, what?
As a black weeb, I refuse to cede martial arts to the right. Hell yeah.
This guy's in the MMA space, and he actually thinks for himself when it comes to politics. That's so strange. So clearly, there's something there, but
it's kind of adjacent to like gun culture in the sense that I feel like gun culture is really predicated on taking responsibility for your life and learning how to protect yourself and your family. And they're kind of making their bodies a weapon. So it feels like kind of like a logical continuity there.
Yeah, Hutch, what are your thoughts about that? Because you clearly know a little bit about gun culture, and you obviously came up as a college.
I mean that's a very non fighting sport take on it, but I guess I got what you're saying, Hutch.
I feel like the one hurdle that
you can tell that guy spends more time at the range than in the gym.
A lot of people in flyover country have when it comes to getting on board with, a socialist message. Like, let's just say AOC is on the ballot for 2028, right? I know what kind of conversations I'm going to have with my dad immediately. He doesn't care that she's a woman. He doesn't care that she's young. He's like, is she going to try and take my guns away? Like, that's the conversation that we're going to have, because he'll die on that fucking hill and he just won't vote for somebody if he thinks that they're going to come and take their guns away. So how do you respond to that as a lefty who's a little bit familiar with the gun discourse?
Honestly, I don't know much about gun culture at all, but I think it's one issue that I think Democrats need to sort of back away from. I mean, there's certain things I think they can stick to their guns, but so to speak.
It's a weird thing, chat. The gun situation in the United States, let's be real, out of fucking control. No other country has the carnage that the United States has due to its gun culture. Now, that being said, I don't think that the right answer is to take people's guns away, right? If you make guns illegal and you task the police with, investigating, arresting, and then prosecuting people for possessing those weapons, who do you think they're going to arrest? Are they going to arrest Bubba with his gun rack on his truck? His illegal gun rack on his truck? Nope. Bubba gets a free pass, right? They're gonna arrest, they're gonna arrest poor people. They're gonna arrest black people. They're gonna arrest queer people. They're gonna arrest all the kinds of people that need a gun to actually protect themselves, and none of the people that are actually represent the danger that guns are in America. So I don't think it's a simple, I don't think it's a simple solution at this point, right? Maybe something like buybacks would work. Although I feel like the reaction that I hear from the right about buybacks, for the record, chat, buybacks are just the government says they will buy your gun. If you've got a gun, you can cash it in with the government. You need some extra money, cash in your gun. You get money, right? And so that's but the way the right wing reacts to that is almost as if they're taking your gun. They're not. You're selling your gun, right? You're selling your gun, and then it's harder to buy a replacement, right? Giving police the monopoly on gun rights would be a disaster. Well, yeah, they'll decide who gets to keep their gun and who doesn't. Yeah, and obviously the current police, that's another institution that massively needs, and I would say, chat, more than reform, right? You reform something that's salvageable. I don't think that the criminal gang that has taken up residence and has been granted a monopoly on violence, the criminal gang that calls itself the police in the United States, I don't think you can do anything with that. I think you got to take names of people that are involved in within any way, and say that going forward, we are going to have officers, some kind of officer of the peace, but none of these people that participated in the current system are eligible, right? That's not a person that's protecting and serving. That's a person that's that really they are the danger. But yeah, there's a lot of compounded problems, intractable seeming problems. Yeah, they'd have to be supplanted by a new organization. I think that should happen, right? So chat, when you've got an organization and when you've got an institution, let's call it, that traces its roots back to slave patrols and to anti-union Pinkerton thugs, like the police, like the current institution of the police, it is always going to carry the hallmarks of that culture. I mean, these were scumbag collaborators on the Pinkerton sides and fucking like murderous racists on the slave patrol sides. Like that's who started the police, right? And that's why the police is never going to be, they're never going to be an organization that really protects and serves everyone, right? You do have to kind of start from scratch with that if you want, an institution that fills that role. And honestly, it's a tough job, and the people that do it should be highly educated and maybe highly paid as well. And there should be less of them. We shouldn't need that many, right? We don't need this mass incarceration. We certainly don't need the cops that are facilitating the mass incarceration. What we have could have a much smaller footprint if we took like policies like I think what Donnie's talking about is taking some of that budget and dedicating it to mental health workers, right? People, there's some places where the cops get called where really like a cop is not appropriate, right? When you have somebody having an acute mental health crisis, right? There's probably somebody better, with maybe more education as well, that could handle that situation rather than a cop.
But obviously, like I was talking to somebody, we were at the event, me and Josiah. I don't remember if you were there, Pisco. I don't think you were, in Milwaukee.
No, yeah.
And we were talking to someone who was running for local office there, and we were talking for like a researcher who looks into like political dynamics, and what he found was that gun clubs were an enormously important like social hub.
Buybacks are the best option, but we need to do something immediately. The thing that I'm really frustrated about with buybacks is that the right wingers react to buybacks as if you were just saying, "Oh no, we're going to take your guns." Like, right? They treat buybacks like that somehow. It's like, I don't know what it is about it, but they don't acknowledge that is a voluntary program. Right, buybacks
for conservatives, and
we need to do buybacks with the police arsenal. Yeah. At this point, there's just too many deadly weapons fucking on the street, both in the hands of cops and in the hands of civilians. America is a truly dangerous place.
Democrats have been basically entirely absent from this really important kind of cultural movement. And so I don't really know, like, obviously it doesn't make sense to like force it, right? So if you get a bunch of like progressives that are going to a gun club because they feel like they have to be there, then I don't know if that's going to work. But my co-host I feel like, are you guys more in tune with gun stuff?
I just assumed because of your Call of Duty era. That's my bad. That was a broad stroke judgment.
So I've shot a shotgun before. I've shot some rifles before, and it was a lot of fun, man. So I went with one of my conservative friends from back home. We would always get into it in like high school and stuff and be arguing politics and shit. And so I just went on the gun range, and I was very impressed with the gun safety culture wherever I was. They were like, these are the rules of gun safety. Never, the rules.
Funny story, chat. The NRA actually started off as a gun safety organization, and it only transformed into a lobbying organization. Which it became after after that, right? The NRA was a very different organization starting out.
They always tell you the rules or whatever, but I actually found it a very awesome, cool experience. That said, I kind of, for me, it's a little bit of a moot point because of this case law in Bruin. I mean, the Supreme Court now, stacked as it is going to look very disfavorably to any kind of hugely restrictive gun law. That's why I think, and I think Josiah, you're on board with me, court reform is one of our major.
I'm fucking up again. I'm supposed to let you know. I'm getting distracted. Let's see. 3 out of 10. What does this say? 22 minutes. God damn it. I'm supposed to let you know as the butterfly goal counts down where we're at, and I haven't let you know. So yeah, just for the record, we got 3 out of 10. Now that's really 4 out of 10, right? Because I didn't count Narwhal's super chat from earlier. So we're 6 super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair. 6 teal super chats. We've got 22 minutes to make that happen. So I'm just letting you know, if you want to see the butterfly in my hair today, time is swiftly running out, and we're at 90 out of 100. So we are only 10 points away from getting some bonus content.
Sure. Yeah. So we've been in favor of that.
What's winning on the poll right now, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. It's still Ethan calling Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe, but now by a plurality rather than a outright majority.
That for a while now,
Me too.
and it has to do, I think, both with fundamental fairness about when they fucked over Merrick Garland's seat, but just in digital. Like,
wait, did your throne dono get added to the numbers? Wait a minute, I don't know if it did. Wait, no, I did. I added the 9. Yeah, the most recent throne. Yeah, we got 2 throne donos tonight. One for, I think, 25 and the other for 9. So those both got counted.
Like, the Supreme Court needs more judges to do the caseload. I mean, like, we have an insane lack of federal judges, and that includes at the Supreme Court. But yeah, no, I don't think gun legislation is going anywhere at this court.
Do you think that whoever the candidate is, if they want to pack the court, that they should hide their power level and then do it after the fact?
No, I think that they should embrace. I think the sneaky shit puts, and I guess this is a good, I don't know if you guys want to talk about this, a good transition to Epstein stuff. I think sneakiness and being like looked as deceptive puts people off no matter what. I think that I'm embracing of people just owning shit. One of the reasons that I think Mamdani did so well in New York is that he stood on business, and when they tried to push him and like pinhole him into these narratives, he just was like, no, I'm not going to condemn what you tell me to condemn if I don't feel it. Or, yeah, I will have this policy about the stores, or yeah, I do want to freeze the rents. You don't have to agree with all of them, but I think today the currency of a lot of the political appeal is authenticity. And so when people are just like doing these answers that Kamala would give, like, oh, I'd have to look at it, or Joe Biden, especially in his first run.
Yeah, no, Kamala
people,
was the worst.
People don't believe it.
I think Kamala, out of every politician that we've ever had as a Democratic nominee, even Joe Biden in the very late stages he finally fucking run, at least could give an off the cuff answer to a question. Like, Joe Biden was
yeah. So the whole thing with Kamala, right, is that people wanted people like Ethan Klein wanted a more unambiguous endorsement of Kamala Harris from people on the left, despite the fact that every sign that Kamala was giving us was one of two things, right? We either got, the sense that she was going to emulate Biden and his policies and some of his worst policies, like, right, his foreign policy, his caving into Trump on immigration, et cetera, right? So it was either like I'm in lockstep with Biden, or in some cases, chat, signaling, yeah, Lena Khan, she's fucking gone. She's fucking, no, we business interests. We're not gonna fuck with you. Don't worry. Lena Khan, she's dead. She's dead in the water. We're getting rid of her, right? She's gonna be phased out, right? Like that Kamala was signaling to move to the right of Biden. What a massive failure on every level. Why has Nick Mullen retired from podcasting to proceed to guest on like every podcast? I know. Like, I feel like they've done the Comtown reunion like 6 different times, but without Adam. Like, most recently, chat, they had Nick and Stavvy brought Nick on along with, I think it was Felix Wait, was it Felix on the Stabby podcast? But I'm just like, why not Adam? Like, you got Nick and
talented at being a talker until the
And
very
he's funny.
fucking end.
Biden's
Yeah, he
actually
was
funny.
actually genuinely funny. You know,
Yeah.
if you go back,
my only answer to that, Davy, your question about like what's going on with Nick, is maybe he really is Dracula. That's all I can say. Like, I didn't believe it at first, right? I thought it was conspiracy theory. People saying that Adam's former editor Dracula was actually Nick Mullen dressed up as Dracula. I didn't believe it, but I'm starting to come around. Adam didn't support Zoran. Yes, it was Felix. Wait, what? Who did Adam support? What was the center left option that Adam chose? Was it Brad?
back and watch some of those, videos even from like the Obama era from 2012, shit like that. Dude was absolutely killing it. He actually could handle just a totally off the cuff exchange without being on a script. Again, totally regardless of what he stood for politically, much of which I hardcore disagree with, but you can't deny that talent. I think that Kamala was specifically hindered in that area. I mean, she couldn't even go on a show like Joe Rogan.
Yeah, exactly. Play something. We were supposed to understand that Kamala was supposed to open the door to a whole new progressive era. Meanwhile, Kamala is bragging about wanting to have the most lethal military on planet Earth, bragging specifically about a military that kills people, right? That's what we were hearing from her.
Have an hour-long conversation with just about any podcaster. It always had to be these edited, kind of experiences, right? But you brought up Mondami, and I totally agree with you. I think that that's one of his great political strengths. And I was talking about it on the show the other day. It seems like he's one of the first progressives or, socialist candidates that's not terrified of the media. That's not terrified of the elite
Candidates' inability to appeal to any particular demographic is entirely their problem. I agree, Direful. Bootlickers like Hutch were warned not to apologize for Kamala's losing strategy.
And establishment media. I even talked about this in the context of AOC, someone who
Wait, Miku, are you serious? Wait, Adam was supporting Cuomo because of Chris Cuomo? Because of his friendship with Cuomo's brother? Is that what Adam did? It's just like, oh no, I'm going to support Chris's brother, even though he's fucking corrupt and killed grandma and grandpa during COVID.
And I think that she has a lot of potential going forward, but there's been instance after instance in her career where I immediately saw, oh, she's terrified of the media. She's terrified of being called.
Wait, did he just say, I think Kamala's got a lot of potential going forward? Chat, I'll be real with you. I don't think Kamala has a future, right? I mean, maybe she runs for governor of California. People are still putting out trial balloons about her running for president again. I think that's a horrible idea, right? But I don't know. I feel wait, I'm sorry. Were they talking about AOC? Did I just miss that? Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I would be so surprised to hear Gavin say I think Kamala's got a great future. Well, he was saying, wait, was he saying he thinks AOC is scared of the media?
That's not terrified of the media. That's strengths. And I was talking about it on the show the other day. It seems like he's one of the first progressives or socialist candidates that's not terrified of the media. That's not
okay, we're talking about Zoran.
Terrified of the elite Democratic and establishment media. I even talked about this in the context of AOC, someone who I like, and I think that she has a lot of potential going forward. But there's been instance after instance in her career where I immediately saw, oh, she's terrified of the media. She's terrified of being called.
Don't talk shit, Gavin.
She's
That's
terrified.
Hassan indicated that Adam was afraid of the blowback he would receive from his family and friends if he endorsed Mamdani because he runs in somewhat centrist and right-wing circles. That's weird. I feel like he said a lot of things that would get him in trouble with those circles. I don't know why he would draw the line at Mamdani. She didn't really define her positions, which, as a brown woman letting the Trump team decide what your views are, is a terrible play. Yeah. look, they were calling the shots. They were setting the tempo early on in the campaign, and that was before her team, her political team, was in place, which tells me that, say what you want about Kamala Harris and, her political, flexibility, let's just say, right? But like, it tells me that maybe she's got good instincts, and maybe she should have stuck to those instincts instead of letting the Biden people come in and tell her to run Biden's campaign, which was already losing.
No, I know, but I know what you're talking about. I think that she's developed a lot and has taken on a role as and I think that she is improving specifically that area. But I like that Mamdani is confident to go to these different places and to be on the street. I don't know if you saw Cuomo. He's now announced today. Oh my god,
bro! And he tried to. It was like the Soldier Boy meme. You ripped off my whole flow, bar for bar, word for word. Like, it was crazy. And he tried to replicate the thing that Mamdani does, where he goes out on the street and he gets dabbed up by people, and people are all excited to see him. But you can see that there's a stationary boom guy, and they had to cast a black guy to dab him up on the street to try and recreate the kind of authenticity that Zoran has in spades. And I think that that's what you hit on, Pisco. People are just desperate for conviction from the Democratic Party and
authenticity
from the left-wing party.
I don't know how many times I have to say it. Authenticity. And look, I hate to say that, because I say that to a Democrat and they're like, oh, okay, authenticity. Okay, let's bring out a candidate with more authenticity. Be more authentic. Inauthentic shitlib candidate. Be more, pretend you're authentic. Say a curse word like Ezra Klein. Say fucking a lot. And they always take it wrong. You say be more authentic, and they come back with less authenticity. They're like, oh, be more fake. Cool. We'll be fake authentic. That's what we'll do. All right, fake authentic. Everybody be fake authentic now.
Where it's we don't give a fuck what you have to say. We are going to deliver on this.
We got to know who made the call to send Richie Torres to Michigan. Richie Torres, Bill Clinton, etc., etc. Yes, so many bad calls. And chat, I got to tell you, it's probably those assholes that Pod Save America brought on after the election, right? It's probably at least some of those people, some of that team that they brought on to try to fucking, to try to, give them a chance to sweep for themselves, to push off. These assholes literally want to sacrifice trans people throw trans people under the bus so that their shitty ass, talentless, horrible campaign running asses can continue their shitty, corrupt political careers. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. Oh yeah, blame trans people. Yeah. Do that. Blame immigrants. Yeah. We'll do that. No, it was immigrants and trans people. They tag team to fuck up the Kamala campaign. It certainly wasn't our terrible strategy.
And we're not going to waver or fall into your traps or give into your bullshit. We're just going to say, this is what's going to happen. This is what we stand for, and we're going to deliver on it.
Well, I feel like there's a tension there between
the abundance Mamdani guy. Wait, who is that?
What Pisco said a moment ago, because Pisco, you're talking about just standing on business and just run on these bull.
I would totally date a femme version of Stabby, but then I'd have to worry about her making fun of me on stage. A femme Stabby. I mean, that's powerful.
Programs. I feel like the public opinion is shifting towards packing the court very slowly. I looked at that when I was getting in an argument with the Econoboy a couple weeks ago. There's actually a surprisingly large share of Americans that are open to it at this point. It's approaching 50%. But the problem is that the primary candidates, they run on these bold packages. You should run on in the form of if you elect me, I promise to do this, this, and this, and this. And then,
yeah, exactly, Rave. Quick, remember how to be human.
We've seen it happen just time and time again, where they get elected to office and they're constrained by the Congress that they have to work with. They're very limited in what they can do. And then they try to extract the best thing they can possibly do, but then they get told that they lied about making the promise. So
well, I think that was a big appeal of Donald Trump, honestly. From the perspective of his voters, they felt like this guy's not going to get hung up on what the parliamentarian said and all this fucking crap that Democrats constantly shoot themselves in the foot with, all these fucking excuses that they make up did not actually
we're gonna get into it
what
here.
They were elected to do, right? People are sick of that. So I don't think it's
Femme Stabby walks around the house constantly calling you gay. Yeah.
I don't think the next Democrat should run, have their main.
Wait, are we imagining a Femme Stabby who is gay? Or are we imagining what? Tell me about this Femme Stabby that we're imagining. She gay?
Main issue be like packing the court or whatever.
Like I just assumed automatically.
But I do think that there should be an urgency that's like, yeah, we actually are going to get our agenda passed in the similar way the Republicans have under Donald Trump. We're going to say fuck no to all these rules and like stupid traditions that, again, hinder the actual progress that needs to be made under Democratic administration, specifically when they have a mandate like Obama had, right? So I think it's that urgency. And again, people just feeling like, okay, I'm actually voting for an executive here, a strong executive that's going to take that role seriously and take fucking charge and not let some unelected piece of shit or some senator.
Yeah, I agree, Darful. That's my instinct, at least, that any version of Stavy is attracted to women. Although, I mean, there's no reason you couldn't have a straight version of Stavy. It would still be Stavy, but he would be a woman and he would like guys the way that Stavy likes girls. I think that's how that would work. Wait, actually, I don't even know, chat. I'm assuming Stavy is straight. Am I right about that? He could be bi.
Before you guys get into,
you put a femboy in front of Stavy? I don't know. See what happens.
Because I know this is going to be a whole thing, and I'm here for it. But I just want to wrap up the Supreme Court thing because you said a word there, Gavin, which was urgency, and this is something that I'm really concerned about. I had a conversation with Rhode Island Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. He's in the U.S. Senate representing Rhode Island.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. MF Doomscroll, that Stavros would be bi. I don't know though. I really don't. I can't tell.
After the election, and he's been he's a very progressive critic of the Supreme Court. He thinks there needs to be binding codes of conduct, that the court needs to be expanded. He's really
I mean, he is Greek. That's true.
On exposing the dark money scheme, like Leonard Leo and all of the shit that has gone behind this right-wing project of packing the courts. And I asked him, I said, do you feel that we missed the moment with court reform? Because
shit, chat. Where are we at as far as the butterfly goal? I feel like that maybe flying away as we speak. Holy shit, chat! There's only 6 minutes left. 6 minutes for 6. I mean, it's possible. I don't think we've ever done 6 super chats in 6 minutes, though, chat. I'm not sure. Look, if you think it's possible, go forth. All right, but I'm not sure. Dear God, you put a femboy in front of Stavy, then that femboy ain't going to be walking straight for a while. I mean, possibly.
I mean, the Dobbs decision in 2020.
He says he's straight. Stavy says he's straight.
Too, which revoked a woman's right to choose, between the Trump immunity decision, which polled terribly.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking he's straight, because the way that Cumtown talks about gay sex, they talk about gay sex in a very straight way.
And the various, high-profile corruption stories involving, in particular, Clarence Thomas, but to a lesser extent, Alito. It was the
fact that they stole that seat,
right? But it was all like a perfect storm of back-to-back.
It's 5 minutes
surrounding the court, that their approval rating was like the lowest in decades. And my question to him was like, okay, we didn't campaign on that in 2020. President Biden was really, really, really slow to court reform until like his last year in office. And by then, of course, it was too late. Kamala Harris didn't campaign on it. Do you think we missed the boat? Because we learned from Dobbs that the American people can get fucked.
Stavy seems to be like Will Neff, likes women, but bragged about being able to suck a main dick. I mean, it's like, maybe it's more about the mouthfeel.
Fucking used to anything. Democrats thought that, oh shit, Republicans took away federal abortion protection.
Well, the Republicans have known that forever, man. That's what they do, right? That's the whole idea. Steve Bannon's flood the zone, right?
Yeah.
People can only pay attention to so many things. They're sure shit not paying attention to the Supreme Court. They're sure shit not paying attention to foreign policy. That's what every single president of my lifetime has understood. As long as no boys are coming back in caskets, we can do whatever the fuck we want to, right? And that's the problem, right? That they've only been able to, people have come to expect the worst from Democrats, but they've expected that they're not going to do anything, right? That's what they expect, that they're not going to do.
Well, and I'll say, to your point, Whitehouse conceded in an interview on my show, so he did it publicly. He's like, yeah, we fucked up. We should have made Supreme Court reform a tentpole issue, because to your point, Zach, now the American people are going to get used, or at least there's a good chance they will get used to Clarence Thomas corruption, to lack of abortion protections, to presidential immunity, that if you don't strike while the iron is hot and you don't work to make it even hotter, the circumstances for a perfect political attack don't simply create themselves.
Well, I don't think you make the tent pole stacking the court, because again, nobody really understands how to conceptualize that. What you make the tent pole is, I'm going to make your rent cheaper, I'm going to make groceries cheaper, I'm going to make your healthcare free, I'm going to make your colleges cheaper, I'm going to get rid of your student debt, right? These kinds of things. I'm going to make college free, whatever your policy is. That's the promise that you make to the American people. How you then turn around and
2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Implement it is by stacking the court when you get there. When you say, fuck all of this red tape, I'm not going to let it hold
make
back
it an
the
issue,
American
though.
people.
Like I take your point that you got to frame it and contextualize in kitchen table issues. Like what we talk about here when the Supreme Court comes up is, I feel like you have to tie that into the Supreme Court by saying, if we don't expand,
no, that's
the
too
Supreme
weedsy
Court,
for the American people, in my view.
You
I
think
think
so?
people want to talk about, like,
Yeah.
when you get an issue that's polling well, talk about it, right? What polls really well?
Here's what's annoying me about this conversation. They're treating post-Trump politics as politics as usual, and you can't, right? I like that. Look, I like what Pisco said about, if you leave the abortion restrictions in place, if you leave the presidential immunity in place for too long, that you're not going to be able to come back. People get used to it. It'll become normalized, and you won't have the energy to be able to do something about that. But recognize the United States is blinkered. I'm sorry to use a Sam Cedar curse word like that, right? But that's the only word that I can describe it with. Chat is absolutely blinkered. You need maybe something stronger than reform to get us into a situation that's even reasonable, that's even doable, chat. Like, I mean, I don't know, like thinking of myself as a resident of like Washington State or Oregon State or California or New York. Do I want to still be bound to, to Alabama and to Tennessee and to, right? It's a real question. You really got to ask yourself this question, right? Of what does politics look like post-Trump? And if your answer is anything other than completely radical, right? And I almost feel like what we're talking about, what they're talking about, chat? So the fact that we have 9 Supreme Court justices is not in the Constitution. It's not 30 seconds left of the butterfly goal. Oh well. Bye bye butterfly. But yeah, modern politics has proven you can really sway mass opinion. Yeah, and you can make pretty radical changes fairly quickly if they are in people's interest. But right, so we're talking about expanding the Supreme Court. Yeah, we lost it. It does not have to be 9 justices, and in the past, people have proposed adding additional positions to the Supreme Court, right? Specifically Roosevelt, when the Supreme Court tried to just they fought every single piece of his agenda, right? Until he started talking about that, and then they kind of backed off. But I would say at this point, expanding the Supreme Court is on the conservative side of what should be on the agenda of as far as possibilities, right? I honestly, I'm not sure that's enough. Donald Trump has blinkered this fucking country, and whether you can even get it back into something usable is a real question. Whether certain portions of the country have been radicalized to the point of utter uselessness, where any sort of pact that binds you into the same country as these people, it may as well be a fucking suicide pact, right? I don't know. should look into the current Tucker stuff. He's really scaring me because he's actually has an ideology unlike MAGA. God, he's got a few of them, Davy. The question is which one of his ideologies is real. But when you're saying the Tucker stuff, are you talking about the Tucker? Are you talking about his speech at Turning Point USA? Can't we say the sex worker of Babylon instead? I mean, I don't mind being called a whore. One of the SC judges for each of Supreme Court for each of the 13 districts. Okay, the problem with that, the problem with just adding justices, right, is that puts you in a situation where you've set a precedent now that when the right wing gets back in power, they're going to add, 10 more justices or something like that, right? And I'm not saying this to say you shouldn't reform the Supreme Court. I think you absolutely should. I'm just questioning whether that in and of itself is enough. Chat, you've got to do something to put the political future outside of the possibility of a future fascist government. And that's difficult. I mean, that is unironically what the Trump government is trying to do with Project 2025. They're trying to put us outside of the realm of possibility of, any kind of like welfare state, right? Any kind of social safety net, right? They want to make that shit impossible. I mean, this is why Donald Trump says shit like, vote, just come out and vote this time and you'll never have to vote again. You'll never have to, it'll be all done. Everything will be good. Yeah, he wants to make it so it's impossible to get out of this shit. And you gotta play that game, and you gotta outplay the Republicans. You gotta outplay Steve Bannon. You gotta outplay Tucker Carlson. I mean, I don't know what his ideology is, chat. He may be fucking, he may be done with Trump, but I still don't trust the guy. See a lot of raids on anti-Zionist content, particularly stuff criticizing Contra. Pretending to be left while misgender. I've seen some of that too, yeah. I saw a really weird, like a TERF on Twitter, like misgendering Natalie, showing an old picture of her, and showing some of her old content, which was, to be fair, pretty Islamophobic. But yeah, do it like combining the forces of transphobia with the I don't know, it's weird. There's like some Candace Owens shit, basically.
Well, Medicare for all. What polls really well? Let's address the climate problem. Let's make your rent cheaper. Let's make groceries cheaper, right?
Wait, I just made you imagine Trump's pillow talk? Oh no. Well, if it makes you feel any better, D-boy, according to Milo Yiannopoulos, Trump no longer has sex like that, right? He doesn't do PIV apparently anymore. He's
those things poll really well. I say talk about that all goddamn day. That guy wants to make your groceries more expensive.
Yeah, a lot less mammals in Congress too. That's right, Donald.
That guy wants to give tax cuts to rich people. Do you want to give tax cuts to rich people? Fuck no, right? That guy wants to give money to landlords. Landlords already have all your money.
Oh, I hear you. I think where we disagree is I don't think we will ever see Supreme Court reform until Democratic politicians feel that there is a public appetite for it. So you think you have to tie it in together?
I mean, I
don't think we should shy away from talking about it. I think it was totally cowardly when Kamala Harris was asked about it on the debate stage and wouldn't actually give a fucking answer.
Agreed.
That was when she was VP under Biden. I thought she should have said yes. I don't necessarily think it should be the number one issue.
No, I'm sorry. When I say tentpole, if that implies like literally number one, I just think it should be a major campaign issue because to your point,
I think it should be something that we're addressing. Yeah, for sure. And that we're not afraid to talk about, and we shouldn't cower to the media.
100%, because if you don't change the court, then all the things that you guys are talking about that we often talk about can't be done, right? Because we talked about
weird. Yeah, it's crazy that the right wingers trying to conflate the left with transphobia, sexism, racism, and such when their explicit goals of leftists is to remove all unnatural hierarchy. Yeah, it's And also, like, I mean, this is like, look, the content that's winning right now on the bonus content. Again, we're still 10 points away, and you look, 90 is not 100. So, you know, if it doesn't get to 100, I'll be out of here, and we'll never get to see that or I don't know. We'll have to wait until next time I stream to possibly get the content of Ethan calling Hassan, to find out why Ethan called Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe. But that's exactly what he's trying to do. That's exactly what he's trying to shed, you know, some doubt that maybe Hassan is anti-ContraPoints because he's transphobic, and that maybe he's pro-Palestine because he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's unironically what Ethan is trying to do right now. We're still 10 points away from that, so we'll see if we lost the butterfly goal, but it's still possible to get some bonus content. We got a little, I mean, like, look, we got some time left, right? You know, this is, we just started the debate part of the debate. So I feel like we're getting into, look, I'll let it run a little bit, because I feel like I keep on responding to chat and not to the video. So I'm going to try to lock in a little bit.
What was the one example? There was an example that comes up here a lot that we say, you know, if it managed to pass both chambers of Congress and get signed into law by a Democratic president, a conservative Supreme Court can strike it down. Then
Medicare
what?
for all.
Medicare for all would be an example. So let's say you
Well,
tweak
also,
that.
I also think that if you look at history, and if you specifically look at FDR, you'll learn that you don't even actually have to do anything to the Supreme Court. You can literally just threaten them and say that we're going to expand the Supreme Court. Or
yes, Gavin, but that means so can the right wing. The right wing can do this too, unfortunately.
We're going to put.
I totally get what Gavin's saying, and this is I believe that this is true about FDR, right? I believe that FDR is just bringing that up as a possibility may have kept the Supreme Court, which, look, if the Supreme Court is going to uphold, you know, some kind of rule of law, you know, I mean, that's great, but right now that's not what we have. We have a ideologically captured Supreme Court, and it's captured by the Federalist Society, and to some degree, here's how it goes, chat. The actual members of the Supreme Court are mostly Federalist Society members at this point, right? And the pressure on them that they're feeling is not coming from the left, it's coming from the right, right? The pressure that the Supreme Court is feeling is coming from Donald Trump, that maybe they are not in the tank for him enough, right? It's wild, right? They gave him immunity, but he's mad at the Federalist Society. It's wild.
Term limits on you, fuck.
But I mean, that shows you that, yeah, you can. Politics does affect the Supreme Court. It's undeniable.
The Supreme Court, they pretend to be like this holy fucking super sanctimonious.
A bit disappointed in Silly and Billy for not being adversarial. Yeah, I mean, they're in a weird situation here where Josiah, pondering politics, has been nothing but nice to them. I think Pisco sounds like he is a Vanguard viewer to some extent. You know, this is probably pissing off Hutch, because this is his podcast. This is like Hutch's liberal podcast here. And you're going to see some of these guys kind of agreeing more with the Vanguard. But yeah, if they're pulling any punches, it's most likely for Josiah, right? Josiah is like a friend of theirs. So yeah, like I said, sometimes friendships can make, you know, doing the right thing rhetorically more difficult.
Body, we're above everyone, but they're actually just as susceptible as public pressure as pretty much any other politician. And one thing that they really want to see preserved is their power. They want those fucking 9 assholes to fucking have all the power that they do, and as soon as there's even a threat that, oh, actually you're gonna have half as much power as you currently have because we're expanding this bitch, we're gonna double its size, they're gonna freak out, and they're a lot more likely to I don't want to say fall in line, because obviously I support democracy and I don't just want a king that forces the fucking Supreme Court to vote the way he wants. But I do think that part of being a strong executive, like
oh my God, Chad, I have to pee again. I hate this because we're just now getting into it. We're just now getting into the actual good part. Look, I'm gonna listen to the debate while I pee, but it's kind of unavoidable. Oh my God, it's somewhat unavoidable at this point. given how much liquid refreshment I have consumed. All right, I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna leave Waluigi in charge of the stream. Josiah, please don't sue me, or if you do sue anyone, just remember I'm Chud Logic, okay? So sue Chud Logic, not me. Boom, there's Waluigi. All right, I'll be right back.
Was understanding that and using it to his advantage. Again, he threatened to expand the Supreme Court without actually doing it, and the Supreme Court went ahead and passed the New Deal.
Well, we could talk about that all day. We could talk. Does anyone, Conboy, do you have anything to add about the Supreme Court thing before we go back to the parliament?
Yeah. I was just going to say that I kind of disagree with that in part because I think that there's a lot of people on the court that literally have the mindset of a king and a dictator, that like people like Samuel Alito are just like, fuck what everyone else thinks. I don't give a shit about any of the consequences of anything that I do because I'm literally unaccountable. There's no reason to care about anything that I do or anything anyone else does. Like
he told the Wall Street Journal that he doesn't think Congress has the power to regulate the courts. Those are his exact words.
And so I think that, you know, to I guess your point, like I think that Congress and the president needs to like literally put the Supreme Court in its place. And like part of that is like, okay, Mr. Alito, like I guess have fun dealing with like 4 other justices that are, you know, on the left of the ideological spectrum or whatever.
That's what I'm
saying. And I think that one thing that, well, I think you were saying like the threat itself would accomplish it, but it's like I don't think that's true with this court.
Or of term limits, because if you say you're about to be termed out, then who really gives a fuck? I mean, the president has a lot of power over these people.
You'd have to do term limits that aren't grandfathered in, which I think that I don't know. Honestly, you might be more likely to be able to just pack the court because it's basically the same thing at that point. But I would just say
don't
that
oppose the packing of the court, for the record.
Well, yeah. I was going to say the political argument to Hutch's point. I think that one of the reasons why you'd at least make it part of your platform, or at the very least you'd be able to explicitly answer like, yes, I believe in packing the court.
And I don't disagree with that. I misinterpreted what Josiah was saying by tentpole issue. Like I wouldn't say it's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you're asked a direct question, I think to Pisco's point about Mamdani is that you answer that question and you say what you believe.
Well, I think that the advantage to you know, saying that and like being willing to have that conversation is that it really puts the conversation front and center on what packing the court like actually looks like and what it actually means. I have always found that the Democrats made a strategic mistake by saying, no, people are just so scared at the prospect of packing the court. And it's like, I just really don't think that they are. I think that if you bring up that conversation on the mainstream media platforms and stuff like that, it forces Republicans to actually defend every single unpopular decision that the Supreme Court has made. And it also forces them to defend the very anti-democratic nature of the Supreme Court, which frankly, I would find that most American people probably don't principally just like love the idea of 9 philosopher kings, but rather like the idea of like, hey, a lot of these, like you guys said, popular policies that are going to get struck down perpetually because we have not like constitutionalists, not originalists, but right-wingers on the Supreme Court. That's who we have on the Supreme Court. That's why all these policies are getting shot down. That's why Trump was made a god king. You know, that's why you don't have abortion rights. You know, I think that all of those things, it's like, hey, you know, JD Vance nominee, defend the idea of not packing the court. Defend the idea of these women dying in these states because they don't have, you know, rights to an abortion because of the right-wing Supreme Court. Defend the idea that we don't have a functioning healthcare system for the same reason. Defend the idea that you and the future presidents are not held accountable. Like, completely ridiculous.
And you could even sandwich it. You could, to your point, Conable, you could say, you know, women are dying in Georgia of ectopic pregnancies because of the Dobbs decision, which, you know, revoked abortion protections, which fucked the entire reproductive health care up. And if we were, by the grace of God, able to pass by federal statute abortion protections, this fucking court could strike it down. So they are the cause of the problem, and they will prevent a solution.
I was going to say the last thing to Hutch's point about hiding your power level, to I guess Hutch and Pisco's point, the point and then the response was that I don't like the idea that you don't run on packing the Supreme Court and then you get in office and what are a bunch of moderate Democrats going to say? You didn't even run on this. People don't want this. And it's like you've given them every reason to think that, or at the very least to say that they think that, because you didn't actually run on it. Like, what's their evidence? But if you run on saying, look, there is a principled case for packing the court, you know, like Pisco said, because they stole the seats. I don't even care as much about that. Just like, look, the consequences of the Supreme Court are disastrous. Those are the reasons why we need to pack the court. It's like, hey, I just won a fucking election on that platform, And then ideally, hopefully, you would at least, you'd make the moderates have to try a little bit harder to come up with arguments against actually doing it. So
here's what I think a real successful president has to do in the face of all of that. Because I agree, if somebody says, hey, are you going to stack the courts? You say, yes, my mission is to deliver cheaper rent, cheaper groceries, higher standard of living. I want young people to have homes. I'm not going to allow the Supreme Court to stand in my way of the promise I've made to the American people. I'm going to deliver on it by any means necessary. I'm going to return the bounty of this country back to the working people as it was designed, as the founding fathers intended. I think you always in turn return it back to the founding fathers. You talk about the Constitution. They say, hey, we started this country so we don't have any kings. Let's make
I gotta say, I'm a little surprised at how little disagreement there has been so far. I mean, I know we're gonna get into it. It's gonna get heated any second here. Hutch's recent video made me so mad. Not even a Vosh fan. The way that he accused Vosh of strawmanning when that's what he was doing was so maddening. Yeah. So if I'm remembering correctly, I didn't see the video, but I think Destiny did this too, right? Where he puts Hassan and Vosh on the thumbnail, and then the Destiny's thumbnail had like him, Destiny in between them and Contra, like he's protecting Contra. And then Hutch's thumbnail. I'm trying to remember. Let's take a look at that, actually.
Make sure we don't go back to having any kings. Here's how we can reform. I think people are so ready for change. I think people have a new expectation for what's possible. The Donald Trump campaign on anything that he's doing, to us, yes. To his voters, no. So their whole ideas are just broken open like, oh my God, the president's just doing whatever he can. When you run in 2028, if you're going to be a successful president, you have to say, I am going to do whatever I can. I'm not going to let anybody stand in the way of my mission. Which will lead to our conversation with Hutch. I know you've been waiting to speak. Do you want to give your take on the Senate parliamentarian?
I mean, a couple things. There's like we can talk about the parliamentarian, but like as far as Kamala goes, I think it's perfectly understandable why she chose to answer the question the way she did on the debate stage. It really depends. If she had a whole year to craft the campaign and get into more details about it and actually try to like shift public opinion, that's one thing. Biden put her in.
No, that's wild. Look at this thumbnail. Wait. Yeah, it shows up. Okay. So yeah, it's only difference is he's not performatively protecting Milady ContraPoints from the evil knaves Hassan and Vosh, but yeah, very similar thumbnail to Destiny's.
In a really difficult position. I mean, I blame him for that lost 95%.
Dude, he should have dropped out for sure. He should have let them have a free and fair primary. I advocated for that every single day.
I agree that he should have dropped out, but what I'm trying to say is that the packing the court is quite frankly in this moment it's a low salience issue where there's no real political appetite to do that right now, and the voters don't have a majority approval opinion on that. So for her to duck that question is perfectly reasonable.
But she doesn't understand that she has to then promise them something, right? Here's the problem with Kamala. She couldn't even go on Subway Takes, man. She couldn't even get a 10-minute pre-cut interview because she said bacon's a seasoning. And the guy was like, I can't have it on my conscience if I make you go viral for looking so horrible.
Well, you gotta let me
know what I mean? So she didn't do herself any favors.
I agree with your critique that she was not good in like a long form setting.
That was a 10-minute interview. That's not long form.
She was not as good as in interviews as other candidates. I'm just going to grant you that. Like I completely agree with you. What I'm saying is like it's interesting that you guys brought up FDR and you said, well, FDR didn't even have to actually like do much besides threaten the Supreme Court, and they took action on their own to do that. What you didn't mention in that situation is that FDR had absurd majorities that the modern American mind cannot even comprehend, and even with those.
But Hutch, how did FDR get those absurd like ratios, right? How did that happen? The answer is the unprecedented unpopularity of nocommentchick who only has 62 likes on this stream. What the fuck, chat? 83 viewers, 62 likes. Oh my god, I guess I'm the one that's unpopular. No, the unprecedented unpopularity of Herbert Hoover, right? Herbert Hoover, so his response to the Depression was austerity. And it got to the point where, for all practical purposes, the Great Depression was regarded as Herbert Hoover's policy. That's what you've got to do to get that level of, political capital. It is attainable, right? In fact, I would hope that more than that is attainable, because chat, if we've learned anything from the Roosevelt administration, the changes that went on then, and the, consensus that emerged afterwards, right? It's that it's insufficient. Roosevelt ultimately, all of his reforms are either have either been recuperated or are on their way to recuperation, right? So whatever is going to deal with the problem of capitalism, right, as it impacts our material conditions, has got to be some stronger medicine than what Roosevelt was proposing.
Those majorities, he couldn't get the Congress to back the court. So
oh my god, thank you, D-Boy.
I think you guys engage in what Ezra Klein calls the Green Lantern theory.
Oh my fucking god, please make him pay for invoking Ezra Klein.
Of politics.
Ezra Klein, my favorite. Stroking liberal. This is why you have to be poor.
Let me finish the thought. So let
me finish my stupid thought first.
Concept is basically the idea that the president can basically do whatever they want through sheer force of will, as long as they want it hard enough, as long as they work hard enough. They can just do anything. It infantilizes the role of Congress. It ignores.
Can somebody please explain to me how Ezra Klein got this from the Green Lantern? Like, I don't know. What is the Green Lantern? Is it just Batman with a bow and arrow? Is that what do I understand Green Lantern? I literally, like, I don't know. It just seems like a ridiculous superhero, but I gotta admit, I don't know anything about the Green Lantern. I haven't watched anything of the, maybe it's good. I literally just don't know. Why is Discount Anthony Fantano dissing Roosevelt? Hey, D-Boy, I'll have you know that's Discount Alec Gunter. That's our Discount New Male Soy Bugman. That's dissing Roosevelt. Well, I don't know. Is he dissing Roosevelt? Quoting Ezra Klein is a cancelable offense, correct? Wait, Green Arrow? That's Green Arrow? Wait, but how does this connect to Green Arrow? The am I Green Lantern is different. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Green Lantern, not Green Arrow. I literally don't know, chat. Okay, Green Arrow and Green Lantern, I'm hearing from chat, are not the same. Green Lantern makes giant green holographic objects using his magical ring. So he's an illusionist? That's what they're saying, that the Vanguard, or anybody asking for like FDR like solutions is that they're basically wish casting? Is that what he's trying to say? He's green, he's a lantern, he's a stalwart supporter of the Brat Summer.
The fact that Congress is a functional check on the executive branch. And
my guy, have you been taking a look around? Look at what Donald Trump has been doing.
What you're doing is now
standing as a check in his power.
It's now the reverse Green Lantern theory. Where
oh no!
Not only
so a reverse Green Arrow would be reverse Robin Hood, but this is reverse Green Lantern. Where how does that even work?
Say that this politician on your side should have been able to just do whatever they want to do. Now you're taking the view that Donald Trump has been able to do whatever he wanted to do. This is simply not the case. He has been checked so many times already throughout this current administration.
But has he been checked effectively? This is the thing, is that ultimately what we're finding is that a lot of these checks don't matter at the end of the day, right? Just ask Stephen Miller, right? His philosophy is if we can't get to our goal, right, the goals of Project 25 one way, we will get there another way, right? If this legal route does not work, we will try another one until we get what we want. And yeah, we'll low key threaten to make the Supreme Court moot, right? By threatening not to abide by their orders, which there's no check on that. In fact, I believe part of the big beautiful bill was to defund the little bit of power that judges have to hold a like a cabinet official or an administration official in contempt, right? That was the one power that maybe the Supreme Court sort of had. At the end of the day, chat, they don't have the Supreme Court does not have the power to, if the administration decides to defy them, the Supreme Court at the end of the day does not have the power to compel them to, act in accordance with their judgment, right? That's the sad truth of it. And as we're talking about all this, like, oh yeah, no, we'll get back in power and we will, stack the court as if the next Republican couldn't do the same thing. Like, chat, you gotta somehow put yourself beyond the horizon of the Republicans being reverse Hitachi. Wait, when you say Hitachi, I immediately think of a wand, a magical, beautiful, mystical wand that has great powers. I feel like I would take the Hitachi wand over the Green Lantern's ring any day.
And during his first administration, he was checked constantly by the courts and the Congress. So like he was not able to get everything done in this way that you're trying to apply some standard to Democrats, and you're saying that Donald Trump was just able to just ram through anything, and it's not true. It's just simply not.
Hutch, if you think the sinner's holding, I got some property to sell you in Florida. All right, it's right next to Alligator Alcatraz, and don't worry, you're heading there, Hutch. You're gonna get an all expense paid ticket for a Florida vacation, right? If you sucker, you absolute rube, you feckless, useless moron. God damn it, Hutch. I don't mean to be this mean to you. I certainly don't mean to get ableist against you, but god damn it, dude.
I think you're oversimplifying it a little bit. I think what we're talking about is the attitude. And what Trump has is an attitude where he's like, yeah, I'm not going to let you fucking stand in my way. I'm not going to let you fucking humiliate me. Not that everything he's ever gotten done has gotten done, and not that Democrats can never get anything done. But when it comes to this attitude...
Wait, the ring can literally create a perfect wand, but wouldn't it be an illusion? Would it be a real wand? Would my orgasm be real? I mean, sorry, like a potential orgasm that I don't know why I would have an orgasm, but if I were to, would that be a real orgasm that we're talking about, or would that be like a illusory?
Dude, there's a reason why people voted for Trump, because they wanted a wrecking ball. They knew he wouldn't, give a shit about all of these norms that people aren't even familiar with, a position like the parliamentarian that no one's even fucking aware of. And I just want, think about the passing of this big, beautiful bill or whatever. Think about how quick and swift and brutal it just happened, right? Within the first fucking 6 months. Now compare that to the passing of...
LBJ used to be able to do shit like that. Now also LBJ like murdered, millions of people in Vietnam too. So I'm not trying to suck the ghost of his dick either, but
Joe Biden's Build Back Better legislation, right?
It took forever. Why wouldn't we compare it to the ARP, which was passed in less than 2 months, and it was the largest domestic stimulus spending program in modern history?
Yeah, I'm curious, just to kind of like tease the conversation here, because not to go full centrist, but I see some points from both sides. So Zach and Gavin, what I will say is Biden was more legislatively successful than Donald Trump has been, even in term two. He was a more competent executive in that respect. He was able to negotiate with the Republicans.
It's a weird thing to say. It's a weird comparison to draw. Biden was more legislatively successful. Look, in terms of being able to pass more bills, sure, right? But who had the greater effect? I feel like that one's not even close, right? And look, I'm somebody who recognizes some positive achievements of the Biden administration. Like, that's not lost on me, all right? But overall, the overall effect on the country, I would have to say that Trump's legislation has had more of an effect. And unfortunately, it's a very negative one.
and get bipartisan
Negotiate,
wins.
you mean? Yeah, we have different.
Well, no, I take your point, but what I mean in terms of racking up legislative wins, Biden's first 6 months were better than Trump's first 6 months because, you know, the American Rescue Plan, he was able to get done in a relatively short amount of time compared to what Trump just did with the one big.
Are you bragging about a rescue plan? Like in other words, you know, it's the sequel to the CARE Act, right? That wasn't that less? Wasn't Biden's stimulus literally like less than what Trump gave? There's a few things that Josiah is just glossing over completely that are driving me nuts. Only been a few months so far, so yeah, exactly. It's a bit strange to make the claim at this point. Even if Trump doesn't look, I mean, there is some argument to make that Trump has spent his political capital at this point and will not be looking forward to any very few future legislative wins, right? That's entirely possible. But even if you say that all Trump gets done is this big, beautiful bill, yeah, minus 600, exactly. We all should have minus 600 over our heads because Biden owes us all $600. Yeah. Like, you can't brag about something that's fucking weak sauce compared to Trump's policy. What are you doing, Josiah?
Beautiful bill. So I do think Hutch has a point there that you shouldn't insinuate that Trump has been more competent at getting legislative wins. He's not even equal. But Hutch, I actually want to push back on you too, which is
let's get into
But my point wasn't necessarily also dependent on the fact that he's been more legislatively successful. My point is that Congress hasn't been standing in as a check on the fact, like, look at a Mahmoud Khalil situation. Look at the fact that people have been black bagged on the street. Like, where's the check on these ICE agents, right? Like, there was
those are problems.
Well, and that's
that's
what I want to push back on Hutch for. So Hutch, again, I agree with you. Biden's first 6 months more legislatively successful than Trump's, but hasn't Trump surprised you? I know he surprised me. I know he surprised a lot of people on Twitter when we're like, oh, fuck, they're not going to be able to get Mike Johnson confirmed as speaker. They're not going to be able to get this continuing resolution passed. They're not going to be able to get the one big, beautiful bill done.
You believe that, Josiah? You really believe that?
And they have knocked...
The Epstein stuff really hurt him, but it's a little too late. Yeah, and it makes me really nervous, chat, because part of me is suspecting a overall strategy of the tech bros, and this strategy would go like this. You use Trump to pass horrible, unpopular legislation, like we just did. And then Trump has a little accident. A little something goes wrong, and he loses his coalition. He loses his coalition to the point, chat, that there are sufficient votes in the House and Senate to impeach the guy. And when Trump recognizes that his legacy can either end in impeachment or passing the torch to J.D. Vance, who I think the tech bros, that's the real candidate that the tech bros wants, he chooses pass. Now, I don't know. If you're going to make the argument to me that it doesn't seem very Trump-like to be like, yeah, you got me. I'm outplayed. Okay, Peter Thiel, I'll give the reins to your puppet. That's a possibility. Could Trump go kicking and streaming? Yeah. But if they've got enough votes to impeach him, then, you know, like, he's played his role. He's got his fingerprints all over the big, beautiful bill that's going to cause so much trouble. Now you can get JD Vance in there and you can get him to say, hey, you know, I wasn't in favor of cutting Medicaid. I wasn't in favor of the, you know, right. You know, you can just bullshit and be like, but I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. Oh, well, already passed, right? I mean, this is some sick shit. This is some sick game that they're running here. I thought the guy on the bottom right was Picasso. Oh, I see. My literacy skills are deteriorating with a rapid clip. Yeah, close. It's a Pisco. Oh my God, I burped.
After another, they have defied expectations. When it looked like Trump was down for the count, he squeaked a win.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, Infallible Foul. Like, the tech bros probably would prefer Vance. In fact, I'm not convinced that it hasn't been their plan all along for Trump to either have a health issue, to die in office, or to get himself into political hot water and to, you know, be forced to resign, right? It does seem like, I mean, that's the reason JD Vance is there. Trump has been so awful, but yeah. Well, the thing with Vance is he's, competent in a way that Trump never was, right? Like Trump got stuff through by brute force, and now Vance can go and kind of, finesse. And think about how much of the liberal class, how much of the chattering class, how much of the news media will be so happy to have Trump out of there that they will be glazing the fuck out of JD Vance. I'm almost wish casting that he's going to be the JD Vance that wrote the Hillbilly Elegy instead of the JD Vance that ran as Trump's sideman.
No,
Who said he was down for that?
That's not true. Wait, just that is so not true. Trump has, and this I think goes to Zach's point. He has a force of personality and is able to influence his members of Congress to do shit that that is against their interest, against their constituents' interest. You look, for example, I know you guys talk about Josh Hawley because I think I saw a video of you guys talking about Josh Hawley. Like, Josh Hawley puts a stake in the ground and says, no, on Medicaid, I'm not going to budge, and this is really important. This is really important, and he budges. And so, if you actually, Josiah, and I have to question you, you actually thought they weren't going to be able to get Mike Johnson as speaker? You actually thought they weren't going to be able to pass a continuing resolution? That shit was baked in when they won the election, man, because Trump actually has that force of will.
They got it done the first time. They got it done. They got Mike Johnson confirmed on the first fucking vote.
That's one way to spin it. That how long did that take? That took like how many votes to get that done?
Wait a minute.
I think we all had
Hillbilly Elegy is terrible though. Yeah, but the fucking feckless shitlibs loved it. They absolutely loved it, and they looked down on those people. The people occupying the holler, as it were, every bit as much as JD Vance does. Remember, JD Vance wasn't even from the holler. He's not a hillbilly, right? He's he's a rich kid that had a little bit of exposure into the Appalachians, right? And took that and really shit on people in a big way.
No, because I think we all had
the Automod blocks hillbilly. That's hilarious. Not allowed to say hillbilly according to the Automod.
Maybe there was one. Maybe it was Pisco. I can't remember. I think we all had doubts that he'd be able to get his full cabinet confirmed. I think that. Well,
you guys are fucking pathetic. You really thought that was going to be a problem? It should have been a problem. The Democrats should have been more of an impediment, but they weren't. They calculated we can oppose like 3 candidates, and even the ones that they opposed, they didn't really they didn't manage to block. TYT and the likes expect Josh Hawley to hold up anything that Trump wants to get past Congress is beyond stupid and or naive at this point, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh my God. JD Vance is like the white girls who post with starving African kids in their profile picture.
I said everyone's gonna
like I said, maybe it was you who.
Maybe it was.
I'm
gonna go back and find out.
By the way, I thought there was going to be a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
I thought that somebody that was totally crazy. I'm not. I'll be real about that.
I'm actually going to go back.
There was a sacrificial lamb. It was Matt Gaetz. Come on.
Can check Pisco because you came in way too fucking hot.
No, check it.
Don't worry. We'll check the tape.
No, I will.
We'll check the fucking tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah, Trump is going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first fucking vote. He's going to get all of his fucking cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill
I think
passed."
Pisco did, bro. I really do.
Absolutely
don't fucking believe. That's okay. 100%. All right.
No,
yeah.
Cool.
I mean, but
also,
I think that
I honestly think that Trump having like the Democrats, the problem with the big beautiful bill is like there was too many people that just wanted it to happen, right? Anybody who's in the tank for the ultra wealthy, wants it to happen. And I think that the Democrats too, like the Democrats so want to run against the big beautiful bill that you could they could have made things harder for the Republicans if they all we needed was a little bit more pressure, right? Make it hard on like literally 1, 2, 3 Senate Republicans, or I don't know, like 3 to 5 House Republicans, and you block the big beautiful bill, right? It doesn't seem like that should be that hard. It really doesn't seem like that should be that hard. And I just didn't see the Democrats doing what would be necessary, because I believe in my heart of hearts that the Democratic leadership wanted that bill to pass, right? Because that gives them the ability to run against Trump, against the bill, and not run for a $15 minimum wage, not run for Medicare, Medicare for all, not run for, something that, like, they love it when they don't have to, when they can just oppose an obviously evil thing, right? And so, yeah, I think they embraced this bill, right? And in some ways, chat, part of it is a hatred of their own base, right? The fact that their base didn't come out in numbers enough to get Kamala Harris elected, that part of this is punishing, because they don't give a fuck. None of this legislation, they're not getting their health care cut. They're not getting food taken out of their children's mouth, right? They're not suffering the way that the rest of us are. And so they let this shit pass. Those fucking scumbags need to be replaced every bit as much as the Republicans.
So I think to Josiah's point, though, there was, I think, a general expectation that there would probably be more reins on Trump than or there'd be less reins on Trump than there had proven to been, I suppose, right? That, he would probably have a little bit more problems getting various things done. And he's also, I think,
you fucking believe that, Econo Boy? You believe that?
Yeah.
You
I think also,
you fucking idiot. Are you
I think
sure?
There's also been,
Are you sure?
There's also been a lot of things that Trump has done that I think probably did generally surprise people, like even political commentators. Like, for instance, when it comes to things like just like completely shutting down entire government agencies, right?
Like the fucking Department of Education,
USAID, Department of Education, right? And I think as well, like, I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that came out, I think it might have been just today actually, that said essentially, you can substantially cut these agencies or withhold funds. And who gives a fuck about Congress, essentially, originalist Supreme Court, quote unquote. Like, I think that that's a pretty surprising thing from most people's perspectives. And, people have to adjust their priors, but, there's something to be said, I think, about Trump's, over performance, I guess, relative to his first term in a number of ways.
But it's a misrepresentation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that, people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative that, like, the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his entire
I'll go you one more, Hutch. I think that FDR threw scraps at us. I think that we have not seen a president or really even, like, strong presidential candidate who's actually going to act for the benefit of the working class. I don't think we've seen that yet. Obviously, FDR is preferable to Clinton and the rest of these neolibs, but ultimately his changes proved to be non-durable, were recuperated by the time of Ronald Reagan. Like, I think that we've been getting a lot of crumbs thrown at us for as long as any of us have been alive. And I think we need to stop accepting so little. It's not a narrative, Hutch. It's a tendency, because the Democrats are institutionalists. And that's fine if you've got an institution that's working for you. Hutch, what makes you think that this institution is working for us? And by us, I mean the working class, right? Assuming your parents aren't, like, billionaires or something, right? This is like, what makes you think?
Presidency. That's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate.
Yeah, and how? Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of criticisms about if you actually look at you got to gloss over a lot to say that any Democrats acted for the entire working class and not, like, with the New Deal, which was for the white working class.
Interrogate that a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
you guys blamed the Senate parliaminarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage.
No,
I don't
I
understand
blame
how you
Joe
reached
Biden
that
for
conclusion.
failing on one of its primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been.
So here's the funny thing, right? As congenial as this conversation has been, as much as, you know, the Vanguard and Josiah or you know, buddy, and I feel like, you know, there's some affinity between Pisco and the Vanguard as well, and, you know, even a Econo boy, you know, right? Hutch is bitter. Hutch is like downplaying like his hatred of these guys. And it's only just starting to come out. We'll see how far he lets it go.
Since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that have accomplished?
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that he deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Cinema or Manchin.
I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco.
Part of what they're able to justify a no vote on is the, you know, the inability to get past the Senate parliamentarian. What you do is you eliminate the hurdles, and then, you know, like some of this like pushback that you're getting is predicated or is justified by, well, the parliamentarian won't let that through anyway. Why am I going to vote for that? Right? You get rid of the problem with the parliamentarian, and then you say, Joe, it's you. Kirsten, it's you, right? You got to pare down the revolving cast of villains, right? Which the Democrats throw out at you to keep themselves from passing legislation that they're supposed to pass. Being on your side, they're supposed to pass that legislation. And they're all like, oh, I would have done it, but Joe Lieberman, he twisted my arm. He twisted my arm. It's the funniest thing. You know, we're going to get that, oh my God, what the fuck was it even called? The public option. We're going to get the public option, but Joe Lieberman, he's just too tough. And, you know, I just couldn't do it. Right? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Point, he expected every single one of those.
And the only way to cut through that bullshit is to take out one obstacle at a time.
People to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican
not
Party.
Everybody
He will
did.
ruin you.
But not everybody
He'll make sure
did.
that you never work again. I think that
no.
Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy right here is standing in the way of you getting a minimum wage. Call it the minimum wage rally. Have 100,000 people show up. Have Bernie Sanders
threaten his legacy is how you get that done. Make sure that people recognize Joe Manchin as the face of their unlivable lives, of their unaffordable lives, right? You know why you got that? You know why you can't get paid what you're worth? Because of Joe Manchin, right? That's how you do it. Threaten the guy's, you know, about to retire, right? You're right that, you know, when he's, you know, maybe considering not running the next term, you might have less leverage than you do, and you know, in a place like West Virginia where a primary from a further left candidate may be impossible. You know, you have less leverage, but you do have some leverage. Like I again call forth the example of LBJ, right? Who definitely knew how to, you know, twist some arms, and you know, granted, Chad, I'm talking about a fucking murderer of millions of people in Southeast Asia. You know, like I'm not overlooking the downsides of LBJ, right? But you know, he essentially showed that it can be done. It can be done if you want to. If you're not using Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin as an excuse, and that's the whole thing, is we don't know, right? As long as they keep this revolving cast of villains going, we don't know who's really the obstacle to getting the legislation passed that we want.
speak at it. Have every single person have Kamala Harris speak. Bring out Barack Obama if you can. Have Michelle Obama speak there.
Sorry, what
Get
state
AOC
did he
on the
serve
stage.
again?
This is how we're going to raise the.
It wasn't a district, it was a state. What state did he serve again?
West Virginia.
And then how did they vote in the last election? Do you know?
Yeah, do you think that they would all vote for a $15 minimum wage? They would. We voted for a $15 minimum wage. in my
So,
state.
is there a reason maybe that working class people in West Virginia vote against their interest? Is it possibly because the Democratic candidates that they have as options are not strong advocates for those interests? Or do you think it's just that they're a bunch of fucking toothless, you know, like retrogrades, right? Are you gonna write off that section of the country?
Missouri, and guess what? We also voted for Donald Trump, unfortunately. People are heterodox. Same thing happened in Florida, which is the Republican stronghold.
It's a Trump plus 40 state. Whatever leverage you think Joe Biden had in West Virginia, you are deluding yourself. Like, I just want to ask you,
that's because people don't show up to vote in West Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility in West Virginia.
Can you simply accept that sometimes presidents are going to be constrained by the Congress, that it's not just as simple as them wielding the bully pulpit? Are you willing to concede that sometimes presidents don't get the things that they want?
How would we know? He didn't do that.
I'm willing to concede, Hutch, that if you're right, we're fucking cooked, right? And we should give up with the project called the United States of America right now. If you're right, then go ahead and support secession in your state, because that's the only option. If you're right, I sure as fuck hope that Hutch is wrong, and I think it's worth exploring that possibility, right? Because it's something we don't know until we get that revolving cast of villains down to one and say, this is the asshole standing between you and a livable wage. This is the asshole standing between you and affordable rent. This is the asshole that's standing between your family and the medical care they need and deserve. Until you say that, you don't know what kind of leverage you might have on Joe Manchin. Remember, it's more than just him getting elected. And when you get to the, towards the end of a guy's career like Joe Manchin, we're talking about his legacy, and that is something that you could threaten. And I think, Chad, although I wasn't around at the time, I suspect that this is the type of thing that LBJ understood that allowed him to twist arms to get fucking Dixiecrats to support things like voting rights, to support things like civil rights, to support things that they were very much against, Chad. He got that shit done. He got that shit passed against people that promised that they would never vote for that shit.
He did not do that. He did not make a single effort. He stayed in his basement and he said, "Oh."
He negotiated bills that he could get passed, and he didn't waste time fighting for something like firing the Senate parliamentarian that wouldn't have changed the outcome.
Bills to give a right-wing, watered-down infrastructure bill so he could claim victory after he rolled over completely. That's what happened.
I also think, as I was talking about earlier in the show, Joe Biden of 10 years ago absolutely would not have taken that bullshit from fucking Joe Manchin. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely,
do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician?
For the record,
do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if Joe Biden had actually been in, if he had actually been in office when he, are you going to let me finish the fucking point?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe Biden was from his previous,
I can't tell if it's just the thing that Discord does where it makes it hard to figure out like who started talking first, or if Hutch is like really just this annoying. Like it's just like I can't tell if he's trying to be this annoying or if it's just because there is a delay on Discord. And it makes it so that sometimes you feel like you're getting interrupted, where the person on the other end, like it sounded like you interrupted them, right? It's a delay. It's like a, some number of millisecond delay.
Previous era, he would not have allowed his signature piece of legislation to be embarrassed in the way that it was by the likes of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. He didn't even threaten to facilitate a primary against them. As soon as Thomas Massie starts talking shit on Donald Trump, Trump's tweeting about how they've already recruiting candidates to run against him. And with Joe Manchin, it's like, there may be some disagreements with this fine and honorable member of the caucus from West Virginia, and let's go talk about it privately like gentlemen. No, Zach is 100% right. You're the president of the United States. You go to his fucking home state. You embarrass the shit out of him, even though Biden's not very popular in West Virginia. You at least try. And Bernie Sanders is. You can bring out people that are popular. Kentucky has a Democratic governor. It's not impossible to reach these people. They're not just like 100% Democrats suck. I hate all Democrats. Like, no, if you actually put it to them in a way that makes sense, these states, which by the way, within the fucking last 75 years, were all blue states. Yeah, you can convince them to fight for something like minimum wage. You can convince them to, take out their anger on this politician who's single-handedly holding that up.
Look, chat, if there's a state that's filled with millionaires and billionaires, right, you probably don't have a lot of leverage on that senator, all right? You probably don't have a lot of hope in that state if you're acting in the interest of the working class. But chat, we don't have a state like that. We have states where there's not many non-white people. We have states where there's not, as many like out gay people, right? We don't have a state where there aren't any poor people. All right? And a coalition is made up of marginalized groups, one of those groups being, the working class. And you got to appeal to them on that level, right? Does West Virginia, want to hear about like social issues from a radically progressive point of view? Probably not. But they damn sure are very interested in economic issues of the working class. And so you got to reach them at that level. And because that is the one issue on which the Democrats have been unwilling to, to actually do anything, you've had a lot of failure. Right? Because they've used essentially the performance of some kind of progressivism towards issues that don't affect the bottom line in as a fig leaf over their piss poor economic policies. That's why you have a Democratic Party that nobody trusts and nobody should trust, because they're inauthentic, they're liars, and they don't give a fuck about you.
I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to at least try. And that was another issue with Biden. His whole posture, he just exuded weakness. Trump exudes strength, specifically to his base, less and less with every passing day. I think he's kind of...
Kamala only mentioned the working class once. Yeah, they love to say the middle class instead, right?
Fading in that capacity. But for a while, he was a master at getting people...
Yeah, we still have people dying in Texas after the floods as we speak. Yeah,
in fucking line.
Yeah, I mean, there's more rain coming, isn't there, to Texas? Like, there's more rain in the forecast.
And on message. He turned the entire party into a reflection of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden couldn't even pretend to try to do that. And again, it might have been
that Donald Trump did when he was president. What was the first thing he tried to do legislatively?
In which term?
The Obamacare thing?
The first
Oh,
term.
you mean in the first term?
Yeah.
He passed a tax incentive for rich, and also to repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't know which one happened first.
The first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. Was he successful?
No, John McCain stood in the way of it, but that was because they had a personal grievance. Okay, do you not remember the whole problem?
Do you think that
I remember the entire political class assuming that repeal of Obamacare would go through, right? Yeah, I think that Zach is completely right on this. It was literally an unforced error by Donald Trump in pissing off one too many neocons, right? That's what allowed Obamacare to, hobble forward to this day, only to be taken down by Trump's second term, effectively, right? The important part of the Affordable Care Act just got decimated. So it kind of doesn't matter that McCain did.
Well, Trump could have used the bully pulpit to force McCain to vote in the way that he wanted to.
I think that Donald Trump, if he had been a more deaf politician, would have absolutely gotten John McCain to go along with it. And if he hadn't said, I like the ones that don't get captured, and made fun of the man's military record, he would have absolutely gotten it.
Yeah, because the thing about Trump is that he doesn't actually give a fuck about the actual policy. Like, he's never really been someone who cares that much.
The Democratic Party comes off as controlled oppositions. They care more about how they can enrich themselves, and empower themselves, right, than the needs of the people. Yeah.
About getting policies passed. It's a cult of fucking personality. If he was a sophisticated politician, he wouldn't have pissed off John McCain in that sort of way. Not that he totally didn't care about that, goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. I'm not trying to seem like he didn't, but I don't think that he cares as much. That's not really his mission. Whereas Joe Biden should have been politically savvy enough to get those senators in line.
To get okay, so I feel like, guys, you are perfectly exemplifying what the Green Lantern theory of politics is. The central premise of it is that neither of you seem to accept that the Congress can be a check on the president. Neither of you seem to accept that sometimes.
When did Joe Biden try to use the
I let you
That's
talk.
what I'm
Hold
telling
on.
you. We advise
The
that
reason that this current Congress is not a check on the president is because the Republican Party is not a movement. MAGA is a movement. That movement is seen as being a function of Donald Trump, right? And so he's able to enact this, he's able to, separate people out, divide and conquer. If they are seen as standing against the movement, they fucking die. They go away. They get primaried. They get kicked out. And you just don't have anything like that on the Democratic side because the Democrats are afraid of movements. They strangle movements in their cribs. That's part of their job. That's what they do for the wealthy, for the capitalist class.
He speak. I was speaking. I was
Okay,
nice to Gavin here. Okay, like you guys seem to think that there's always going to be a way to force the people in Congress to give you the bills that they want, and the reality is literally every single president has been constrained by their Congress.
Never said
every
that.
single one.
I don't think that. That is not my position. I think that Joe Biden should have tried harder. I think he should have tried harder and used the bully pulpit more to shame the people that were preventing him from delivering on what the American voters voted him into the office to accomplish in the first place. To me, as someone who actually deeply cares about these policies, who cares about the public option that he never actually tried to fucking do once he was in office, who cares about the $15 minimum wage, which he didn't even try to fight for once he was in office. Yeah, it actually pisses me off, and I want to see the president reflect the frustration of his fucking base when it comes to those key issues, and to at least punish the members of the caucus that are they're disloyal and that fucking embarrass the whole agenda and administration.
Do my podcast co-hosts have any opinions on mention to get a $15 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia?
I think I was just gonna say, like, I think that these views are somewhat compatible. Like, I think that Hutch, I think where you're wrong is that, look, at the end of the day, like, the Trump project, right, has been a long one at this point, right? It's been almost a decade long. By the time Trump, leaves, I guess we'll see what happens. Fucking fingers crossed. His last term in 2029, that'll have been Donald Trump leading the conservative movement in this country for 12 years, right? A very long time. And we see some of the fruits of that today, right? We see the consolidation of power within the court and the Supreme Court. We see, like Pisco said, the consolidation of power within the caucus, and he's able to essentially just dictate things to the caucus. And, how did he accomplish that, right? It wasn't through, my friend.
Yeah, abundance. The abundance movement thinks messaging is going to make austerity sound sexy. Yeah, they're literally kicking around. They're still, like, how crazy is this, chat? That's Herbert Hoover politics, right? For the record. Like that, this is Herbert Hoover politics. This has been and should have been out of fashion, should have been buried in the graveyard of history since the 30s. And yet Ezra Klein is trying to, I would say, succeeded in making it sexy to a certain group of people. Unfortunately, those people are our Democratic politicians, right? That's what really sucks about it. This is they got nothing when it comes to the voters, right? He's crafted his message for the politicians. It's not even about the voters. It's not meant to appeal. Like, anybody who thinks Ezra Klein is cool and confident is a fucking worthless shit lib. Is a silver spooned ass bullshitter.
And John McCain, or the analogous thing that Joe Biden did with Joe Manchin. It's like, look, at some points, you have to try and make long-term decisions in the composition of the caucus. You're always going to have moderates and progressives, and those people are always going to disagree. Same thing with the Republican Party to some degree, but at the very least, I think it's probably worth it long term to instill a kind of like coalition culture within the party and say, look, we ran as a party on $15 an hour minimum wage. I won that election. If you're against me, like, I don't care that you've been a senator from Delaware for, you know, the last 20 years. Like, that's what the party believes in. That's what the base believes in, as evident by the election. And you're going to get.
Sophia Martinez. Yeah, I mean, abundance is what caused all these people to lose their lives in the Texas flood. Yeah, I mean, the fetishization of deregulation, right? It's weird too. There's something like part of the selling point, I think, of abundance is like, hey guys, do you want to be bad? Do you want to be bad? You know what's really bad? Ronald Reagan. We're going to be the Democratic Ronald Reagan. And those max lefters, they're going to hate it. They're going to hate it. Ooh, we're so naughty. Ooh, we're so transgressive. Ooh, we're supposed to stand up for the working class. But instead, we're cutting red tape for the capitalist class. Do you want to be bad? Come and be bad with me. I'm Ezra Klein. Come and be bad with me. I'm Matt Iglesias, right? 5 years ago, I was saying that I wanted so much immigration that we'd have 1 billion Americans, right, to defeat the evil Chinese menace, like the red menace over there in China, where you got to have 1 billion Americans. Now I'm going to pretend I was against immigration the whole time, and you're supposed to take my ass seriously. You're supposed to take anything that I fucking say seriously. Like, I'm the brains of the Democratic Party. These, shit-kicking max lefters, they're just a bunch of dumbasses that don't know anything. No, let's be bad together. Let's be bad. Like, it's some sick shit. It is some truly sick shit.
Primaried if you don't support it. And look, to the
what did Automod do?
Some of Donald Trump's candidates that he endorses in the primaries, he's gonna lose some of those elections, right? Like he ends up primarying candidates and they end up losing 100%. Otherwise winnable elections. But we see that in the long run.
I mean, look, it still recognizes dildo with a 1 and a 0 as dildo, but I think we can.
Those global macro trends that kind of dictate
through the dildo.
Who wins and loses
let the Red Rover, let Bad Dragon come over.
A lot of these elections end up pulling through, and now Donald Trump has, larger.
Hutch comments on the side are nuts. Now, for the record, chat, I believe this is Josiah's chat, right? This isn't actually. So yeah, we had 2 options to watch this. Hutch's channel and Josiah's channel. I chose Josiah's channel just because I felt like there'd be like less of a chance of shenanigans there. I know that Hutch, I think privates or members only his VODs afterwards. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not. But yeah, this is Josiah's chat, I think.
Majorities in the Senate. I don't know what the House looked like when he took office, but he's able to actually have consolidated that and get.
We've lost sight of God tonight. God and the bonus content.
A lot of things that
they're both going down.
Otherwise, didn't think he would be able to get done.
Do you think that Joe Manchin, he was?
In fact, we are starting to close in on the end of the stream here.
Going to be threatened by a fucking primary.
Well, Hutch, you're completely disregarding my point. Okay,
no, I'm not. What do you mean?
No. My point wasn't that you could get Manchin to change his mind. Manchin didn't even run for re-election. He left the Democratic Party. He was independent when he retired from the Senate. Like, I don't know that there's substantially anything that you could have done.
Josiah is the guy on the top left.
To the Vanguard's point, there's probably something to be said about at least like the appearance of giving a fuck and like trying.
Which was a huge part. Which, by the way, was a huge thing that led to Trump's re-election. Was the fact that everyone felt like Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel, that he was feckless, that he was too old to whip his own fucking caucus into line when it mattered. That's why he lost. That's why we have Trump.
Whip that caucus.
That
Joe Biden didn't even fight for the American people.
What you're saying doesn't mean anything. When you say something like,
what do you mean it doesn't mean anything? What do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
When you say just use the bully pulpit, you're not suggesting anything.
Status Yakuza is proposing the black pill dancer. Better argument to whip the vote for Manchin is you threaten his daughter with the DOJ. She sold price gouged medicine. I mean, if I'm being honest, she should be a target of the DOJ regardless. But that's Status Yakuza. I think that's a sentiment that LBJ would probably get behind. The ghost of LBJ would get behind.
No. He just said something very specific.
Okay,
yeah, go for it.
Okay, here's what I was gonna say, because this is my point, Hutch, right? Like, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees just because we want to like have good fireworks show for the audience, which I'm totally into, by the way. We're all crushing, but the reality is that the point that we're making, and I think Okada Boy, I thought you laid it out extremely well, right? The American people do not believe that.
Wait, he's the guy that's gonna shave his head next? Why do you say? Are you saying that because of his hairline? He could just go to Turkey. You're talking about hair plugs. Oh my god. I mean. Look, I can neither confirm nor deny, all right? I can neither confirm nor deny.
The Democratic Party is full of fighters, right? Gavin used the term asleep at the wheel. The reality is that the reason they couldn't get to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden across the finish line was because they did not even try to whip votes in West Virginia, from West Virginia, right? They didn't even try to say, okay, we're going to go down to Arizona.
They didn't even make it feel like they cared about $15 an hour. No one even knew that. You think any of those voters in West Virginia even knew that Biden gave a fuck about $15 an hour? No, because he didn't. That's the problem. He never even pretended to care, other than to get a few suckers' votes.
Use corruption against your enemies. Easy clap.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Does everybody agree here that generally speaking in the modern era, what the American voters typically do is if they give a trifecta to a particular party, they take it away 2 years later. It has basically been, this has been
because the party abuses their fucking trust and doesn't do anything. That's why. If Biden had actually done the things that I wanted him to, he would have.
I'm just giving you this is what happens with voters, right? So in that time, when a president,
not just as a natural,
when a president is inaugurated, they know they're on a ticking clock and they only have a couple years to pursue as much legislation as they can get done. And to Josiah's point, but you may not like the final version.
This is all predicated on third way Democrats, right? The only examples that we have in the modern era since 1980 are heavily, and even before then, even under Carter, chat, we had heavily compromised Democrats. So I don't think your assumptions are based on like the worst of the worst being the only people that can get elected in the Democratic Party. Wait, what just happened?
Of those bills, but Biden was legislatively the most successful president of the modern era since like LBJ. Now you want to like quibble about
that is a super sticker, and even though super stickers don't make any noise because Stream Elements is silly like that, I figured it out. Thank you. Wait, why is this not showing up? Oh my god, chat. Let's try this again. Okay, I think that's what was getting in the way. Boom. A pair flying like a superhero. Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. And yeah, that does get.
I want to know about like 15.
That does get us to $100
an hour. Would it have been better if he spent more time on a useless fight?
Hutch, you're talking about this like he won re-election, though. You're talking about this like he won re-election.
Senator. Wouldn't it have been him better to just get done what he could get done before he loses Congress? Like that's the argument. You can't simply say
that's a fatalistic argument. This whole thing about like political capital and that it only exists for like, I don't know, like 2 seconds before it's gone forever is based on very compromised Democratic candidates. Like, look at what if the Democrats had somebody as president who was perceived as fighting for not the middle class, but the working class, right? Imagine how different that could be.
Vaguely, you can't simply say like, just go to West Virginia, send AOC to West Virginia. Who gives a fuck?
Have you not seen she's been on a Fight the Oligarchy tour and it's been massively successful? Let me talk for 1 second.
Honestly, probably Bernie would do better in West Virginia than AOC. There's probably a little bit of racism and sexism in there that might get in the way of AOC being super effective there. But point taken, somebody who advocates for the working class is going to get more respect from West Virginian voters than somebody that just reeks of coastal elitism and obviously doesn't give a fuck about them and has been using the performative obeisance towards like social issues as a fig leaf over their piss poor / non-existent economic policy.
Second about this, guys. I was just in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, doing a segment for the Vanguard where I went to one of the Fight the Oligarchy tours, right? You guys ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Never.
You're trying to get to Vietnam. Who, me personally? I did my honeymoon in Vietnam because I thought, what is more romantic than people's government on a beautiful countryside in a country where America was destroyed and sent packing by everyday people. Yeah, why so dankness? I've gotta get a so I'm on a tourist visa in Thailand right now, and I've done I've done 2 tourist visas, right? I don't want to do too many of those, especially not with like too little time out of country in between that. And so my plan is to apply at the Thai embassy in Vietnam for an educational visa, which for some reason cost like 15K baht or $450 if you're in Thailand when you apply for it, but costs 80 baht or less. Like, what is that? 80 baht is like like $3, right? Costs $3 if you are applying for it at the embassy that I'm gonna be applying at. So that's why I'm going to Vietnam. But I'm also gonna try to make sure to do some content while I'm there and show you a little bit about Vietnam. There's stuff that I want to learn about Vietnam, and yeah, I'll be there for about a week probably. And if you want to support me in that, it's right down there, throne.com/nocommentchick. I am crowdfunding the plane ticket and the hotel to be able to stay in Vietnam for a week. Watched it on Pisco's channel, yeah.
No. Okay, it is not exactly liberal country, okay? It's not the kind of place where they're tuning into podcasts that are woke. Okay, guess what that room was filled with? It was filled with people who wanted to see socialism. They loved AOC, and they were union guys that were fixing airplanes. They were farmers. They were teachers. There were tons of indigenous folks that showed up. Oklahoma has a huge indigenous population that's underrepresented.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why so dankness? You saw tigers? I'm scared of the wildlife here. Honestly, like, I haven't seen any of the scary wildlife, but I'm scared of scorpions. I'm scared of snakes. And I'm definitely scared of like tigers, right? I don't know what I would do. I would probably shit my pants if I saw a tiger. I don't know, chat. I would freak out. I mean, they are just big cats, but they're like big enough to eat me.
If you were to ask a pollster like Ezra fucking Klein, he would tell you not to waste your time in Oklahoma. But do you know what Bernie Sanders said to those people? He said, I do not want to be a part of a government that sees red and blue states. I want to be a part of a government that leads.
The closest that I've come to the wildlife here in Thailand is getting to, know some of the soy cats and soy dogs, right? Do you know about those, dankness? Do you know about the soy cats and the soy dogs? Like all the cats and dogs that live in the alleyways and stuff? Like, that's the closest that I've come. And again, these are not socialized, cats and dogs. So I know enough not to try to like approach them and pet them and stuff, but I do appreciate them. They're cool as fuck. If I saw a puma, I would poo my pants. Yeah. That's basically how I feel about, like, I got scared around deer, chat. I got scared by raccoons, right? Because the first time I saw a raccoon in the wild, like, I was surprised that it's the size of a medium dog. And I was expecting to see a raccoon the size of a small dog. The raccoons that I saw were pretty fucking big. And I was just like, woo. Street animals in California are the same. It's fun. It's cool because some of the shops around here will like adopt a soy cat or a soy dog and put a little collar around their neck to let people know that they belong to somebody, but they'll just kind of feed them and stuff like that, right? Again, these are animals that don't socialize the way that your pet might. They just kind of, but they will definitely, you know, if you give them food, they'll definitely eat. So
that delivers for the American people. When I went to the U.S. Senate, I said I was going to stand up for.
Ooh, amazing birds and a ton of monkeys. Yeah, I haven't been outside of the city really. I'm a little bit scared, but I should probably check it out. Pigeons. Yeah, I've got pigeons on my porch actually, on my balcony. I guess because my apartment went empty for a number of months, and so because there was no humans out on the balcony, the pigeons were like, "This is our place now," right? And they still kind of live out there.
For the United States of America. That's what I'm here to do today. And people were losing it, man. They couldn't believe that somebody actually showed up for them. You're telling me that if you put on national television, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, take your fucking pick. Famous people, Gavin Newsom from the party, they all show up to West Virginia, whoever it is that you can get. I'm not saying all these people would agree, but a lot of them would agree because everybody loves to have their picture taken with the president, and they would have shown up, and it would have been a huge event, and it would have shown the American people that Joe Biden was going to fight for them. Sometimes optics matter. That would have been a time that optics matter. I'm not saying it would have worked. I'm saying the American people would have been like, fuck yeah, Joe, thank you for showing up for us, which you've never done over the time you're president.
You need Manchin. It's in a 50-50 Senate. You need Manchin's vote for literally every single piece of legislation that you want to get done. And you're saying that the very first thing he should have done is gone to civil war with Joe Manchin and threatened a primary because we didn't get one particular provision.
I mean, is that not what Trump does with his?
You're acting like Biden just missed by a little, and it was unimportant. And the legislation that he got passed was so, like, wow. Is he really this ignorant, chat? Is he really this ignorant? Could anybody be this ignorant? Does he really think that Biden? You know, there's just a few unimportant provisions that Biden didn't get passed, right? You know, it's a pretty good legislative run for the Biden administration. That is so fucking ridiculous, and it's absolutely Biden's fault too. He wanted to pass this stuff in a bipartisan way. That obviously wasn't going to work, and then he tried to pass it. Like by, you know, he was trying to, you know, kind of catch the flies with honey rather than vinegar with Manchin and Sinema. That didn't work, right? His fucking agenda went down in flames. Are you daft, Hutch?
With the defectors in his caucus, like, is that not?
Do we really want to emulate? Like, do you want a Republican, like a Democratic
win? Well, wait a minute.
Personally,
I think that elides the point. Well, wait a minute. I think you got to address this, and it goes all the way back to. I've been spending the last 30 minutes trying to look for what Pisco had to say about Mike Johnson's first vote, and I can't find the goddamn thing. That motherfucker. There's nothing on it. Fuck you, Pisco. But listen, I think it elides the point that they're making, which is it doesn't matter if you want people to emulate Trump or not. They're making the case that it is possible for presidents to bully their parties into line.
When you see even a poll, right? Even a poll of the American people that is antithetical to your legislative agenda, you can go two ways. You can say, well, that's set in stone. You know, we can't fight the current. We can't do anything with this. We can't do any policy regarding this, right? The thing that we want is not what the American people want. We better try something else. Or you can, use the bully pulpit to, you know, reframe the issue, because guess what? Any issue is a winning issue in some frame, right? That includes fascist, you know, issues, right? If you can frame fascism, you know, in the absence of any meaningful, like, left you know, politics advocating for the working class, if you can frame fascism as somehow benefiting the working class by sticking it to those damn immigrants that are taking your gerbs and depressing the wage, right? You can sell fascism as a working class policy. That is a sad but true fact that needs to be faced up to. But you can also sell some very radical left politics In fact, you don't even really have to sell it, because it is literally the politics in, in the interest of working people. Fascists have to push that boulder up a hill, right? With leftist politics, theoretically, you don't really have to reframe anything. You just have to get back to the, a framing that matches with material reality, right? You have the least difficult job.
Yes.
It's called whipping
I want
votes.
you to deal, Hutch, I do want you to deal with the Trump example. Either refute it or say yes, but that's Trump.
Well, it's West
and we
Virginia.
can't do.
It's West Virginia. So can I just step in? I want to say
No, fuck you. Hang on, let Hutch respond
Why
to
are
that.
you flip-flopping when you were fucking agreeing with me when we had the same fucking conversation with Kyle and Crystal?
Oh, bro,
you're flip-flopping because you're Vanguard.
It's kind of beautiful what's happening here.
Boys are on the podcast.
Yo,
I
man,
see you, Josiah.
Man, I'm about to roundhouse kick Pisco. He already has the beard off. I'm gonna take the mustache off the next time I see him. And then you and I,
Christ, guys.
Hutch, listen, you're so tall, I'm gonna kick the shit out of your ankles. Listen to me real quick.
See, Hutch, there's a W right there. I'm 5'7", so whenever if I've ever hurt your feelings, you just fall asleep at night knowing that
I know,
I'd have to
man.
get really
Us short
expensive
people.
surgery
I
to
know
be as tall as
he's
you.
like 6'4". I know.
Let me stop
I
you.
agree.
Let me stop you. Okay. You go to war with Joe Manchin.
I don't think I think Hutch is actually mad here. I could be wrong, but I think Hutch is actually like I don't think he's I don't think this is kayfabe.
Say I'm gonna primary fuck you. You block me. Hold on, wait. Let's just hold on. I'm gonna fuck your mom and I'm gonna primary you and we're gonna replace you. Okay. And he says, you know what?
You don't even know where her urn is.
Hold on.
Hutch, what makes you think that my mom is into new male soy bug bin? What makes you think that you're even her type? Come on.
100%.
Hold on. And then he says, you know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent.
My mom's gonna cheat on my dad. I would hope that I would hope that she would find better than she would do better than Hutch, right?
You guys don't get the majority. That's that. What do you do?
Hard to bully Manchin.
Okay.
Hard to bully. No, listen, I want to agree with
What do you do?
Fuck! Would you just let me get through the
What do you
fucking
do?
thing? Just shut up and let me get
Shut
shut
your
the
mouth.
fuck
So
up
stupid.
and
All right,
let
fine.
me get
Okay.
through the sentence.
All right. Pisco wants to talk.
Shut up for a second. I agree with you that Joe Manchin was not bullyable. I want you to address the notion they brought up Trump. And I can't speak for Pisco.
Sorry, are you fucking stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay? That's
That
Hutch's
wasn't my
response.
fucking question.
Why don't
Pisco.
you be like Trump and bully?
It literally
was. You're like,
Yeah,
why
We can go back and play the tape where I said you are not your point
my
aligns
God.
theirs. I said they are saying that a president can theoretically bully a party. I
Well, can I
want you
actually
to
clarify
address
what
that.
my position is? Just because I think you guys
Fucking
are
A.
splitting. I think you guys are splitting hairs here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch
Oh
is
my
saying,
God.
right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say "fuck you," then I am eat a bag of dicks and go fuck. But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay, the Republicans beat us, blah blah blah. You have to find a way to win. So you get fucked on. Say you get fucked on your infrastructure bill, right? You get fucked. Joe Manchin doesn't vote for it. Do you not see what Donald Trump has proven that you can do without Congress? You say, guys, give me 2 more years. Okay, or however long Joe Manchin had left. He's, I guess,
But I think the ultimate problem is not so much Biden's treatment of Joe Manchin, but it's the fact that he didn't even seem like he cared about the policy in the
That's
first
it.
place. We're talking about these policies.
Why so Dankness is bringing up street markets in Thailand. That's the one thing that I haven't checked on yet, right? I was kind of surprised when I priced my groceries versus what I'm spending, like eating at a restaurant, right? And I expected the cost of a meal that I put together via groceries to be lower, and it's actually not. Like it's the same in some cases, it's actually higher in some cases, right? And I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, I actually want to be able to, shop for myself and cook from that because, there's some really good restaurants out here. There's some restaurants that unironically serve like healthier stuff than you'd find in the U.S. But in terms of being able to like kind of micromanage my diet the way that I want to, I would rather be able to, cook for myself. But the one thing I haven't done yet is tried shopping for my I get most of my fruits and vegetables from a green. I get most of my fruits from like fruit places. I get most of my vegetables from a greengrocer, right? And that gets the price down a little bit. But I wonder if I got all of my produce from markets, from like night markets and walking markets and places like that. You can't handle the spicy here. Yeah, I've gotten used to the spicy. The only thing that hasn't is my digestive tract, I guess. It's the one thing that I kind of am like, I could deal with a few less hot peppers, right? Just to be able to fully digest what I'm eating, right? In the East, it's normally cheaper to eat out. Yeah, that's what I've noticed is it does seem cheaper to eat out so far. But I wonder if I started going to markets, if it would be different. You can't handle four spicy ate me. Yeah, too spicy for me. 4 spicy ate me. Will they sneak like 4 or 5 of those little fuckers in there? Yo, yeah, this is the funny thing about Thailand is you can ask for if you ask for not spicy, it's yeah, like 4 or 5 peppers, right? You got to specifically be like no peppers. No peppers at all. Like, right, to get something that would be but I'm trying to get used to it, right? I feel like I grew up in with a dad that cooked a lot of barbecue. I grew up with a, family that was like, my sister played this trick on me when we were young, and she was like, "Hey, you like hot peppers?" And I was like, "Yeah, I like hot peppers," right? And I'm thinking of like hot peppers in a cooked dish. Yeah, they're really good, right? Or pickled hot peppers, really good. Yeah, I can eat those, right? And she's like, "All right, well, I bet you can't eat this pepper." And it was a raw jalapeno. And I was like, "That's a jalapeno. Of course I can eat that." But I had never tried a raw one, and holy shit, it kicked my ass. Like I was like red in the face and like freaking out, and she was just laughing at me. She was just laughing at me for it, right? So, but yeah, I mean, I grew up with spicy food. I should be able to eat it. I bring the kids to have pho and then feed the kids raw jalapenos.
That he's supposed to be fighting for, but no one even knows he supports them. Like I said, he'd have a lot better chance of getting reelected and of being popular if people felt like he gave a fuck about this, if they felt like it was actually something on his agenda, not something that could conveniently hit the cutting room floor as soon as he runs into any sort of obstruction from his own party. And that's exactly how it felt. It felt like Joe Biden was more than happy to use that as an excuse to say, "Oh, sorry guys, what do you want me to do? The fucking thing I promised to do is now on the cutting room floor because of these things that I knew would be an issue before I promised it." So it's like, why the fuck did you even promise it? Just to lie to everyone and get their hope?
But yeah, the other thing too is that like I'm finding that in addition to like having to budget out my finances, which look, to be fair, chat, what I was making in like I don't know, March, April, was plenty. What was plenty to afford life out here. Now that we're into the summer, I'm a little bit on the low side of stuff, so I'm trying to be really like careful with the money that I spend. And I think they're probably, yeah, like if you buy all of your produce at the market, I probably can get the food prices down. But honestly, the food is not the bigger part of my budget is like paying for the visa, paying for my language school, right? It's stuff like this. Or if I have to buy any electronics, right? If I have to buy anything that's not made in Thailand, it's like very, very expensive, right? So, and what I'm noticing is that like I don't know, maybe because like the thing that would get my cost down for food is expensive time wise, right? I'd have to figure out when the night markets are to go to the night markets, to just kind of schlep whatever I buy back to my apartment and stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, I don't even know if I could afford the time that it takes to like lower. And even if I lower, like my food costs are actually not very high. Even if I eat out, it's not very high. Energy and value added tax. Yeah, yeah. Well, and also, yeah, value added tax and like I don't know. I feel like when you're buying something that's meant for tourists or for expats or for migrants here, right? That's when it's expensive, right? When they kind of know that the person buying it is not a Thai person, because the cost of living isn't high out here, but also people don't get paid a lot out here, right? So when a product is like vegetables at a night market, that's a product that's for Thai people, right? And it's priced accordingly with what people can afford. But something like language classes, strictly marketed towards people who don't know Thai already, that they're gonna price that up. Like Muay Thai from a gym that offers an educational visa or a DTV, it's going to be more expensive than Muay Thai from someplace out in the country that where Thai people actually train.
Hopes up. You knew this would be a problem.
If you didn't run on it, you'd be like, why aren't you running on it?
No, I'd rather he be honest. I genuinely would rather he be honest. I would. And I voted for politicians who aren't running on it. I voted for Kamala Harris, even though she was fucking running on a bunch of shit that I fucking hated, including going around talking about how all the #1 CEOs and corporation leaders in the company signed off on all of her stupid crypto policies.
To schlep something back. Yeah, I think that is Yiddish, right? Schlep is a Yiddish verb, I think.
Fucking AI bullshit. Like, at least she was honest about it.
No, like that would be like sleep in German. I don't know is there an equivalent to schlep in German?
I don't actually think that it's a good idea, though, to run for something or, win a fucking primary based on these ideas, including a public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage.
Brave says I power through the pain of spice. Yeah, me too. I'm just wondering if my digestion could be a little bit better if I somehow like reduce the numbers of. I actually like spice. I like eating spicy food. It's just that my digestive tract does not always like it, right? So,
things that would substantially uplift Americans who desperately need it, and then immediately say, sorry, oops, some fucking.
Oh wait, schleppen means carry? Oh, I didn't know that verb
happened, and now I have to, throw you under the bus and renege on this promise.
You don't seem to fully appreciate the role of the Congress. Period. End of story.
No, like I just said, though, he didn't even try to make, like with various politicians that understand this issue, they know that, and they build a pressure campaign to make it so that it's political suicide for you to oppose this policy. Joe Biden didn't do that with the right policies. He did it with the wrong.
I always think of schlepping is when you got to carry something that's cumbersome. It's not necessarily heavy, but it's like hard to carry, right? That's where I use schlep. Right, when you're so it almost fits with that like like dragging, pulling, like right. The problem isn't necessarily like the weight of the thing, but it's just like how it's shaped makes it hard to carry.
Wrong ones and bungled the ones that
Carbs will probably help a spicy tummy. I guess I don't really eat as many carbs as I normally do because so much stuff has like a lot of coconut milk, and so it's fatty. I haven't really been eating that much durian because durian's expensive, right? That's the one exception. I told you, like, produce that's grown in Thailand is pretty cheap, but I believe that Chinese buyers are onto the deliciousness of durian, and so they're selling a lot of they're exporting a lot of durians to China, and that makes the price of durians go up. Because durian, to be honest, it's like one of the most delicious things I've ever had. But I don't have to have it. And it is kind of a treat. It is kind of a dessert. As an electrician, I hooked up a lot of hot tubs. So I've had to be there for the delivery. Those guys slept in the hot tub. Wait, what? Slept in the hot tubs. They have like special plastic dragging mats. Oh, yeah, that's an example of something that's very cumbersome. Yeah.
That he was right about, like the Afghanistan war.
It wasn't even just mansion. Like cinema was. Pisco, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm going to be a bridge builder here for sure, 100%, because I'm going to yell in kind of both directions. On the one hand, you can't bully mansion. But I think that there's kind of lesson from the Inflation Reduction Act. Everyone said
you can make Manchin nationally unpopular. And that's what no Democratic leader has really done. They've never fucking taken the fight to Manchin. Like, chat, Trump makes people afraid for the safety of their family. I'm not saying that you have to do that, but you got to let people know what's getting in the way of the policies that would make their life more livable, that would make their life more affordable. You got to let people know that. You can't let them off the hook like that. Wrong, durian is disgusting. I grew up in Singapore and Malaysia. I cannot even think about durian. I think it's sublime. Miku's headphones. I think durian is like, the only thing that's bad, the real drawback to durian is that it's so fucking heavy. Like, right? It's like you eat like, I don't know, like 3 pieces of durian and it's like over 1,000 calories, right? It's got the macros of ice cream with maybe a little bit of extra fiber.
Said that the environmental policy that Biden was trying to push was dead in the water. They said it for months and months and months and months. The Inflation Reduction Act was a surprise for a lot of people. And I think give Biden some credit. I think that that's an incredible package.
I mean, I guess maybe Miku's headphones, like, look, I grew up with summers being like that you go to like a little league field or something, right, in the summer, and you smell the baking of the concession stand snacks, like the nachos, the slushies, the whatever they serve at concession stands, right, gets, you know, the remains of it gets thrown in the trash and starts to stink, right? Trash cans, they're just like a gazillion bees flying around them. And so, like, if I had to deal with like the refuse of people's durian messes, like, you know, trash cans where people are throwing durians away, maybe I would hate the smell of durians too. And yeah, the one time I had a long stem durian like in my apartment for an extended amount of time, it kind of did stink up the place. I can definitely understand that they don't smell great or that you get sick of the smell. Ginger is best for nausea. Ginger's great. Yeah, I'm eating a lot of ginger. I can afford ginger over here. It's great. I used to have to think about like, you know, like how much ginger, you know, I really like ginger, but how much do I want to spend? You know, how much ginger do I want to like, you know, buy? And I would kind of like limit myself because it's just a, you know, it's a spice, it's a flavoring, right? I got to concentrate more on just like, what do I need to eat, right? But here, yeah, ginger is incredibly affordable. I should try to get more turmeric in my diet. Maybe even some galangal too. I just don't know. I don't know that many recipes with galangal, but galangal's awesome. In fact, galangal and holy basil. I'm starting to get really into holy basil, right? It was funny because my school had a garden that grew a bunch of different things, and actually there was like 3 different varieties of holy basil growing in that garden. And occasionally, like they would do like a sale, like the people in classes that involved horticulture or whatever would do a sale every week at the school, and I would buy, you know, some of the vegetables because, you know, these are like fresh vegetables grown locally, fairly cheap, right? And like occasionally they'd sell holy basil, and I'd be like, well, I'll buy some. It's $1 for a bundle. I mean, that's a very good deal, but I don't know what to do with it, right? I mean, like the only thing I could think to do it with it is maybe like make a tincture out of it or something. But yo, there's like so many recipes for holy basil. Once you learn how to cook it, it is amazing. It is an amazing seasoning, right?
Package in terms of now it's being diluted and somewhat destroyed by
But he
Trump
lost
and the
the
big beautiful
following
bill.
election, Pisco. That's the problem.
No, I agree to that. I think that's Biden's greatest failure is, and this
The
is where I'm
presidency
gonna,
has to be an 8-year project in the year 2020.
Rafe says, I grew up that's how I grew up in a large Vietnamese community with Asian markets and dumpsters of durian. I could see, yeah, how durian shells stinking in the summer heat would get really tiresome. You know, when I got here, the first thing that I noticed as far as like smells that I wasn't used to and didn't like was actually a spice that is I'm curious if anybody in chat knows about this spice, because I never saw this stuff in the US. Even at my school, which grew like a lot of spices in the garden, right? It is the Latin name, the biological name is Acacia pinnata. The common name is climbing wattle, and the Thai name is cha om, right? Cha om. And, you know, I started noticing the smell, like when I'd go outside, I'd be like, what the fuck is that smell? Does Thailand just stink? Like, right, why is this like, right? Because it's the kind of thing that it's a smell that really hangs around for like a long time, right? And I got used to it. And not only that, but you know, I found out a place I could buy it, and I started using it in my recipes, and it's so good. It's a fucking addictive. I love climbing wattle. It is one of my favorite things now. And I don't even notice it when I think what I was noticing is maybe smells from restaurants and stuff. Maybe I lived next to a restaurant that cooked some dishes with cha om in it. But yeah, it was just like, you know, when I started eating it. Yeah, because the first time I ate it too, I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't taste like anything I've ever had before. And yeah, if you cook in your house, right? If you cook and you don't like, you know, open the windows and like let all the air out, then your house will smell like that for like a day or two. It's fishy. It smells fishy. They used it in to cook in Northeast India too. Yeah, it's really good stuff. I should look at. I'm curious. Wait, durian soda? Oh, I've never had liquor. I've heard of this. I've heard of people having like durian juice or durian soda. The only I've had frozen durian. That's the only like variation I've really tried.
25 is my view. So I think that if you fail the first time with Joe Manchin, you have to dedicate your entire presidency to fucking him and replacing the seat.
100%.
Wait, it counteracts the lingering odor of fish and other recipes. Wait, what cha om does? Climbing wattle? Do you have to buy a bottle of gas and then keep it in the cabinet to cook? Oh God, my stove is electric. I think luckily, I don't know. Some people say culinarily, like cooking with gas is better, but I feel like I'd be worried if I had if I was cooking stream. Sounds like fun. Yeah, I would love to do that.
100%. You just said.
In fact, you know what I really could do? I don't know if this would work though, but if I started my stream early, like a lot of times I wake up in the morning and the first thing that I do is I cook myself like, you know, some fried rice with tofu or something like that. And I could easily just like turn this camera that way and you'd be looking at like a side view of my kitchen. So yeah, I could easily start stream early and just show you how I normally get ready for stream. Durian soda is huge in Malaysia. I was just in Malaysia, huh? And Singapore too, huh? Cooking with gas is not better. It is natural gas propaganda. Yeah.
Said you couldn't bully Manchin.
Whoa! So 100% on the notion. I don't know why you're so fucking triggered, Hutch. So first of all, I was defending that you can't bully Manchin, but on the notion, on the specific notion that the presidency is an 8-year project, that is 100% true. I totally agree with that. That's what I said. 100% agree with it. Hutch, do you have a problem with me saying I agree with that point?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, I totally agree. You can't really bully Manchin. It has to go. You have to go.
You have to primary him.
That's
why it's an 8-year project.
But I will say the following: to pretend that Joe Biden, and this is all coming out from reporting, was engaged.
Yeah. I think I've seen apartments where there's like a big gas canister that like gets hooked in like under the stove, like in the kitchen, and yeah, you gotta You basically call somebody to come over and fill it up when you run out.
As he should have been on domestic fronts is now proving more and more to be untrue. It appears that it appears that he outsourced domestic.
Wait, if you set up a solar array, you'll spend 6 months in jail in the Caribbean. Is that true? That like super sucks. Maybe it does balance the body odor. Wait, what does?
Ron Klain. He had minimal meetings with his
He
cabinet.
didn't even do cabinet meetings. Yeah, I was about to say that.
And so it's a systemic problem of Biden in terms of his failures as a communicator and his failure of engagement on the domestic front. And that is unfortunately a legacy that I do think has contributed to the rise of Trump. That's not to say, and I don't want to denigrate the good domestic agenda that was done. I think the Vanguard, I think is, what Biden did, he got tangible wins for the American people domestically in a way that other presidents didn't. I didn't hear you really to say that that's not true. I think you said it was like watered down. I think it's watered down because he was trying to make, build bridges where he could, but he did pass through some historic legislation. I think you guys would acknowledge that.
Oh,
but
100% he did. My problem is that he embraced bipartisanship in a way that was totally detrimental in a time when he should have been.
He lost a big portion of his agenda to the fetish of bipartisanship. I find that repulsive, right? For his legacy to be seen as a non-ideological peacemaker, right? This is the same problem with Obama, right? Obama was willing to sell out Social Security to get his legacy burnished, right? To be like, oh, he's the really responsible, very serious adult in the room. Obama realized that we just can't carry on with these entitlements like they are. These entitlements that the working people of the United States have funded, right? Have funded all their life. All your life, you're getting, Social Security taken out of your paycheck, and that's what you receive at the end of this. And these assholes were like, yeah, but we could just kind of tweak it a little bit so that you get less of it instead of doing the obvious thing, which is raising the fucking cap, right? The Social Security, it's got a upper limit, past, I don't know, some $100 or $1,000 or so dollars. You don't pay any, you don't pay income past that for Social Security. And this is the cap, there's a cap there, right? All you got to do is lift the cap and Social Security is totally fine. Obama wanted to sell it out, right? To be seen, to be liked by David Brooks, who last I checked still doesn't like Obama, still was meeting in secret dinners with the Republicans to confound Obama's agenda, to make sure that to do the best that they could to make his legacy not one of success, right? But he still thought he could get these assholes, right? The fever will break. The fever will break.
Fighting. I feel like what people
he embraced
want
it when he
is-
had to. He didn't. It was a divided government when he was doing bipartisan stuff. He had to do bipartisan stuff. What other
And
choice?
guess
did he
what?
have?
The people said, we don't want you anymore. We want a guy.
I'm sorry, it was a divided government when the Democrats controlled all three, controlled the House and the Senate. Yeah, the presidency, the House, and the Senate. What are you talking about? Am I wrong about this, chat? They had the House, they had the Senate, and they had the presidency for 2 years.
That's going to go play hardball.
To be fair, I do think it was Joe Biden's age made it basically he was unreelectable. Like I do feel he was so old, he was so fucking in cognitive decline that that ultimately had more to do with the way people voted for him than the fucking Joe Manchin thing. To be totally fair to Joe Biden, and I also think that if Joe Biden had been a younger version of himself, he would have been able to better communicate the wins that he did secure. Because that was another.
Yeah, good point. Chuck Schumer keeps reminding me that the fever could break any day now.
Saying the communications department in the last administration was just pathetic. They didn't brag about anything that they accomplished. Most people didn't even know what the fuck they accomplished, even though, as you mentioned a couple times accurately, they accomplished more than previous administrations had.
I fully agree with your. So what's going on right now with the Democratic Party is they are just fully fucked in terms of acclimating to this new paradigm of media. They don't understand the climate whatsoever. And so Biden did go out there and like visit like small fucking cities in Michigan and Pennsylvania to celebrate, you know, the impact of the infrastructure deal. But who the fuck was there? It was like C-SPAN with like 17 viewers. Nobody was tweeting about it. Nobody was posting
media,
about it.
and that's half the job now. Hutch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with all of this. I agree with all of this.
Right. And I think you agree with this part, and so that's why I'm glad, because I think that's part of what's being spoken about from the Vanguard is the communication part is 50% of the more than 50% of the job now, both internal communications, that is to your other stakeholders within the government, other branches of government, that's to Joe Manchin, and he was able to negotiate, but it was delayed, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, and also externally, right? And getting public support for ideas, getting pressure, right? MAGA is able to, or Trump at times, I think less so now, is able to leverage this like momentum, right? And you often feel it, right? Like you get this report, and a lot of it's theater for sure, but
even
sometimes
before
it's genuine.
Trump. Even before Trump, remember the rhino label? Like, Republicans have always been better at shaming their fucking defectors, whereas Democrats, like, you never saw Joe Biden taunting Joe Manchin and saying, fuck this guy, he's a dino, he's a traitor, he's fucking helping Donald Trump, he's a secret Republican who's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what he should have fucking said, not just because it's good politics, but because it's true. Joe Manchin is a piece of shit.
Wait, hold on. You have not reconciled the obvious problem with this. Let's say he does that. Let's say, fuck you, you're a dino, I'm going to primary you, I'm going to fuck your mom. And he says, I don't like your posture. You have no leverage over me. I'm going to be independent, and you
imprison him.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm serious. Like, how do you reconcile with that?
100%. Yeah, I think that's a very fair point.
Okay, so chat, I bitched about the likes. I bitched about the butterfly goal. I bitched about the bonus goal, but I didn't bitch about the blue sky thread. Yeah, if you don't know, that thing up there in the pinned comment, that's a blast off link. You know, like how Hassan blasts off with Twitter? We blast off with Blue Sky. And I always do a thread, or I try to always do a thread, telling, you know, Blue Sky what the stream is going to be about. And, oh my God. Oh, wow. I converted an Ethan fan. Good job, me. But yeah, it looks like we're getting no traction over there on Blue Sky today. So if you have Blue Sky, I would really appreciate you just clicking that link and just take a look. I'm not saying you have to repost it, and I definitely don't want you to repost it if you think that your followers are going to be are not, like, you know, interested in like live, you know, I don't want you to like lose followers over me or anything, but if you want to you know, the very least maybe comment on the thread. If you are feeling a little spicy, maybe you could like the thread. And if you think that your followers on Blue Sky would appreciate what we're talking about right here, then maybe go ahead and repost it. Just, you know, make your own mind up about that, whether you think that's, you know, something. Oh my God, Chad, I've been on stream for 6 hours already, and we have 1 like on Blue Sky. Yeah, I'm not bullying you. I'm too nice. I'm too nice, right? I'm too nice. I can only bully you on 2 things a day. And I forgot to bully you about Blue Sky. So get bullied. Get bullied. And also get bullied on liking the stream.
That's why Pisco and I shared the moment where we agreed that, you know, hey, this is an 8-year project, right? When you're battling a Congress that is 100% against the American people, like Joe Manchin, like Christian Cinema, right? You can't accomplish the goals. The American people.
Why so dangness? That's your last 4 bits. Have my last bits. I'm out of money. My landlord charged me for all my utilities, even though I already paid them. Now I have to sue them. Fucking landlord shit sucks. Even here it kind of sucks, but it's nowhere near as bad as it is in the U.S.
Just voted, and we're operating under the time Joe Biden's just getting into office, right? Okay, they voted for him to be an antidote to Donald Trump. They're scared because of COVID. They want.
Where's the convert? The convert is potentially on Blue Sky. Yeah, somebody replied to my stream about Ethan's Lawtubers saying that Legal Mindset was not right winger, did not lean right. And I was like, well, here's his Rumble channel. Here's a video, you know, going after George Floyd after he was murdered by Derek Chauvin, right? But we got to make sure everybody knows that George Floyd was no saint, right? That's Legal Mindset's video, right? And this person was on my obviously like an Ethan fan that had, you know, like, in fact, I think I saw it this morning, chat. There was a Ethan Instagram post basically denying the obvious about legal mindset, which is that he's right wing. It's a very obvious thing. It's a very, very hard thing to dispute, right? So I just shared the screenshot of Legal Mindset's Rumble channel with that George Floyd was no angel video on it. And they were like, oh, wow, I've never heard of Rumble before, right? So they seem to be getting pilled. Like, I didn't want to come on too hard, but I was thinking about like being like, look, like this isn't the first time that Ethan's lied to you, and it's not going to be the last. If you trust him, you're going to be a sucker for him, right? Because it's very much in his interest to get you to think, oh no, these are just lawyers that are like, yep, Ethan's right. Ethan's right about everything. He's in his legal rights, right? And in reality, he's scraped some of the, you know, worst people on YouTube to support him.
Somebody who's competent. They want, you know, vaccine rollout that's sufficient, right? They want all of these things. That's what he's been voted on. So you have to say, this man is standing in the way of what I want to accomplish. If you want a higher minimum wage, we need to know that this man is standing in the way of it. You make him a pariah. You make his name mud in Washington. And in the meantime, you do not pass that piece of pivotal legislation. You go to town with every single...
Well, chat, just so you know, like, yeah, I'm hearing people talk about situations with landlords and stuff like that. Look, I know that like not everybody, in fact, probably not most of you can even afford to like support the stream at all. And I'm totally cool with that, right? There's ways that you can support the stream without any money coming out of your pocket, right? The most obvious of those ways is to hit the YouTube stream with a like. That costs you nothing. You can sub to the channel. That costs you nothing. If you have a Twitch account, you can hook it up with your, if you have a, you know, if you have Prime, you can hook your Prime up to your Twitch, and you can actually get a Twitch sub for free. You give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be my channel, then you get all the emotes for my channel, and it costs you nothing, and it does support the stream a little bit, right? So there's definitely ways. Oh yeah, also you know, on Blue Sky, you can support the stream by just commenting on my Blue Sky thread. If you're feeling spicy, you could like the thread, and if you're feeling extra spicy and you want to share the stream with people that follow you, then you can hit repost. But those are just some ideas of ways that you can help out the stream at no cost to you, because I do get that times are tough out there. I know that better than look at that. Wow, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Why so dankness? Why so dankness indeed? And, you know, yeah, the biggest thing is it gets you the emotes, right? That's the coolest thing. You can share the, in fact, you can post them in other people's stream if you want.
Executive order that comes across your desk. You make that man's life hell, and you also go to work uplifting the American people. You declare a state of emergency. You talk about how healthcare is a human right. You talk about how we're going to do every single thing you can. We're going to make sure that nobody pays a cent of student loans as long as I'm president, right? We're going to make sure that we fight it in the court and not a dollar is collected, and we fight all the insurance or the interest rates.
This part hurts so much. And look, the Trump administration has reinstituted paying the like interest on student loans now. They're supposedly going to be garnishing people's wages. It's going to hit a lot of people, right? So it really fucking hurts. It really fucking hurts. And especially knowing that, look, Biden did do a lot to try to fix student loans. What he didn't do, and what we're about to get used to, or what we're about to get into here, is that there are other more obstructionist measures he could have taken to make it harder for Trump to fuck all student loan borrowers over. But I get the feeling that he just didn't want to do what he should have done, which is try to forgive it all. Try to just get rid of that shit, right? Try to burn those student loans, which, you know, if the government can give money to bankers, then the government can definitely write off student debt. Absolutely can do that. But they didn't want to. They wanted to just, like, you know, nibble around the edges, as Sam Cedar would say, and see the results.
All the way. We go after everything that we could do with worker protection to make sure that it's harder to exploit your workforce. Let's make sure that we're supplementing every single court that we can along the way to make sure that a company like Uber doesn't get to contract their drivers as a 1099 employee that has to pay a bunch of taxes at the end of the year and gets totally rat fucked. Let's make sure that we're uplifting those people at every step of the way. I think these are ideas that we would all agree are going to be beneficial and tangible to the American people. And then over your 8-year presidency, you do start to accomplish the goals that you need the power of Congress to do, right? Because nobody can just,
My wife was in medical school, and we initially thought that we were going to be completely ruined in September because they removed all the grad and plus loans. So no more medical school for poor people. Also, they got rid of Pell Grants, which are like 5,000. Yeah, for undergrad, Pell Grants were still a thing at that point. And most people do qualify for Pell Grants. True. Yeah, Pell Grants got me through undergrad, and the grad plus loans almost got me through med school. Look, it didn't work out for me. Why so dankness? But I really hope your wife makes it through med school. I had some real complications due to the pandemic, where I was like, I was like 1 year, like 1.5 years from finishing med school, and would have been very different if I had been able to. But hey, them's the breaks.
Overrule Congress, although Donald Trump is giving it a run for his fucking money right now, and he even has control of Congress, right? So you say we're going to do every single thing that we can from the power of the desk. We're going to fight everything in the court, and we're going to make
infallible foul. The courts did block some of Biden's attempts, but the attempts that he didn't make were, and they'll get into that in a second here. The attempts that Biden did not make would have been more along the lines of forgiving all student debt. And that's where Biden wasn't willing to go, right? Because he didn't want to get hit. Biden is a creature of the 80s, right? You remember back to the 1986 speech that he gave, where he's like, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. Israel's so goddamn important. We got to support Israel, right? And then the other thing that happened in the 80s, I think, was that there was this like moral panic about the idea of student loans, right? And it was particularly, I think, around med school, right? Around the possibility that a person could take student loans, go through med school, declare bankruptcy, and then get out of paying. And that's when student debt became something that you couldn't get out of via bankruptcy. And that has fucked so many people over, on the off chance that a limited number of people going through med school could get out of paying their loans back, right? They made it so that the student loans just are not dischargeable, right? And Biden's still got that in his brain. Oh no, if I forgive all student loans, they'll hit me with you forgave rich people's student loans. You let the med students and the law students and all these, PMC peoples, these PMC, like, right? He was afraid that they would hit him with that. His brain, like, literally lives in the fucking, it lives in the 80s. Congress did not help by bending the knee to the parliamentarian. Absolutely.
Make your life as good as
made suicide rates skyrocket. I haven't looked at that data that you're talking about, but I wouldn't doubt it. Also, Sally Mae is a demon. There's a lot of demons sucking on people's bloods just for wanting to get educated. We need doctors, chat. Do you know this? We don't have enough doctors. Have you tried to get seen for something important? Especially if you're switching doctors because your previous doctor retired or is no longer in network or something like that, and you're like, oh shit, I need to get this taken care of. When can I see a doctor? And they're like, oh, we can fit you in 2 months from now. Is that okay? We don't have enough doctors, and it's especially acute when it comes to rural areas. Definitely don't have enough doctors there. We need more doctors. We should be making it easier to get through medical school, right? Instead we're going to demonize people.
We can while we
medical students, have a very high rate of
get rid of Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, and bring back the party of the people.
Okay, so let's game this out. So it's ARP negotiations. It's the first 2 months of the presidency. This is his first bill that he wants to get passed. He does exactly what you're saying right now. He goes to war with Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin defects. He loses control of Congress.
Well, that's right. Play something. I am a princess.
Now
Why would
you're
he lose
suggesting
control?
It's probably part of me being a high maintenance bitch.
Congress. You're just stacking the deck in your favor.
no, hold
What
on.
if he
I
gets
just
a fucking
told you
mammoth-
that I just told you that there would be a risk that Joe Manchin would
Find a lot of arguments against student loan forgiveness. You know whose dick gets hard as fuck for student loan, against student loan forgiveness? Destiny. Destiny fucking hates people that finished college. I guess because he didn't.
defect and say, I don't like the way you're treating me. Fuck you.
But honestly, those debts go to you. You like whether you finish or not. If you take out the loan, you've got the debt. My son wants med school. We can handle undergrad, but med school, yeah. What's it gonna look like in 3 to 4 years? Yeah, and the 3-year track is actually very tough. People, it's possible, but it's like I know a lot of people that ended up on a 5-year track just to be able to take a little bit of their life back for like 1 or 2 years, right? In fact, if I did that, and if I hadn't done that, I might have just sailed through and gotten my credentials. But I don't know, Chad. I don't know. That'd be a very different life. Like I might not be a streamer if that had happened, right? You probably wouldn't know me.
I'm going to defect. There was
because of all the executive orders
absolutely a
I've
risk
done,
of
I'm now
him
the
doing
most
that, by the
popular
way.
president we have.
So,
See, we can
and
play this counterfactual game all day.
Are you acknowledging or not that there was a risk for him to defect in that way if Trump?
Yes, but you're assuming that after that defection,
Wait,
Donald,
so-
or that
hang on,
that Joe
hang on.
Biden loses Congress. I disagree with that. That's what I'm disputing.
If you give that Senate gavel, do they have a gavel in the Senate? If you give that gavel to Mitch McConnell, now not only do you not get the IRA, which did a lot of really good shit, and not just for environment,
you're
but
stacking the
also
deck
for
in your favor,
wait, hold
Hutch.
on,
You're
hold
just
on.
saying, imagine all these
You're-
bad things happen. I could say, imagine all these good things happen because I did all these executive orders.
Do you not? Okay, hang on. Podcast.
I
Bros.
guess. Hutch,
Hold on,
can I just
hold
break
on.
in real quick?
I need to not feel crazy for a second. Podcast Bros. Do you think it was possible that if Biden would have done what they're suggesting that he should have done, that Manchin could have
No,
switched
he couldn't
parties?
have done
Or
it. He didn't have the talent. Biden, it was too old. He couldn't do it.
Universities are full of bloated course loads to get more money. Federal rates of graduation on the bachelor's is after 6, and even on a 4-year track. Yeah. The other thing that's annoying, if you've ever tried to finish your degree at another college, is like how few of your credits you'll find transferring. When I looked at maybe going back to school to get my MPH, or which I had taken a lot of classes that would count towards that, or to get my to do dietetics, there were courses that I would have had to retake that I am so fucking like, chat, I'm like almost qualified to teach biochem at this point. Like, and they were saying you got to retake biochem. And it's like, I could do that. I would enjoy that. But those are, what is it? Like 5 credit hours, 6 credit hours that I just don't need to have to pay for. Like I know biochem, like, or at least at the time I knew biochem like the back of my hand, right? And they were like, no, you got to retake biochem, right? I'm just like, what? Yeah, retake biochem, retake. I think there was like a microbiology. They would have made me, even though if I've taken freaking, pathology. I've taken classes that require knowledge of microbiology, and yet you're like, no, we've got to retake that as well.
Do it. So this whole thing is, I agree with you, Hutch, in the sense that he couldn't do it. He did not have the capacity to do it. And Manchin, although I don't know that Manchin would be the type to like just never vote on judicial nominees anymore because you're talking some shit. And I think that there are ways he could have done it. But like fundamentally,
Sam always brings up. Nathan Drake is reminding me. Sam Cedar always brings up that you wouldn't need to worry about Manchin if you pass the Build Back Better bill in reconciliation. Yeah.
With you, it's not possible. Biden could not have done it. He did not have it in him. It's not in his character to do the kind of play that the Vanguard are talking about.
It was 40-year-old Biden.
Yeah, can't even do a placement test. I mean, Yes, as far I mean, the advisor did not mention that as a possibility.
It's prime. Could he have forced a $15 an hour minimum wage on Manchin?
No, Hutch,
Force the issue?
Yeah, obviously, to your point, Hutch, it's clear that what you're saying is true, that it was a possibility that it would happen. I mean, I think that what's fair, I guess, to say at least, is that literally did happen with both Manchin and Cinema. They both turned independent eventually.
Why are you doing this? This is like wildly disingenuous. He switched parties after.
I had a year of infectious diseases, and they wanted me to retake microbiology.
He switched parties after they lost control of Congress when it didn't matter, bro. That's irrelevant.
Already opposed bills that did matter.
Hutch, but I think what you've never addressed is this idea that, I mean, I've already conceded fully, like personally, I don't know if the Vanguard Boys would agree with me, but like I've already conceded that, look, you might have a world where you do what the Vanguard guys are saying, and all of a sudden Manchin goes independent, 2 years earlier, and maybe you don't get the IRA passed, and you have to deal with like the current subsidies instead of the expanded ones or whatever. Like that's a risk that you have. And similarly, and I compared to the Trump project, that he loses a lot of elections that he would maybe otherwise be able to win because he endorses radicals in primaries, and they end up winning the primaries. But again, that long-term compositional change of the Republican Party seems to have netted them out policy wins when they're actually able to control.
I mean, it's that Econo Boy, and it's the classical conditioning that comes from like Trump-induced trauma, or whatever you want to call it, right? The fact that this fucking batshit narcissist is gonna make your life a living hell if you don't vote for his stupid bill.
The government, right? And I think that the Democrats, probably should engage in a similar project for the long-term health of, at this point, the country.
So
you
would give up 200 plus judicial appointments and every piece of legislation that he passed.
Your son is nervous because of organic? Yeah, I mean, it is definitely one of those bottleneck courses in a lot of schools. I gotta say though, I feel like, yeah, see, I don't want to say too much about your situation, Emily French, because I feel like the organic course I had was like easier than it should. It was very much the school that I took organic chemistry at was very much centered on like, getting you to biochem, right? Rather than teaching, like, I think what's like a more, and I wanted the actual organic chem experience, right? Because there's things that you don't understand about reactions unless you really like lock in on like the, backside nucleophilic attack, like, right, the mechanisms, right, is what my school like didn't really emphasize. And I think it's a lot harder. Yeah, they could have emphasized stereochemistry a little bit more, would have made it harder, would have, flunked more people. And that's probably why they didn't. But it's so weird because like at another part, like the bottleneck course for my track was actually, I think, I'm trying to remember if it was General Chem 1 or General Chem 2. I think it was 1, actually, right? Which shouldn't be that hard of a class, but they used it as like a gatekeeping class. They used it as a they actively tried to get people to quit the program by making Gen Chem 1 so hard.
Just for this vague notion of like, we're going to be a party of fighters now.
But like I kind of want to say that organic chem doesn't need to be as hard as people make it out to be. But again, I feel like I took OChem at a school that probably made it too easy. I think I would have benefited from a little bit more rigor in OChem rather than just like, get you to biochem and then test you on a few concepts, right? They really only wanted us to get certain concepts out of OChem. OChem was taught by professors who literally finished their master's like 2 weeks. That's a tough teacher to have. I had a teacher that, had just finished, I think it was his doctorate, right? But, because he was in a program, in a doctorate program for chemistry, he kept on writing the tests. Like, instead of like interrogating one concept in a test question, he would try to fit like 5 concepts. And so like you're not going to get the right answer for that question unless you've got all 5 concepts down, which is, you know, I get why he got used to that, but him imposing on us as like undergrads was ridiculous. And what he did essentially was he scared off half of the class, right? We all had failing grades at midterm. And those of us who stuck around got massive curves thrown our way in the second half of the course to make it so that yeah, most of the people, you know, that stuck around ended up passing, but you didn't feel like you were passing. And when you've got like a 50% average on a course at midterm, that does not encourage, but they literally just wanted to thin the herd, I guess. You know, it's kind of a shitty thing.
But Hutch, I think that the problem is that I really believe in the Democratic Party platform, right? Like, I think it's not just like, oh, it'd be nice to have, you know, these are marginal improvements. Like, we're talking about, you know, you said you take seriously the idea that, you know, the threats to democracy, and this is such a big deal. And I think that for the long-term health of the country and also just like the people in the country, to the Vanguard Boys' point, you know, the idea of like having a universal healthcare system, having like a high wage floor, you know, these kind of like expansive welfare policies and
Yeah, they fired like 2,000 people from the Department of Education. Yeah, I don't know what the
things like that. Like our
Wait,
policies are
like, look, when this starts to go into effect and like millions of millennials start getting their wages garnished, like you want to talk about instability, right? You're gonna see instability like you've never seen at that point. Like I don't to be fucked by your own government in such a dramatic way after having signed up for student loans with the understanding that if you didn't get paid, if your salary was low, right, you weren't going to, you know, you were going to have a very low student loan you know, payment, right? Until you started really earning some money. In other words, you weren't going to get those ridiculously high payments forced upon you. And then to have that switched out on you under the Trump administration, yeah, that's gonna really, like, when that hits, when people recognize that, that's gonna really you know, cause some instability.
My question?
so bad. I feel like I am answering it, right?
But
So
you're not. Are you saying that would be an
We're
acceptable?
about to have energy prices going back up. Oh yeah, and that was the big thing that Trump bragged about, was that he was going to make, you know, essentially energy prices go down, and that was going to power like a reduction of inflation, which Biden already achieved. And you know, the problem with the economy is essentially that, yeah, wages have not increased like according in comparison to the cost of living since the 70s, right?
Sacrifice. No 200 plus judges and all that legislation. None of that. Are you saying?
Isn't that wild? Yeah, it explains the shortage of primary care docs in the U.S. Like, yeah, and so many of us just got fucked over. It's gonna destroy academia. Colleges are gonna close. Plus, these dumb fucks just want trade school, God, when we get automation like that, yeah, it's ridiculous the kind of future that you're throwing people into. Primary docs don't get the compensation of specialists, yeah, or yeah, like
cutting all of that would be
Hutch,
worth it to
Hutch,
establish
it's
a new.
obviously Hutch, it's a question of expected value and the risks you're willing to take. So I don't like the idea of the scenario that you're painting. If there's 100% scenario that what you're saying happens, you know, you might think a little bit differently about it, but there's obviously not 100% chance, right? There's every chance in the world that you engage in this project and maybe the idyllic version of what the Vanguard is talking about would happen, or at the very least, you know, something settles out in the middle or something. Like, you never really know how these things are going to go. But I was just going to say, last sentence, that I think establishing a basic standard within the Democratic Party that, hey, I don't care if you don't like this policy. We have to do these things, not only because, you know, it's the platform that we ran on and maybe there's some long-term gains to that, but also it's just really good for the American people, Hutch. And like, it's worth like saying, hey, moderate asshole, fuck you. Like, we have to actually get this done because it's good. Like, we have
you don't need to do this thing where you're like, I'm the one that actually cares about these policies. Meanwhile, you would pursue a strategy that would result in fucking no judicial appointments and no pieces of legislation.
You don't know that
what
for
if you
sure,
want?
Hutch. It's
But
the
is-
risk
do
that
you
you're
underst-
willing to take, right?
Okay,
Like,
let's fine. Put the risk aside. What is the possible benefit? Are you going to move Joe Manchin on this? Yes or no?
He moved on the IRA.
well,
No,
yeah. I don't.
Hold on. Are you going to move him on $15 an hour?
No, Hutch. To answer
I
your
don't think so.
question, yeah. To answer your
I think that's easier than they're making it out to be, right? West Virginia is a state with a lot of poverty. A $15 minimum wage is absolutely something that you can send if you're willing to deploy Bernie Sanders, parachute Bernie Sanders into the hills of West Virginia to advocate for. I think that's something that might be hard, that Joe Manchin might find it hard to say no to, right? Don't play it out like the state of, West Virginia is a very conservative state. It's conservative on social issues, right? And it votes for, you know, right-wing politicians like the fucking freak show governor and his baby bulldog or whatever the fuck, baby dog or whatever her name was, right? But that doesn't mean that they're people aren't going to be enticed with a higher level of pay. And especially considering, you know, how dead some of those energy extraction industries are even in West Virginia, and how many people are making ends meet doing like service jobs, right? I think that $15 minimum wage is going to be a lot more enticing than any of these people are giving credit for.
question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so ultimately that you're able to get
benefit analysis. What is the possible benefit,
Dude,
right?
This all ended with Donald Trump being our president. How can you act like the risk benefit analysis worked out in our favor? Like, that's the whole problem right here. Like, you're talking about the weeds here. We got the fascists in power as a result of this because the American people didn't believe that Democrats could fight anything, including a fascist. And so now we've got people.
They didn't believe the Democratic Party stood for anything, and I don't fucking blame them. A lot of these feckless assholes don't.
Black bagged off of the street. Now we don't have a Department of Education. Now fucking 12 million people are losing their Medicaid. Now the hospital I was born in can no longer deliver babies in the east side of Kansas City, Missouri, because they thought those black mothers that largely make it up nowadays because of fucking gentrification and the fact that all of these people have been shoved to the east poor side of Kansas City aren't worth it to have their own NICU or any kind of delivery services. These are the real life consequences of Donald Trump. And because the Democrats thought they could fuck people and lie to them about, oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage, or, oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans, when they never had an intention of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed
They
the
never
keys
had
over
the
to
intention
white
of doing
supremacists.
student loans?
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Did it work out? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen to yourself.
What do you
People
mean,
hate
did
it.
it work out?
Oh, the Republicans struck.
It was performative. They nibbled around the fucking edges, Hutch. If you watch the Majority Report, you'd know this.
It down. That's what the
It
Democrats
wasn't
always
no,
say.
the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack the court.
Well,
Okay.
I think
Because Biden was a fucking pussy about it. Look, you gotta act fast, act first, and ask forgiveness later, okay? That's how you get shit like student loan reform done. And you get it to a point where they can't fucking pull it back. And Biden, there was a little bit of that Biden was actually able to do, but Biden never wanted to forgive student loans writ large. That was his problem. He thought too small. And Democrats in general, since FDR, have had that problem of thinking way too small.
the Vanguard walked into a bad one because obviously student loans was one where Biden seemed to actually, like, he did actually try to cancel student loan debt broadly. But that's, I think that,
What do you mean by broadly?
you know,
Did he try it once by executive order?
He tried to
He tried
cancel
multiple
it.
things.
This is a Pisco moment.
Yeah.
Go
So,
for it.
I mean, I think that Biden deserves all the credit in the world for the student loan stuff. I think there's one additional thing he could have tried, but I really think he went through all the stops to try to get that passed.
What's the one additional thing you think he could have tried?
I think he should have shredded up all the loan documents for every individual in the country after they lost.
Like, I don't remember the exact policy proposals, but I do remember that Biden's first attempt at student loan reform was calculated as the one that would piss off the business interest the least. In other words, the one that is going to maintain money in the pockets of the loan industry, right? And he did this because he thought that this would be the method of dealing with student loans that would get him yelled at the least by the chattering class, by the very serious people, the same assholes that Obama was trying to cut Social Security in order to please, right? Biden also cared too much about these people's opinions of him, when it turns out that these are the people that have no constituency. These are the David Brooks of the world. They used to be Republicans. Now they are too left-wing for MAGA, and they're politically without a home, and they represent no one, right? Back in the day, they were very influential, like in the Bush administration, and less so in the Obama administration. They were very influential, but as soon as Trump came in, he pulled the rug out from under these assholes, and Democrats like Biden still remember these as being powerful people, movers and shakers, after they lost all of their aura. They got their aura straight sucked out of them by Trump, and Biden's still acting like they represent something. He's still trying to please them. That's why he wasn't able to get student loan reform done. He should have come in like a thief in the night and canceled that shit. He should have gone hard. Instead, he didn't. Instead, he just tried to nibble around the edges and forgive a performatively small amount of student loans, right? Pisco's mentioning another path that he could have taken even after the fact. Even after, he was, after he got stuffed by the Supreme Court, right? And that's worth a try as well.
Lost the election and just as a core executive power, just like shred all of the loan documents and officially renunciate all the loans. Now that might have had some problems, but if you make it impracticable for anybody to prove that those loans exist, I think that's the one additional thing he could have done. But that's not in Biden's character to do that. There could have been other ways, like other documentation, but it would have been such a mess. But I do think he should have done it.
And imagine the political capital Republicans would have to expend.
I just can't accept the fact that
we're going back trying to take this shit together,
and that we cannot figure out a way. Like, how can you be the president that pen strokes away all of the billions and billions of dollars in PPP loans, right? How can you?
I'm telling you that what I would do is, as president, if I were in Biden's shoes, is after all that shit was struck down, I would order the Department of Education to shred all communications and documents related to those student loans. Now that ultimately that might not have been effective, because you could have had whistleblowers and people being like, we can't do this, we have to save all the documents.
Chat, note to self, and by which I mean I want you, the chat, to remember this for me and remind me of it at some future date. All right, if I can ever afford an attorney, I want an attorney like this. I want an attorney that thinks like this, right? I want an attorney like there's a lot of people in politics that would find it gauche to say what Pisco just said, right? And would just pretend like it's not a possibility, even though it very much is.
But that is what I would have.
We need to find out, chat, how much is Pisco's retainer? We need to get Pisco on the NCC team. If I ever get sued by Ethan Klein, I want Pisco defending me in court.
Done, because I do think that it is important, and I
wiping out the PPP loans but fucking over students, exactly.
I think that after we have like the core executive rulings from the immunity decision, all that stuff, I think he should have done it for sure. But in terms of that, you can't go after Biden on the student loan stuff. He did really try that, and the courts really did.
I'm sorry, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. You can absolutely go after Biden. He should have anticipated of course the courts are going to do that. That's why you don't go the fucking soft boy route that Biden went. Oh my God, Chad! I just created soft boy Biden in my head.
Fuck him over on that, and then after the court struck it down, he went with other, the SAVE plan, other methods to try targeted relief, and they forgave like billions and billions of dollars of relief. It was a very good thing that they did, and it's one of those things that they did not communicate well. They did not communicate well. That was a tangible win for the American people.
Yeah, I was under the impression, Pisco, and you can elucidate this, because my impression was that within the power of the Higher Education Act, and I have a tweet about this from the past that I would be curious as a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but the Higher Education Act, couldn't he potentially? It says right here that there was no discussion of the actions that he could have taken through what's called the HEROES Act. And it lies within the power of the Higher Education Act of 1965, which he made no effort to pursue as a final effort after his initial ruling.
They tried both, and it was in the middle of the rulemaking situation. It took longer because there's additional procedures that they had to run, and they had to have a notice and comment timeline, and so they did end up using that authority that you're invoking. And the one additional thing he could have tried is, instead of capping at 10,000, 20,000, he could have gotten rid of it all. They had a stronger argument on that because the legal provision there was waive or modify, and the court.
Yeah, worst presidents. Who do people usually say? Buchanan, Johnson. And I mean, like, I would say Trump, but
basically said, well, they can do, you can waive all of it, or you can modify a little bit, and they interpreted modify to be like a much more minor, but that would have been struck down anyway. And I think the court was signaling it that they were going to invoke what's known as the major questions doctrine. They didn't actually invoke the major questions doctrine in that case, but they basically signaled that if Biden tried to waive all the student loans, even though that was more cabin within the terms of the statute, that the Supreme Court was going to strike it down.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that anything that President Biden attempted to do via executive order, or that could have been done congressionally via statute, is still subject to judicial review, which means, to Pisco's point, the conservative supermajority on the court, they could have invented whatever reason they want to grant cert to the case.
Here lies the fundamental problem with why Democrats always fucking lose, because everything you just said might be true, but I don't care about it, right? Because I just watch.
Some people say Carter. Yeah, I could see the argument for that. Reagan.
Watch them forgive billions of dollars for rich assholes that bought votes with that money, and that's how the American people feel. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally
understand that.
We totally agree, but that's also another reason why I think for a lot of us here, court reform is so central to the case, and making it a case to the American people is so essential, because anything that you want done or we want done is going to have to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, and they're inclined to strike it down for precisely that reason. Trump will get away with his tax cuts for the rich and for all sorts of other egregious things because he has a sympathetic supermajority on the Supreme Court, and they're the final boss of democracy. Trump's the immediate problem, but the court represents an equally dangerous problem. It's just kind of looming in the background. You got to deal with both.
I want to say one other thing. Like, I am not just trying to constantly split the baby here. I do agree ultimately with Hutch in terms of the empirics of the makeup in the Congress, and the fact that the base of the Democrats, they're not like the MAGA base. They don't exert that kind of control and power. And so I do think that Biden has to approach it a different way. Where I agree strongly with the Vanguard is the following. Biden's presidency is a failure. It is a failure because of the one most important thing that he promised, which is to restore the soul of this country and to stop Trump. He failed on. And that not exclusively. There were other challenges that are outside of his control, the resurgence of COVID, inflation, that kind of stuff, which, I don't blame on him. But the failure of communication and the lack of engagement due to his frailty, and then the hubris, the arrogant decision that if you really, I know people are clowning on Jake Tapper and stuff, and for good reason, but if you read the decision-making process that wasn't ever there when they decided to run for re-election, that this is how they were running the administration. And you can't tell me that that was optimal in terms of the domestic policy front and that everything was running on four cylinders when you're not meeting with your fucking cabinet. And so do I believe that Biden was doing everything in his power and everything within his, communication ability while he was president on the domestic front? No, I don't believe that. And I think that there are probably other things he could have done. And I think that you don't need to go on the all out, call Manchin a fucking pig fucker. Or there are other approaches that I think he would have taken.
Although we must all admit that there's a lot of strange requirements for joining a fraternity, and I'm guessing that Manchin was a member of a fraternity, so we can't say for sure that Manchin is not objectively a pig fucker.
Taken, Hutch, and I think what you have to grant, Hutch, even though I agree with you that you couldn't push Manchin move heaven and earth, and you ultimately probably wouldn't get $50 minimum wage. there was not even an attempt to signal. You have to grant that like they did not even like protest a little bit on that, and that has to like be something you acknowledge.
I think in the case of Manchin, there was one time because people were complaining about the fact that he wasn't like picking this fight, and I think he was asked a question at a press conference, and he said some like mild criticism of Joe Manchin, and Joe Manchin turned around and wrote a fucking op-ed for the Wall Street Journal that said he wasn't budging. Fuck you. So like, my
so what
point
would you do
is
if you're
that
President
like,
Hutch? What would you do? Would you let him fucking dog walk you like that?
What is? You just told me a
Yeah,
moment
Hutch,
ago.
would you be Manchin's bitch, just like Biden?
No. I agree with you that like you can't.
You have this precious little time and this precious little political capital to spend. It's just, these are the historical trends. George W. Bush after 9/11, that he was the only guy to buck this trend in the post-war era.
Like, look, Hutch is noticing historical trends, and like, good on you for knowing the history. Most people don't, right? But what he's not noticing, what he's not seeing, is why those historical trends existed in the first place. Like, what is it about the modern Democratic Party that, whereas FDR got reelected time after time after time, the Democrats are bound to, if they ever get the trifecta, losing it after 2 years. What's the difference? What's the difference between FDR and Obama? Can you figure it out? Because Hutch, I don't think this is beyond your level of comprehension. I feel like even you should be able to get this.
Every single other time.
Wait, Biden bucked the trend. Biden bucked the trend in historic fashion in 2022.
Yeah, I'm not talking about beating incumbents. I'm talking about when you give a trifecta to a government or to a political party, the American voters, you only get 2 years. It's just way easier to be on offense 24/7 when you're out of.
Honestly, the New York Democratic Party is what fucked Biden in 2022. The Democrats would have retained control of the House if the New York Democratic Party did not have such a hard-on for rat fucking progressives. Like, they literally changed the map in order to make it harder for progressives like AOC to win to win election, and in the process they ended up empowering the Republican Party, right? It was 100% the Democratic Party of New York. If they hadn't made those moves, right, then they never would have lost the House.
Power, which is why you're going to see the Democrats have a lot of success in special elections.
Hutch, is your
Probably
position just that Joe Biden should have rolled over and he was right to roll over, and that Joe Manchin was totally cool to call the shots, and you don't really see much of an issue with that? Like,
you're
not frustrated by this?
You're trying to frame it as though that it's this moral issue, and it's not. No, it's not an issue of morality. It's an issue of practical consideration. If you only have so much time to deliver on your agenda with legislation that you can get passed.
See, Hutch, you're gaslighting us. If you're going to tell me that the interests of Joe Biden, the class interests of the Democratic Party establishment, are the same as the working class in America, you are fucking gaslighting me, right? And when you say it's not a moral issue, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, right? There's no moral, there's no difference. In other words, we're not talking about morals here, right? Marx was not talking about morals, okay? He did not frame the communist project in a moral, sense, right? This was about history. This was about the arrow of time. This was about that which had come before, and based on that which would come after. It's not a moral calculation at all.
Through simple
Well, if you're
majority
saying that all it takes to
reconciliation,
stall
why
an
would you-
entire piece of legislation is an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and you're just gonna
If
okay,
I
Mr.
thought
Manchin, you're
that
right.
if I thought that I could get something out of it, then obviously you fight. But I don't think you guys fully appreciate.
That's what's gonna lead to
Wait, let
more
me just
Donald
finish.
Trump, though, dude.
I don't think you guys fully appreciate that the Congress sometimes says no.
I'm not saying that the problem was that the Congress gave. I just gave you 10 other solutions of what I would do if the Congress said no to me. My man, what I'm trying to point out to you is that if the Democrats ever wanted to have a chance of winning, they have to deliver on some of these promises.
Yeah, they could have gone at, look, if you're going to be like amoral, if you're going to make this amoral appeal I'm sorry, Hutch, that's what you're doing, right? You can call it pragmatism all you want. It's fucking amoral, right? If you're gonna go with this though, Will is right. The inflection point would have been Manchin's daughter. Now, I happen to think on a moral level that a fucking enemy of the people like Joe Manchin's daughter, a fucking white collar criminal, should face some consequences regardless of how Manchin votes. So I would not, I might have a moral problem with taking that course of action, because like what you're doing then is you're like offering her amnesty if Joe Manchin votes correctly. But if you're being pragmatic, that's a perfectly pragmatic argument, right? And chat's right about that.
That might have a really good argument as to why they didn't deliver on any of these promises. But the
you
American
said your
people
solution was
did
you were going to
not
do
feel
an
that way.
executive order for everything that he would have done otherwise with the legislation, which is like a baby brain take.
That is not a baby brain take. I said, what could you do from the power of your desk?
You seem to suggest that the president can do whatever they want with an
Have you
executive
watched
order.
Donald Trump's presidency, my guy? Does it look like it's reigned in check?
Check him on executive orders.
We're circling the drain.
I already told you I agree with stacking the court, Hutch. I already told you that.
That's not even on the what. That's a separate conversation.
We're continuing the circle. It's an infinite circle at this point. Can I propose a slight change of topic? Because we've talked about this. Well, I was just going to say, we've talked about this. One interesting topic to kind of tie into is right now, this is kind of a historical debate. What should Biden have done? But right now, okay, this is an interesting question. We've got this big kerfuffle with the EPSTEIN files, okay? And there's a question, what should Democrats do with this controversy today? And what should they do if they capture a House in Congress in 2026? I think that's that's the flavor of the week, guys. That's what's going on right now.
It is the flavor of the week, and I think it actually does relate to what we were just talking about, because in the modern era now, and like when we're not out of power, I am so pissed off at the people who are being pussies. I'm just so pissed off at the people who aren't fighters. I'm going to be honest with you in terms of like the messaging on this, on Mamdani, like the fact that we have conservative or I don't know, centrist Democrats or whatever you want to call them, coming out and not supporting the nominee in New York pisses me the fuck off. So I think that we should absolutely wield the bully pulpit on issues like Epstein, on issues like everything that Trump is doing. And I don't like the current leadership is failing us on that front. I'm the era of Kristen Cinemas has to be over. You can maybe make the case, and
this is a perfect example, Pisco, of where probably you and I disagree, right? Like, so we can both say that the Democratic Party establishment is failing us on using the gift that has been dropped in the Democratic lap by virtue of the Epstein issue, right? We can both agree on that. However, I wonder if you you're willing to admit that the reason for that is most likely, and look, I've come to this through deduction. All right, I don't have proof of this. Anything that I'm about to say, still allegedly, like I don't know the actual state of the Epstein files or any of that stuff, right? But by deduction, chat. All right, let's go through this, right? Just do a little deduction here. So, Epstein in 2019, under Trump administration 1, hangs himself in prison, right? Shuffles off his mortal coil. Okay? So you got Trump 1 not releasing any information regarding the Epstein files. Then you got Biden not releasing any information regarding the Epstein files. Now, the Trump people will say that because Biden didn't use Epstein, didn't use those files, didn't release anything, did not, that proves that Trump is innocent, right? Trump was innocent. I don't see, even if it takes down big people in the Republican Party, I don't actually see Trump, staying quiet about that, right? What I think that we've shown is that there are people that Biden was intent on protecting, right? There are people that the Democratic establishment did not want to throw under the bus by releasing. So I think there is stuff, at least mentioning Trump. I don't know if there's any like smoking gun of like he went to the Epstein Island and he had sex with, a minor. I don't know if there's anything like that, but there's at least stuff that's bad optically for Trump there. I think the reason it wasn't released is because there's probably also stuff that looks bad for Bill Clinton, for Hillary Clinton, for some movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. I wonder if Pisco is willing to admit that the way that it looks is that the Biden, couldn't, weaponize this against Trump because he had people that he was protecting, and that this is a huge issue with the Democratic Party. And look, this could be a feature, right? They're afraid of losing some pretty big figures. I would argue that whoever those figures are not worth keeping around. Whoever those fucking monsters are that are being protected, like the left and maybe even the Democratic Party would be better off without.
I would make the case actually that the conditions in 2021 were difficult for Biden. They were really difficult. He did not make the most of it, I agree, but they were genuinely difficult. But now we can't go back to that era where we're fighting for mansions and cinemas. And we need to primary the fuck out of people like Fetterman, out of all, and I don't care if they're really in these
Fetterman, Schumer, Torres, yeah, that's a good start.
Uber whatever districts, people like Glusenkamp Perez, I don't like them at all. If you are giving Trump like all of these signaling victories and you're like condemning like Al Green when he stands up for Medicaid and all that shit, that pisses me the fuck off. And so whatever you want to say, we can relitigate for the rest of time Biden's failures and the system that existed in 2021. But I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to where we're having to rely on the mansions of the world. And so at the very least, when it comes to Epstein, when it comes to all this stuff, I want fighters. I want people who are stronger so we don't end up back in that unfortunate situation that we can't, figure out.
But what does that look like? Like, I think like for instance, like you'd had Republican politicians come out there just like the Democrats are the party of pedophiles. Like this was like
oh, look at that. I forgot that I commented. Wait a minute. I thought I commented in Hutch's stream. Wait, this is wild. Why is it showing? What? It's showing my chat in. I think this is Pisco. Wait, no, this is Josiah's stream. Okay, I don't understand. I swear to God, chat, I wasn't watching. I thought I was watching Hutch's stream, but there I am. Lib and Learn. Dems have been failing with the same strategy since the 80s. Wake up, chat. And I actually got some positive responses from that one.
Quote that I wheel out as like the insanity of the right, is like, is that the kind of rhetoric that we should employ against Republicans because of this Epstein stuff? Like, hey, this is the real party of pedophiles. Look at who they're protecting. Epstein, their big buddy. Picture of Trump and Epstein hugging each other. Like, how should we generally like, what should the rhetoric really look like around an issue like this, right? How extreme should we be?
You guys Zach, any thoughts?
Yeah, they might have combined chats. Is that a thing you can do with Twitch?
Yeah.
Well,
it looks like they're multi-streaming. It looks like they're on Twitch and YouTube. I would guess. In fact, it looks like Restream.
Yeah, the Vanguards, they've got to go in 15 minutes. So yeah, if we can let him in,
and that's not like a super hard out. But my girlfriend made dinner, so I got to run downstairs and I'll get in trouble. But
correction, Zach, that is a super hard out. Go eat your dinner.
Long story short is I think that it's a winner, right? People have attention on.
I'm sorry, Chad. I got to speak up for Hutch's. I got to speak up for Zach's girlfriend here. Go eat your dinner. Go eat your dinner, Zach. She worked hard on that for you.
Right. And so we need to figure out a way that we can tie
also I kind of want to get to bonus content. I've got a horse in this race too.
To one, the corruption of the Republican Party, talk about why it's absolutely shameful to pivot that Donald Trump
I agree with that NCC lady in Hutch's chat. I don't think that was NCC though. That was Irene Geller. Completely different person, right? Yeah. Irene Geller's the one with glasses, right? It's
Do I think that it's going to make Democrats look bad too? Probably so. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Slick Willie's buried in there down there in.
Oh, you know what? There is a feature, I think, in Restream. I think there might be I know there's a feature to like stream together that they really try to push. They must be doing something with that.
the list. But for the most part, I think that you have to use it as an opportunity to do some outreach, right? Who is really interested in this, right? The pod bros.
Oh, so Twitch does have the sharing of chats implemented?
These people that we've been talking about how the
I mean, this was a YouTube chat though.
Democrats really need to read.
Yeah, I think there's a restream. I think there's a restream functionality.
I think there's a way for you to go out there, and it's a guy that I've locked horns with in the past, but I think a dude like Rokana has been pretty spot on when it comes to the Epstein.
No, it's like it's more like a Hannah Montana kind of thing.
Issue. He's gone out there and he's like, I believe in a transparent government. If the Republicans are legitimate in their desire to make the government more transparent, then they need to vote yes on this, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the kind of thing that you save around for the midterms, but for right now, while it's a hot issue, definitely take it as a way to, score easy points and dunk on Donald Trump.
Yeah, I just want to say on this point, I totally agree. You don't have to lie. I don't think you need to lie. But you need to look like you're with the zeitgeist. And right now, this is the zeitgeist. And go on offense on things that, it could be. I'm 50-50 on like what the actual substance is there. But the fact that they wrote all these checks about, they're sure that there's corruption there. They're sure that there's a cover up. They're sure that there's all that stuff. Call them out on that bullshit for 100%. And yeah, don't make any promises that you can't keep.
We all know your glasses are fake. Yeah, that's right. And Kaya's cooking me my fried rice with tofu.
Like, oh, we know for sure that Trump.
Kaya's in the kitchen right now chopping up the chaom, chopping up the kasha.
Did something criminal. Like, I wouldn't go so far.
Has anybody ever heard of this herb? I got like no reaction from chat. And I hadn't heard it until I moved here. I hadn't heard of it either till I moved here, right? Acacia pinnata, climbing wattle, or chaom in Thai.
As far as that, but just there are ways of signaling stuff, and I think someone who's doing a good job of it right now. Fuck, who was this?
You think there's a chance that Donald Trump isn't implicated and he's squashing it anyway?
I feel like the most likely situation is like, bro, I think the most likely thing is like he fucking has no idea what's in those files, but he's like a little scared that he's in them.
Well, he would be able to. I mean, I'm sure Trump knows what's in them, right? I mean, it would be kind of bizarre if he didn't. I mean, at this point, I mean, I think that he also, to be fair, I think one thing that the Democrats need to wheel out on this is, he had some pretty sus statements about the Epstein files himself, where he had said something like, oh, yeah, I'll release the JFK files. I'll release the MLK files. What about the Epstein files? Well, there's a lot of weird stuff, and I don't, it's like,
it was
an
like
immediately
Fox News
right
interview.
after.
The whole thing is a fucking fiasco.
And,
like, you
I
could sue them.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that's true. And the Democratic president totally should. But I was just going to say that I think that that's like clearly some sus stuff, and Trump is probably a little bit scared. And I mean, Trump like clearly does have Epstein associations. The man's literally been photographed like a dozen times with Epstein, and I think he's on the flight logs or whatever. I mean, things like that are probably important for Democrats to point out strategically. And I guess like again, by my perspective, I'm a pretty anti-conspiratorial thinker, but for Trump.
All right, let's try it. Let's hear how close I am. I'm guessing I pronounced it wrong, and it's maybe more like Cha'am. Cha'am. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I've said this to a few people here, and they don't recognize what I'm saying. Cha'am. See the other pronunciation.
Cha'am.
Cha'am. Cha'am. Okay, I got it now.
Cha'am.
Cha'am. I don't know why I made it a hard or like a long O sound, but yeah, it's Cha'am. Anyway, there's your daily Thai lesson.
To give an answer like that in response to the Epstein files after being totally gung-ho on declassifying everything else, that's pretty fucking suspicious. Like, that's all I have to say. Like, that's my genuine
heard of the plant but never eaten it
opinion. There just seems to be a lot of smoke here, and I don't know. It seems like it's worth kind of going.
And Democrats need to fan that smoke. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that it's crazy that with that actual 100%
I feel like you can get jail time if you bring it into the country.
Legitimate conspiracy theory right there. The Democrats instead spent years fucking talking about Stormy Daniels, someone he had a consensual.
My grandpa has a gigantic plant, the Cha'am plant, the climbing wattle that he's been growing around the house. Does he use it for herbs? Does he cut it and eat some of the
fucking
like the like young shoots of the plant?
Relationship with apparently, and like all this.
Yeah, there are a few sister plants as you
random bullshit when they easily could have hammered him for being the king of the fucking pedophiles, the quote-unquote best friend of Jeffrey Epstein, in the man's own words. Are you kidding me? Like, that should have been the number one thing they said against him. They were terrified of leading into the Epstein files because the Democrats are serious people that don't talk about conspiracy theories, and we don't get in the muck, and we only talk about
Senegalia pinnata is another. I think it's pretty similar to Cha'am.
Like all this crap. But no, they 100% should have talked about it.
Oh shit! Wait, they call it Pakla here. I should have. Oh my god! No wonder nobody recognized what I was saying. Yeah, the regional pronunciation, Pakla.
And they 100% should talk about it. I think I saw John Ossoff, mentioning it in a speech, and he called Trump a predator or something. And I was like, thank you. Like, every fucking Democrat in the country should be saying
Pak just means vegetable.
And that, yes, Trump is a predator, that he's, participating in the cover-up of his own crimes and those of Jeffrey Epstein, and that this whole entire fucking cult exists around these child sex predator conspiracy theories only for them to have elected one themselves. Like, that should be one of the main points that the Democrats harp on. Why? Because Epstein is actually something that normies care about and follow. The majority of the stuff we spent this entire conversation talking about, normal people don't even fucking know about or really care about. Like, they want a $15 an hour minimum wage, but they didn't know about this fight going on with Joe Manchin and shit. What's something that people actually do follow and pay attention to that's peripherally related to politics, but it's not specifically a political issue, is the Epstein thing. It's the Epstein thing.
Yeah, the whole thing, the whole trick with this herb is that you got to pick it before it gets mature. Because the older it gets, the more it develops these thorns, and the thorns make it hard to deal with.
It's crazy that the Democrats totally let MAGA claim that territory and use it to get them into office, even though, again, their guy was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. It's maddening.
I actually see a lot.
What do they call it in Thailand? In Thai, okay, so the common way to call it is cha but there's different names for it in different regions. Like the northern part of Thailand, would that be like Chiang Rai, Chiang Mai, places like that? They call it Pakla, and in the northeast, like Assam area, they call it. Wait. Just had it. Paka. I can't even pronounce the Burmese name for this, or the Khmer name. It's a shrub or a small tropical tree, grows up to like 5 meters, which is 16 feet. Leaves are bipinnate. That's where the pinnata comes from. In the Latin name, linear oblong glabrous pinnules. Oh my God, we're getting into botany here. Yellow flowers. I've never seen the flowers.
A lot of Democrats pouncing on this issue, but yeah, you're right about that. But like, I think like right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from some of these people. Ossoff is like a really good clip. I think
Ossoff,
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
I think it's really obvious that Trump massively underestimated the cultural salience of the Epstein issue. I think he understood, like,
is it in the P family?
In the abstract, that some weirdos thought he was going to do some QAnon stuff. I think he's probably like vaguely aware of the details or whatever, and how the QAnon stuff sort of like seeped into the mainstream. And a lot of that is like really kind of connected with Epstein stuff. I don't think he fully appreciated just how much interest was captured because of this story. And I think when the answer that he gave to the media was like a huge red flag, but the post that he did was even crazier. And so
like accusing the Democrats of making the documents, and that is, I think, the most suspicious thing that we've seen from him.
Well, so I do think
yeah, look, he's getting his his loyal following ready for a potential revelation, right? He's getting them ready. You know, the fact that Trump said, like, first he said that there were no files, it just doesn't exist. There's nothing more to see, right? Then when pressed about it, he implied there were files, but they were made or forged by, what did he say? Obama, Biden, and Hillary Clinton, like, which doesn't make sense, right? Epstein died in 2019 under the first Trump administration. Obama and Hillary, I don't know why he's trying to like bring them into it, but yeah, he's just basically poisoning the well. If you see this stuff, understand that it's fake news. That's what he's saying.
Best friend. I mean, if you were the best friend of Jeffrey Epstein, you were at least aware of. And I think that the most like
it does have pods, so yeah, the P family makes sense.
I'm taking the side, like if I'm looking at this and I'm saying, how do I make it most sympathetic to Donald Trump? At the very least, he understood for a long time what Jeffrey Epstein was up to.
There's that quote, right? There's that quote from I forget which magazine it is.
He likes him young.
He likes him on the younger side. I mean, that's on the record that he gave. So you're right about that. I just all I'm saying is I don't want to say that I know for certain that there's some criminal conduct.
Oh yeah, you're a
there.
lawyer. I'm a muckraker on the internet. I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
To answer the question about what the Democrats should do, assuming they win the midterms, they should 1000% do exactly what the Republicans did to Hillary with Benghazi. 13 fucking congressional subcommittee hearings investigating Epstein.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got Petai Durai, Petai Siam. I think those are what it's called in Malaysia. Yeah. You've eaten tons of it. Okay. I like it, but when I first moved here, I was put off by the smell of it cooking. I was like, what is that? What is that nasty? Get that nasty stuff away from me. But then I tried a few dishes with it in it, and I mean, it looks scary. Honestly, it looks like an alien. It feels like you're eating an alien or something. I'm like, I'm not sure I want to eat an alien. Like what is this?
Like, keep it in the conversation literally for months.
Oh yeah, sorry. I had to close Discord to make the computer stop crashing. But I'll look for anybody that's signed up for Weasel Court and try to give them the roles that they need.
Months and months and months. Fucking impeach him. Like, stretch it out over like 2 or 3 months.
Agreed.
Look into it. Like, so I'm with you on like fighting dirty in that way.
Now we're
Look,
talking.
I think Democrats should I think every Democrat in Congress should be prepared to pull like 80-hour weeks for like 2 straight years with all the different I think you literally.
What does petai mean in Malay? What is the literal meaning of petai? I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced.
You should impeach almost everyone in Trump's cabinet, right? And I think that's not just because I hate them and I want them to be out of office. It's like they've literally all done impeachable conduct. Like almost like you probably have like 50 different people in this executive who
due process, illegal war.
Yeah, the smell is different than anything I've ever, which is part of what makes it such a good herb, right? There's literally nothing like it. I don't think you could approximate it with any combination of herbs. It's pretty unique. Yeah, I was actually just in Kuala Lumpur recently, Miku.
Or I mean, like, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and so it literally do a record number of impeachment hearings and impeachments, you know, I don't know if it would be a special committee or a special investigation or something into the Epstein files. Frankly, there'll probably be impeachable conduct related to that because they won't cooperate and they won't actually they won't follow any of the subpoenas you give. And so, you know, that's going to be a whole other can of worms. But, you know, make this a wedge issue in part because I think that Trump has only miscalibrated his own base, I think, a couple of times. One of those times was the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine was one where Trump seemed to not really have a hold on his base. And it seems like this could be one of those issues. Now, the vaccine was one of those things that I'm glad the Democrats didn't pounce on because I don't want the Democrats to be the anti-vax party. So it was a good thing they didn't pounce on that. But the Epstein thing was one where, to the Vanguard Boys' point, like, the Democrats.
Okay. So petai just means bitter or stink. Okay, I see. So yeah, petai Siam, like that. So it means the literal meaning is like Thai stinky, or I mean, like I guess Siam technically a little bit different than the meat, but yeah, like it's a very sulfuric smell. Yeah, it is. That's why people use it. I think it's very popular to put in like omelets.
Really claim this as their own wedge issue and kind of not necessarily get like a bunch of MAGA people. It's not like, Cenk Uygur, you're going to get 20% of the Republicans to vote for you or something. But, you could get, 2 to 3 to 4% of them to maybe be apathetic about Trump, to like lower their passion for him. You might get a margin of people, 0.5%, 1%. To vote for you because all of a sudden, like, you're the party of transparency on this issue. And to be fair, the Democrats also have less to lose. Like, to the Vanguard Boys' point as well, it's like, what's the worst case scenario? That, like, Bill Clinton is implicated the same way as Trump? Like, bro, he was president 35 years ago.
Right, he has no future.
Well, that's why they did.
Stink bean is the most direct. Wait, would stink bean be the translation of Patai Durai? Because Patai Siam, doesn't that refer to it being like of... God, I'm trying to remember what technically like Siamese, Siam versus Thai means, like the denotation, or... Oh my God. I'm still, I gotta be honest, I'm still learning like my Thai history, like understanding like the different kingdoms of Thailand, the, Lanat kingdom in the north, the Sukhothai kingdom, and the Ayatai kingdom. And then the...
They didn't fucking unveil it in the first place under fucking Biden's administration, right? They easily could have unveiled the proof that Donald Trump was a pedophile. They could have fucking had the FBI actually haul him out of Mar-a-Lago, arrest him. They actually could have dealt with the problem with the
There
Epstein
may not
thing.
be that's the thing. Like, we just don't know what the there is.
Come
agree
on.
now.
Come on.
We don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to commit to that. But my point is, I agree that they should ruthlessly weaponize it now. The thing is, though, the call is going out, and they're starting to close ranks. So Trump had that disastrous post, which was a misfire. He was ratioed on his own platform. It went viral, generated more attention. It was a Streisand effect. But then what he did is he picked up the phone. He started.
Honestly, Trump's been ratioed a number of times. I think, he's talking about Truth Social. That was the actual Donald Trump account that got ratioed there. The funny thing, on Twitter, the White House account got ratioed by, I believe, a spicy Maoist that goes by the name Dark Jucha, like as in the governing philosophy of North Korea. And they actually posted, like, Trump posted a picture, or the White House account posted a picture of Donald Trump as a superhero. And then this dark woke account, or dark Jucha account, edited the picture to make the superhero figure of Trump fat, and wrote the words like "fat arsler" on it, and ratioed it with that. Just called Trump literally a fat arsler, and ratioed the White House account with that.
Calling people privately. So Charlie Kirk bent the knee today and said, "I'm done talking about Epstein." Fox News, I just saw there was as of 3 hours ago.
Behavior of an innocent man.
Yeah, Fox News has mentioned
No, he's
Joe
acting
Biden.
sus. You're right about that.
No, 100%. But now,
Oh, it makes your pee stinky?
now people are. What I'm saying is,
I sort of remember that.
people are starting to close. So Fox News has mentioned Joe Biden 90 times as of 5:45 p.m. Epstein 0. Dinesh D'Souza has just announced he's done talking about the Epstein thing.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, so like we're seeing
I did too. I couldn't even remember his name the other day.
increasing number. Laura Ingraham apparently just went live and was scolding her viewers.
Ooh, the Dems should subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. That's an interesting idea, Bad Lefty. Make her tell all the names she knows.
About the infighting. So there's going to be a concerted effort to close ranks on this. They're going to try to smother the flame.
The orders have been issued.
That's why the Democrats can't let up on it. The Democrats need
100%.
to hammer this home every single day. They cannot because the Republicans will be successful about it. I said this on the show the other day. After January 6th, even I thought, nope, Trump's done.
Yeah.
He's never getting reelected. The Republicans are never going to reaccept him. He literally just tried to overturn American democracy and committed treason on the highest level that this country's seen since the fucking Civil War. Like, there's no way.
Yep, the fucking he wormed his way back. So the Democrats should not let that happen this
Agreed.
time. As I said, they should have fucking arrested Donald Trump when they were able to. They should have hauled him into a fucking jail cell out of his Mar-a-Lago mansion when they had the fucking power to, and prevented this disaster nightmare that we're all living through now. They fucking didn't, but they should.
Wait, they literally.
It's one of those situations in which, look, you would have yielded less power to Trump if you had either done what they said and just gone full hog and just fucking, you know, like go full bore into these charges right after January 6th, right? At that moment, people were done. Even Republicans were done with Trump. Tucker Carlson was dancing on his grave at that point, right? That would have been the perfect time to charge him and to prosecute him, right? So you could have done that, or you could have like left it alone, which is a lot of times what happens, right? A lot of times actual crimes by high elected officials are ignored out of an abundance of caution for seeming like you're weaponizing the courts, right? So you could have done one or the other, either prosecute him full hog all the way and and put him away for good, or just like not touch him, and it would have yielded less power. The Democrats, Merrick Garland, they made the worst choice possible, which was to just go halfway and be like, oh, I mean, I guess maybe we'll file charges against him like way too late to actually get anything done. And by leaving all of these court cases half done in a way where they'll be dismissed when he gets elected, it's the one result that gives Trump something that looks kind of like an exoneration, right? And Trump has shown that he'll do, like the Mueller investigation, chat. The Mueller investigation was not an exoneration of Donald Trump, right? It was it was a demonstration of the limits of a special prosecutor when the president and the Congress have no interest in taking what the special prosecutor has found seriously. But Donald Trump still nonetheless used it as an exoneration, as he used the fact that most of his court cases were unable to be completed.
But they should never let them live down the Epstein thing.
Okay, so like asparagus, it contains and asparagus is actually low-key really good for you. Like asparagus, it contains certain amino acids, give it a strong smell to one's urine. The effect can be noticed up to 2 days after consumptions, like other beans. Their complex carbohydrates can cause a strong... Wait, they can give you gas? Oh, I never had that happen. Yeah, I didn't realize that you could get chop farts.
Okay. Sorry.
Do you disagree?
They did it partly on the Stormy Daniels things.
You got arrested 4 times.
That's it. I do want to say to Josiah's point, the fact that you bringing that up now actually makes me more mad at Biden. I'm just gonna be honest with you, because Joe, with the reporting that we're getting,
interesting question. Had Kamala been AG instead of Merrick Garland, he would have been charged. Oh God, that would have been so awesome.
Biden wasn't present. Like the access to him was closed off to.
It smells a lot like shiitake when cooking.
3 or 4 advisors, and maybe he's calling into Micah or what the fuck is that? MSNBC.
Yeah. So I guess we're finding out it's definitely not on the low FODMAPs diet.
Yeah, but like he's not talking to the influencer. There's no influencer that.
Wait, but can you eat the beans? Is this from eating the shoots, or is this from eating the beans?
Has his back, because he's not engaging with these people in any real authentic way or building bridges, and that just pisses me off. And again,
but I think Pisco, to be fair, like I think it's fair to say that the Democrats haven't done, like they're not nearly as, at this point they're not the Biden extreme insulation that's definitely not a thing in the Democratic Party at this point. Now, but
it was
Chuck Schumer.
Right? That's what
it was, and that that's totally correct. It's totally terrible, and I think to be fair.
Oh yeah, Jerusalem artichoke can definitely make you gassy. Yeah, in fact it's known for that. Some people cannot eat sunchoke or Jerusalem artichoke, which is what we're talking about there. It's an interesting root. it's not particularly like it's not like a potato. Like potato is very high in carbohydrates. Jerusalem artichoke is like high in, I guess, some. It's like stuff that our body doesn't actually process as fuels, right? There is fuel in there, but it's just not fuel that our body has the right enzymes to process. And for that reason, yeah, it is pretty low in calorie, so it's a great diet food if you can tolerate it. But also, some people, it just turns into gas. It turns into the most foul and painful gas that you've ever had.
You've seen so much more engagement from Democrats in like alternative media spaces. Not nearly enough, not half enough, but I think it's clear
the problem
that
is that a lot of them are really bad at it, right?
They are.
Well, but no, Vanguard guys, you that's totally correct. But I think that one of the points that we made on this show that I'm sure that you would agree with is that to the extent that they're bad at it, it's because they're just not practiced in it, right? Like they're just used
Kamala
to
Harris
not having
got a lot
to
of
do it,
practice.
right? Well, no, I kind of disagree with that because
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that the current boomer Democratic establishment is unwilling to hand the keys over to the next generation? Do you think that could be any of it at all, Econo Boy? Do you think there's any factor of that, like the dominance of the Democratic Party by the gerontocracy might translate into less than sound digital media strategies? Do you think that's possible? Could we consider that possibility?
And
she was a California senator. She was the top cop of California. She was the vice president for 4 years.
No, I totally disagree with this. That these skills atrophy over time. And when she was vice president, she barely gave any interviews, and that's 4 years where you're not even expecting to run for president because of Joe Biden.
Then that's a dereliction.
No,
he agrees.
We totally agree on that. All that I'm saying is that to the extent that Democrats are engaging in alternative media spaces, that's really good. It's a really good sign. It seems like pretty much everyone who's been spoken about.
Wait a minute. I know stink beans. I've seen, Mark Wiens, the if it's not spicy, I'm not eating guy. I think it was Mark Wiens. I saw somebody get I think they went to like, was it they were going to a place to pick durian, and there ended up being some stink beans growing there. And he was like, "Oh, this is my favorite treat. Oh, you don't know about stink beans. Let me show." Like, right? He was like, he was yeah. As soon as he found out there were stink beans there, he was almost like more excited about the stink beans than the durians. I think it was Mark Wiens.
A candidate is doing that. And to the extent that they're bad at it, I would probably agree with you. I would just say, well, fuck, like, let's just let them get 4 years of reps in, and hopefully they'll be a lot better at it. Like,
yeah, stink beans. I have heard of those. I didn't realize that's so. Wait, that's the that's the pod. That's the legume that comes from the cha'am plant. The plant that the shoots are called cha'am, and the pod, the bean, is called stink bean, and it's apparently really delicious.
To mom,
like I think you can. Isn't there like a filling to the pods too that you can eat?
Donnie's credit, like he's
like the way that tamarind has that like that gooey, like it has the seeds, but it also has like the sticky stuff.
Seems to be a good model for progressive politics going in the forward. No. He is not a natural. He's been doing this for a decade at this point. He's been practicing at it, and he's built that skill out, right? He's not a natural. He's just been honing that skill for fucking a decade.
I think there's a natural element of charisma. I mean, we interviewed Mamdani the first time back in 2021, and he had that energy. He's the same guy. He's always had conviction. He's not afraid to.
You'd agree that it's both, though. You'd agree that it's both.
I also think it's on a candidate by candidate thing. Like, for example, Barack Obama undeniably has way more charisma and has a much better ability to connect with these media and the media in the way you're talking about than Kamala ever did or ever would, no matter how much practice she had. I actually think that Obama was ahead of his time in that sense. He did, you know, he was a cool president while he was president. And when he went on a show,
Bill
like I remember
Clinton too. Like these guys just exude a charisma.
That's what I'm
about them,
saying.
especially
It's
for
a
the
candidate
time.
by candidate thing, and it's more in like, even though I'm no fan of younger Joe Biden, as I admitted earlier in the show, I think he was a damn talented politician that was a communicative. He was a brilliant communicator. I think the same thing goes with Obama. I don't think there's any level of coaching that could get Kamala to
Yeah, he's very talented, especially when he said that Barack Obama is a surprisingly coherent and intelligent candidate. Like, why are you surprised by that? Yeah. Remember he gave Obama that backhanded compliment that everybody, they did, even in the U.S., people were like, that's kind of racist, right? I feel like you're like, what is your reason for being like so surprised at how well spoken this I don't know, it wasn't even well spoken. It was like I can't remember what it was, but yeah, this is what ended Biden's 2008 presidential run, was the fact that he accidentally gave Obama a low-key, like, racist backhanded compliment.
the point where she would like really kill it on that level. I think that, yeah, if she had been doing interviews and engaging with media, she could have at least done a better job. But to be an actual political talent, to be someone like a Zoran Mondami, that's like a once in a fucking, or like a very rare thing.
Yeah, I think you have to have like Riz about you. I think there's probably something to be said, but I think that can come in so many different forms. Like I think Bernie is probably the best example of a guy who, I wouldn't say that he's like classically charismatic, right? Like he's an old fucking Jewish guy from the Northeast, right? Yeah, like he's not charismatic in anything approximating the types of ways that Obama and Mondani are. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Like my point is that you kind of develop part of like being in politics for so long, and part of like doing the types of things that we're talking about, just going out and having conversations and taking every interview that you can. Like same thing with Trump, is like you eventually develop your own style, right? And you get comfortable in your own shoes, right? And I think that that's to Kamala's great discredit, and Joe Biden as well, that they seem to have essentially, substantially the opposite strategy for when they were actually in office.
Okay, so here it is. He said he called Obama articulate and clean. That was what ended his campaign in 2008.
Kamala tried to turn it around, but that's my point, is that you can't do this on a short time frame, right? Like that's a difficult thing to do. It needs to be a honed and kind of like ironed out thing for a long time.
Here's what Biden had. Like, right, as a vice president, he had a everyman vibe, right? And it's partially because he's so prone to gaffes, so prone to sticking his foot in his mouth. It worked as a vice president. I don't know if that's necessarily like, charisma or
time. And then maybe when you're actually running,
it's a certain type of charisma, I guess.
For president, that's when you start.
Like it worked because people thought of Obama as being smart, and they thought of Biden as being relatable, right? So they become like a dynamic duo, right? You're not worried. If it was Biden, you'd be worried that he's not smart enough for the job. If it was Obama, he's too much of a nerd, but you put them together. Biden's everyman appeal takes off the nerdiness of Obama that might put some people off, and Obama's, perceived intelligence because he's a good speaker puts off Biden's perceived lack of intelligence. It's just, kind of a formula,
which is why
changing things around the edges.
Yeah, which is why I actually do have high hopes for AOC, someone who I've been very critical.
It was articulate and clean. He said it in a weird way too, and it actually got people's attention. Like it ended his campaign. Like people correctly perceived this as being a backhanded, low-key racist compliment that Biden was making. Riding the Amtrak, as part of Biden's lore. Was there something about him eating peanut butter sandwich on the Amtrak?
Oh, like I think she's probably the best bet we have on the left. I've been very critical of her because of the fact that I think she has faltered in some of those areas, but I see her getting better, and I think that she could, by 2028, really distinguish herself on the debate stage as someone who's capable of defending those positions.
Yeah. There's a lot of people.
Sorry, we're talking AOC or I missed who we were talking about.
been very critical.
Then maybe when you're actually running for president, that's when you start,
Right.
you know,
Which is why
changing things around the edges.
Yeah, which is why I actually do have high hopes for AOC, someone who I've been
AOC
very critical, even though like I think she's probably the best bet we have on the left. I've been very critical of her because of the fact that I think she has faltered in some of those areas, but I see her getting better, and I think that she could, by 2028, you know, really distinguish herself on the debate stage as someone who's capable of defending those positions.
There's a lot of people on the Dem bench right now that, like, sure, there's a lot of like really cringe, especially like older Democrats, but honestly, the bench for 2028, like, we have like some pretty decent.
There's a lot of cringe to go around, and it's not just the gerontocracy. I mean, like, honestly, Chad, I feel like Gavin Newsom has a definite cringe angle. Josh Shapiro is just like kind of transparent in terms of his inauthenticity. Like, there's a lot of Democrats that are really rocking that cringe aesthetic.
Some speakers that are lined up right now.
I'm really happy that like on the oversight thing, like obviously they fucked up spectacularly by giving it to Jerry Connolly instead of AOC, and after Connolly died, they looked primed to make that mistake again because there were two like elder statesmen and women of the Democratic Party, and they went with Robert Garcia, who is a step in the right direction. He's no AOC, but he's younger. He's part of Democratic leadership. He's a hell of a debater. He's really good at like during the earlier congressional.
Oh my God, the chat's like, AOC is one of ours. She's a lib.
Hearings of the year, he was like stepping up his rhetorical aggression. He went viral, for example, pulling out a picture of Elon Musk and referred to it as a dick pic while making fun of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like that sort of thing, like bringing the heat. That's a step in the right
That's
direction.
what the Democrats need to embrace more of if they're gonna be relevant. And I think that, you know, time will tell. But if you look at the options that the Republican Party is going to put up in a post-Trump era, they're all people that have been tarred and feathered by Donald Trump. So they're going to be living in that shadow. Nobody gave a single fuck about the fake Republican primary that they had before Donald Trump announced himself. You know,
Tucker.
Yeah, well, that would be absolutely nuts. I do have to jump off here, guys. It was great chatting with you. Had a great time, Gavin. I don't know if you're going to stick around.
I probably have to go.
What the fuck? AOC is liberal. Vanguard are going to go Republican. God, this chat is pathetic. And this is, I think, well, actually, I don't know now. Now I'm wondering if it's a mixed chat of Josiah's and Hutch's together. Anyway, chat, that is the debate. We got to get to that bonus content because we got, like, I don't know. I've been streaming now 7 hours and 42 minutes, chat. I wasn't supposed to do long streams. God damn it. And I got to pay my water bill and my electric bill today. You know that I pay my electric bill at 7-Eleven? I'm sure there's other places I could pay it, but that is the one place I know I can go and pay my electric bill. But anyway, I gotta get that stuff taken care of somehow. It's just like really inconvenient given the times that things are going, the time that things are open, and the times that I'm able to do things given my streaming schedule. Let's try H3 Podcast. H3 Podcast, I choose you. Oh my God. Famous last words before I crash out. So here it is. Ba, ba, ba. Ethan Klein. Motherfucker. Anyway, let me make sure. Did this actually win? Is this still winning? Did we stay winning? Did the yeah, so it looks like we hit the bonus content goal, which is always a good thing. Yeah, 44% Ethan calls Hassan an anti-Semitic transphobe. Let's go. We play some Bo Black sound bites, topic introduction. Ooh, they're going after Adam McIntyre more, it looks like. Hassan and ContraPoint situation. I think that's where it starts. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, Ethan. A terrible take on your Instagram.
You... Oh, yeah, I know. No, go ahead, show it. I know what you're going to say, and you're fucking wrong, bro. Well, let's watch the original video first, and then you can yell at me for my take. Do we have that one in the war zone?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Let's hop on down.
You notice they let go of their their Yoko Ono sample. That thing was like War Zone. It was actually a Yoko Ono track.
Hassan thinks he's Superman. Thank you. Very humble guy, by the way.
So, like, what Superman does here is his involvement in global affairs, like his moral compass, causes others to also take action, causes others who have power to also take action. He literally makes people, he springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the I don't know. I just saw like a lot of
bro, what
of what I've tried.
I'm sorry, but
hello.
I'm already cringing. But now it gets bad. Now it gets bad.
With commentary in general, which is like to influence others to also do right and to defend vulnerable people and to show by not just telling but also doing, no matter what the repercussions are.
Okay, so chat, I'm gonna say something that you're probably not gonna hear me say very often or very much, but Ethan has a point here. That is cringe. That is cringe. All right, to compare your, streaming, what you do as a streamer to Superman is cringe. However, I would be daft if I did not recognize the degree to which Superman, as a comic initially targeted at children, fulfills a very common power fantasy. So is it cringe that Hassan said that? Yes. It's Superman. Everybody does. Everybody sees themselves. That's why people watch Superman. They're like, I could be like that. I'm kind of like that. Yeah, I could do that. Like leap buildings in a single jump faster than a speeding bullet. I could do that. Yeah, that'd be cool. Right? Yeah, literally, that's the whole appeal of Superman. Power fantasy. Yeah, Hassan's having a little power fantasy. You caught him, Ethan. Good job. Good job. You were right about something in a criticism of Hassan, and it doesn't fucking matter. It's the most banal criticism that you could possibly have. So there you go, Ethan. Never say I didn't do anything for you. That is indeed a little cringe. That is indeed a little cringe. But who the fuck is calling Hassan cringe? Right? The fucking power trip meister right here with Ethan Klein. All right? Everything that this guy does is a fucking power. This is the guy that compared himself to Kendrick. Okay? No, I'm sorry. I'm not letting you get, like, you're the last person in the world to make this criticism. But yeah, fucking valid criticism, I guess. We haven't seen the rest of the, video, so I don't really have the context or anything. But, yeah, sure. It's kind of cringe. Whatever. It's like the most banal criticism you could possibly have. Wait, are we talking about Adam Friedland? Oh no, Adam McIntyre did a solo show in NYC. Ethan is Gollum.
And I think that was what was great. Like, he is an inspirational figure, not just inspirational towards human beings, but also towards metahumans and people who are powerful.
So chat will have to explain what a metahuman is to me. I don't really. What is a metahuman?
Themselves.
This is a DC thing.
He's saying he's respectful to metahumans.
You paused it at the worst possible moment. I could not follow the point he was trying to make.
Because this is what he always does. He's talking nonsense.
Sometimes here, not just.
Dude, Ethan, you fucking blew it. You actually had some semblance of a point there, and you fucking blew it. Also, you're the wrong person to make that criticism, but whatever.
You,
which is like to
I went back for you, Dan.
Take action. Okay. He literally makes people. He springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the. I don't know. I just saw like a lot of what I've tried to do with commentary in general, which is like to influence others to also do right. And to defend vulnerable people.
Okay, now I'm following.
And to show.
I think you paused it right at that pivotal part.
By not just telling, but also doing, no matter what the repercussions are. And I think that was what was great. Like, he is an inspirational figure, not just inspirational towards human beings, but also towards metahumans and people who are powerful themselves.
So he liked the Superman movie because Superman reminded him
like sometimes
of himself.
it's okay to do good.
Have you ever watched Superman and thought, that reminds me of me?
Look, if this narcissism makes Hassan like do good things, then like good for him. Like I really cannot be bothered.
Man,
you know who that reminds me of? Me. You know, Superman, the impossibly like powerful and valorous, chivalrous, like perfect moral compass, basically a perfect human being. You know who that reminds me of? Me.
Got it.
you know.
And parents.
Sorry, what is
from Krypton?
What is the whole thing about meta humans? What is that? What is that? I don't even know what that means.
If you're going to go through the mythology,
Oh God,
send
there's a
him
Ben
to
Shapiro
Earth so
review.
that he can be a
there's
moral
gonna be
guide for
spoilers, I
people
think.
on Earth.
I'm trying to pause it, yeah, but that's enough. That's all I wanted to show. Except
spoiler: Superman's not from Earth.
No, it's more than that.
I know.
I watched some of Ben Shapiro's.
Oh, you watched his review, right? He does a lot of movie reviews.
now
right?
Hassan, he talks about how he has dedicated his life to protecting those vulnerable under him, and no matter what the cost is. Now, I thought this was especially ironic given that last week he dropped the T slur on his stream and has refused to acknowledge or apologize for it. Let's see. I think we blurred it, right? Or we beeped it.
A metahuman is a person with powers? Wait, is there, so it's just like a super person? Like, so any superhero is a metahuman?
Wait, are you skipping your take on
Yeah,
the
we're gonna come back.
Also, I thought that Superman was straight up an alien.
Okay. No, I want to. I'm not skipping.
Okay.
I'll stand on my take with 10 fucking.
Like a meta universe human? I feel like isn't the meta universe thing more of a MCU deal?
10 toes down. Houthi style.
Hello. California officials are failing to protect girls on the playing field and in the locker room. The Department of Justice has filed suit. Going into the replies and seeing the big bad rhetoric is not working on the right wingers is honestly amazing.
So wait, he's reading Juniper's tweet? He's reading out the tweet. Wait, let me make sure. I actually don't know if this is Juniper's account. If you don't know, Juniper was I think that is Onion Person. I can't tell, chat. It's actually, wait, can we make this a little bit 480? Let's make it 1080. I think that account is called Onion Person, and I think that's Juniper's account. Juniper is trans, and so, and is using that word, the T slur is the word in a, like, like giving voice to the thoughts of a transphobe, right? And so Hassan reads out Juniper's, I think this is Juniper, I'm not entirely sure. It's Juniper's avatar. The thing is, Juniper got banned. Juniper, by the way, is the one that came up with the joke that they removed the dick vein from, I think it was like a Milky Way. You know how like the Milky Way has like this like little thing that looks like a vein? Juniper's joke was like, hey, they're making Milky Way woke. They removed the dick vein because they're afraid of masculinity. And like a bunch of right wingers jumped on and was like, yeah, why'd they remove the dick vein? Right. So it was a kind of an epic shit post, right? And Juniper's one of the epic shit posters of all times. Juniper was banned by Elon for I don't remember what. And after they were banned, a whole bunch of accounts showed up with their likeness on it. So I'm not sure if this is actually Juniper or somebody that uses Juniper's old avatar, but yeah, they're the one saying, I think it's a trans person, posting with the T slur in their tweet and Hassan reading it out. So that's what he caught Hassan doing. Now watch how he tries to characterize this though.
Did too many tariffs is what you.
Wow, we got Hutch again somehow.
California officials are failing to protect girls on the playing field and in the locker room. The Department of Justice has filed suit. Going into the replies and seeing the big bad rhetoric is not working on the right wingers is honestly amazing. Oh my God, they tried to do it. They tried to do the trans thing.
Wait, what? Where was it?
It was blurred. It was censored.
No, but he said
California
the word.
officials are failing to protect girls on the playing field and in the locker room. The Department of Justice has filed suit. Going into the replies and seeing the big bad rhetoric is not working on the right wingers is honestly amazing.
I thought there would be a bleep. So he says big bad T word for trans people, which is really what's the T slur? Oh, it's the T. Google it.
It would be hilarious if Ethan got a question, what's the T slur, and he just said it. After criticizing Hassan for reading a trans person's tweet that included the T slur, if Ethan just was like, oh, it's, and he goes ahead and says it.
It's a slur for trans people.
Yeah.
And it's very it's a very bad one. Now he was just reading a post, right, with it in it. But that's what the majority of times that I've said slurs is me doing that. And Hassan and everyone else doesn't think that that detail is important. Now, what's the difference is that he's refusing to.
That detail? The detail that he's reading a trans person's tweet and they're not even using the word to reclaim it, right? The word is used there to characterize the opinion of transphobes, right? That's why that word is used there.
Apologize.
And as far as being a really bad slur, no, it's actually not a particularly, like, as slurs go, right? They're like, look, there's certain slurs that are just like the N word with a hard R, you know, generally not acceptable in any context, right? But you could imagine a black person describing somebody's racist thought process if they use that word with a hard slur. You know, that's not, you know, that's kind of the equivalent of what we're seeing here, right? It was a word that was not a slur, maybe not considered a slur in the 2000s, I think. Over the 2010s, it became a word that, you know, is not, you know, it's an acceptable word for, you know, trans people to use in trans spaces, in like, I guess, a, you know, reclamation sense. But yeah, I don't know, as far as slurs go, I don't think it's a particularly egregious one. It is one that you should not say if you're cis. You should try to avoid it. And yeah, probably even if you're reading it, you know, you should try to avoid it. Hassan did not avoid it. He just read it out. And honestly, I'm not super bothered by it.
Apologize for it or even acknowledge it. Like, that happened to me one time on Leftovers where there was I accidentally said that the T slur, we had talked about it and it was meant to be cut, but it was accidentally left in. And I was doing a character. Yeah, I was playing a character. I didn't mean it. It kind of slipped out and I was like, oh, we got to cut that. But it actually made the cut. And this is what I said 3 years ago. I said, I'm so very sorry about this. You're 100% right. I was supposed to be cut. It was left by mistake. I know I was in character as an ignorant person, but I should never have said it regardless. I feel horrible. I'm so sorry. We're going back and cutting it out of the episode. Also, do not be rude, please. They're 100% right and was completely respectful with their feedback, which they didn't have to be. Now, Hassan, I think...
I'm sorry, but this reads to me like Ethan, this reads to me kind of like, you know, this is performative from Ethan. From a guy that's done honestly a lot of really offensive things towards trans people and to other marginalized groups, right? This is performative. This is PR. I'm sorry. This is the guy that has the LGBTQ minute of silence in his program.
It's I think it is genuinely his policy. He thinks that this is the way to operate. Never apologize for anything ever. Like, I genuinely think that's...
Well, that's really inconvenient, considering that he has apologized for a lot of things. I don't feel owed an apology by Hassan, honestly. Like, he's reading Juniper's tweet. The tweet contains the T slur. It's like written in the voice of a Do you see the difference between Juniper, a trans person, writing this slur in a tweet, and Ethan writing this slur in a script? Do you see that there's a little difference there, right? And yeah, Hassan probably shouldn't have read it out loud. But you know, it's pretty clear that he just like was reading the tweet and that word was in there. Ethan's performative apology he just read was Chat GPT. It does sound like Chat GPT. Asked for performance. Yeah, who says way worse stuff every day? Yeah, like Hassan does not have an inward tape, right? Ethan Klein has, I believe, a 7-minute inward tape, right? So there's 7 minutes of the guy saying the N-word, mostly with a hard R, if I remember correctly. Remember that Ethan still has a song called M-Slur? Matzah dedicated to Hila on his channel.
His policy, and I mean, you can see it here. Like, there's no reason for him not to just like acknowledge and apologize. And the timing of it is quite bad as well, considering he goes from saying the T slur to attacking ContraPoints.
It's the other way around. He started with ContraPoints. The next.
It's just, if you weren't so blatantly trying to catch Hassan on optics, like I'd be more tempted to entertain, you know, this, right? It's just,
day he said the slur.
He started it by attacking ContraPoints, and then, but here it says the same day.
It might be the same day.
And then the very same day attacking ContraPoints, which again, optically, if you're going to accuse me of being a misogynist for suing 3 women, like this is, I mean, this has way more credence. If you are like me, a spoiled child of America, and your focus after 20 months of live streamed Holocaust of children in Gaza is still on your personal feelings instead of unconditional support to the victims of genocide, there's more honor in continuing to stay silent. He's talking about ContraPoints, who, by the way, did offer her her unconditional support. What she did offer is criticism of Hassan and the online left's handling of this situation, and her opinion.
Oh, hard R full F slur. Yeah, now I remember that. That's the iDubbbz thing.
Of how it's alienating people and how it's unhelpful. And Hassan, feeling personally slighted about that, turns it into actually you're pro-genocide, which is constantly the constant line of attack that I hope is becoming more obvious to people.
To be fair, Ethan is more of a misogynist. Oh,
as time goes on.
Oh, that's so.
But on this very same day, he accuses her of being pro-genocide. He also calls her the T slur, and has not.
This is a script that he's reading from. Now, we heard what he just said, and it had nothing to do with ContraPoints. It had nothing, nowhere close to anything. He just accused Hassan of calling ContraPoints the T-slur. Watch the reaction from the crew.
Acknowledged or apologized for that.
Did not call her.
No, he was reading a tweet of somebody referring to.
He didn't call her the T slur.
He said the T slur. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that was just a little misunderstanding. I totally wasn't being bad faith there. I totally wasn't trying to straight up lie to you about what Hassan said. I totally wasn't trying to slip it in there that Hassan called ContraPoints. I mean, I can say it, but I don't feel like saying it. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, there's Hassan being a transphobe, I guess. Now I guess we got to move on to Hassan being anti-Semitic, and by the level of good faith in that accusation from Ethan, I think you can kind of guess the level of faith in his accusation that Hassan is also an anti-Semite.
And I've been wanting to talk about the ContraPoints thing because I want to read her statement just to show how fucking reasonable it is. And we'll get into this.
But yeah, of course, podcaster Ethan Klein, voice of support.
Oh yeah, I made a point to defend her, obviously, because she's getting absolutely.
If you wanted to find an incidence of Hassan being kind of, you know, like showing some antipathy to the trans community, right? You can find it. I've called it out before, right? His reaction to people being upset with his debate against, oh my God, Christian Walker. Yeah. His reaction to that was not great. All right. And, you know, I don't think it was him being transphobic necessarily, but yeah, it was him just like refusing to listen to the concerns of trans people, which you should. If you're doing fucking debates about, look, I'm sorry, but if you're going to do debates about, you know, anti-black racism and some black people have some thoughts on that, you're not going to tell them to shut the fuck up and suck your dick. And you shouldn't say that to trans people with some concerns, even if you think that they're off base, even if you think the concerns are completely off base, right? The right response to that is not shut the fuck up, suck my dick, right? That's and Hassan said that. So yeah, you know, like, you know, you could definitely find instances of, you know, Hassan not doing right by trans people. This ain't it, Ethan. This ain't it. This is not it at all.
Creamed, as we all unfortunately knew she would, as being pro-genocide. And once you guys see what she actually said, which maybe it's a long, I think I can read it pretty fast. But it's actually a great statement. It's a thoughtful statement. It's one that very much supports Palestinians and is very much against the Israeli government, you know. But it's not enough because Hassan has somehow successfully brainwashed people into thinking that criticizing him is being pro-genocide. It's truly amazing. And by
Ethan reads and we read this, chat. We read this the other day, right? Ethan reads Contra's statement, her Reddit statement, as criticizing Hassan, who she doesn't mention, and he's turning it into like Hassan feels like he can't be criticized. God damn. I'm just saying that there are appropriate criticisms for Hassan. Now, chat, for that one, I had to go back, I think, 2 or 3 years, and that's the most recent one I can remember. And it wasn't like Hassan was being transphobic, right? That wasn't the problem. It was, you know, just that, you know, it was the same thing that Professor Dave did, frankly, right? When he went after Matt Walsh. I didn't criticize Professor Dave for being transphobic because he wasn't. He just, like, wasn't as informed as I would like somebody, you know, engaging Matt Walsh on issues of transphobia to be, right? That's all. It's, you know.
By the way,
it wasn't great, but yeah, it wasn't him being transphobic either.
ContraPoints is one of the most intelligent, thoughtful people on the left, and I mean, you know,
if that's true, we're fucked, Ethan. We're washed. If she's one of the most intelligent, thoughtful, yeah, especially the thoughtful part, right? That's the whole problem. Yeah, she's intelligent, sure. I wouldn't say she's thoughtful. In fact, I would think that that's one of her big, like, falling down points. And same thing with Contra's scandals in the past. A lot of it has just been, like, failing to listen, right? You know, like, she making an argument against pronoun circles without being willing to, like, listen to the concerns of, like, non-binary and gender non-conforming people. That, you know,
being aligned with her is fucking fantastic for me.
But yeah, of course, podcaster Ethan Klein voices support for Contra Boys on his Instagram story. It is important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, but also against annihilating Israel. Thank you, Contra Points. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide.
I don't know what you mean by annihilating Israel, but literally nobody's talking about that. That's not what abolishing Zionism would be. A fucking military conflict, or what you're talking about is some kind of like, you know, ethnic cleansing, right? That's not what's being talked about. We're talking about enfranchising Palestinian people. You've got a de facto one state right now. Netanyahu's bragged about this. The problem is it's an apartheid state with various tiers of citizenship based on, you know, your proximity to a ethno-religious identity, right? That's what's going on in Israel right now. What the problem with Israel is not the people living there; it's the government. It's the lack of enfranchisement of the Palestinian people being ruled by a government that they can't vote on. Right? The solution to that is one person, one vote. Isn't that what Norm Finkelstein's whole thing, where he doesn't like the From the River to the Sea, and he proposes like an alternate version, and it's super clunky, but it's something like From the River to the Sea, one person, one vote, you know, I don't know, right? It's
Hold on, he's not even reading. It's important to remind people that there's space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, and also against annihilating Israel. Wow, that's crazy. What a crazy... God, dude, what? This guy wants to kill children.
Pro-Palestine, but also against annihilating Israel. It is my belief that any lasting peace must have two elements: Palestinian self-determination and secure borders for Israel. Without both, peace fails. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than having a meaningful and realistic conversation about creating a lasting peace. The reaction to your post will prove my point, unfortunately.
Literally nothing objectionable about that. Let's see how he spends this one, guys.
This is the other side of the story. Annihilating Israel. Dog, you're a fucking Nazi, okay? When you
call a Jewish person, an Ashkenazi Jewish person, a Nazi, or any Jewish person a Nazi like that, just as a blatant insult, I mean, that's anti-Semitic. There's just no, that's straight up Holocaust inversion. It's blatant.
Holocaust inversion would be like claiming that Jewish people did something bad to the Germans, right? I feel like fascist would be more accurate of a statement, but that's what he was trying to say. That's what he was getting at, all right? He's not calling you a secret Hitler fan. He's calling you a fascist because you got a ultra-nationalist, palingenetic, the ultra-nationalist perspective on the situation of Israel, Palestine. That's what he's saying. All right.
Fucking hateful, anti-Semitism. It's just brazen. And
yeah, you're right. You're right. Miku's headphones. Jewish people can straight up be Nazis, and unfortunately, there's examples of that. Particularly, actually, among the Zionists that tried to reach out to the Nazi German government and make a separate peace there, right? That the very least Nazi collaborators, right? And more recently, Stephen Miller, I guess, would be an example of somebody I would call a Jewish, someone who is Jewish that I would call accurately a Nazi. So yeah, Jewish people can be Nazis. I don't think I would call Ethan Klein that, but I do understand classifying his nationalistic outlook as being fascist, as being he's echoing Israeli fascism.
And it is what it is.
You say annihilating Israel, what you're talking about is the perspective that Israel should have democracy for everyone. Israel should not do an ethnic cleansing, and Israel should allow the Palestinians, who literally it occupies every fucking facet of existence of, breathing room. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, like, all you could accuse us on here is conflating Nazis with fascists, which is like, I mean, it's not that big of a leap, right? It's technically inaccurate, but again,
No, what I'm talking about is what you said Israel should have done in response to October 7th, which is dissolve your border and fire your government. You know, it's a country that exists. It has borders. It has 20% of its population.
Kind of. Does it have borders? Could the IDF stay within those borders? Why are they in Lebanon? Why are they in Syria? Why are they in Palestine? Why are they in the West Bank? Why are they in Iran? Right? You say they have borders. They're not acting like they have borders. They're acting like the whole fucking Middle East is literally up for grabs, and that is the project of Greater Israel.
Palestinians, I believe that they do have virtually equal rights there, although there's a lot of social, much like racism is in America, where it's like technically on the books there's not, but obviously there's a lot of room to improving the situation for Palestinians who are living in Israel proper. But my point is that you want to fucking, I mean, you said it yourself. You said the point of the Houthis blockade is to make it so it's so uncomfortable for Israelis that they leave. You want Israelis to leave. That's what I'm talking about, and you're lying.
Okay? Meaningful existence. Treat them like fucking human beings instead of a parasitic force that must be excised.
That's not what I want at all. That's not what I said at all, yeah.
That is unacceptable. Why? Because you're a Zionist. And you have the exact same hysterical fear that is rooted within Islamophobia and ethno-religious supremacy.
He is so full of shit here. Virtually equal rights. I mean, look, Palestinians can't walk down certain roads and such and so forth. They have to get a special license plate, you know, to show when they're on roads that they're not allowed to be on. But no, it's virtually equal rights.
Attitude.
And also, if you want to fucking flex the equal rights, then give Palestinians those rights as well as, you know, the big thing would be voting rights, right?
One of the most cynical things they do is this constant like reaffirmation that anti-Semitism is hysterical. It's hysterical. It's overblown. It's
no, that's not what Hassan says at all. He constantly goes over the real world anti-Semitism that exists, that is proliferating, and that is not on the downside. It's not like being reduced, but is actually increasing. Right? Hassan is very clear that anti-Semitism is a huge problem, is hugely prominent, and is becoming more and more mainstreamed, right? Hassan is never acting like anti-Semitism doesn't fucking exist. Of course it does. It's you know, unfortunately getting more and more common, more and more mainstreamed.
Hallucinatory.
Hallucinatory. Thank you, English major Ethan Klein.
Like, I'm sorry, but Israelis
sorry that a fucking STEM lord has to correct you on your.
Are not hallucinating when Houthis flag says "death to Israel, death to Jews," you know, and Hamas's charter literally. You know, what are we doing here? How are we going to?
And you can't recognize the difference between like a German Nazi saying something similar because they of their aggrievement and the lies and the propaganda that have been shoved down their throats that there was some kind of backstab that went on from the Jewish people, that the Jewish people are all as a group are in league with their enemies, the Russians, right? They're doing Judeo-Bolshevism, right? That they're inherently communist, right? You can't see a difference between weaponizing that to like give a permission, you know, to legitimate a fucking genocide, and people in a country like Yemen that's being subjected to genocide by forces, including allies of Israel in the form of the United States and Saudi Arabia, right? You can't see the difference between that kind of reaction and the German like fucking propaganda false grievance? Really?
Actually have a meaningful conversation that starts with Jews are hallucinating anti-Semitism. And that's one of ContraPoint's points.
He didn't say, Ethan, he didn't say Jews.
Is that like, I believe anti-Semitism.
He didn't say Jews are hallucinating anti-Semitism, Ethan. He said that you are hallucinating anti-Semitism. I'm sorry, Ethan. You don't stand for the entirety of the Jewish people. In fact, I feel like there's a lot of Jewish people that would like to make a point, a very clear point that you do not represent them. Right? I hear that all the time.
Is a real thing, and it's a problem. That's part of the issue that they took with her statement, you know, that now has painted her as a Nazi. The shit that people are saying about her online is truly
I mean, look, he called you a Nazi, not ContraPoints.
bending, and I hope that this can wake some people up on the who are kind of on the center of the issue to seeing how the online left has completely.
I mean, Ethan, people have woken up. And whereas ContraPoints would have been reflexively defended a few years ago, now she's essentially alienated herself from her audience. So, Ethan, enjoy the clout that you would have gotten from Contra had she not burned it up already.
Weaponized this horrible thing to defend themselves against any criticism. And by the way, the length which they will go to smear their political opponents like ContraPoints and myself, there's no decency, there's no limit. It's totally a ends justify the means situation. I mean, look what they're saying about.
I'm sorry, and ends justify the means situation, like what you said, like the logic that you're operating on post CPS, like what you said, that after CPS the gloves come off. You basically said you're the one that's operating on ends justify the means logic. You're the one that's you know, oh my god, Chad, I wanted to bring in the Sam Cedar Tim Pool argument with the consequentialism versus the whole question of utilitarianism, but no.
About ContraPoints.
Palestinians and Jews can never get along.
Never said that.
Palestinian Muslims, Palestinian Christians, and Jews can never.
Again, he's the one that said he wants Israelis to leave, and that's the point of terrorizing them. So
that's pressure on Israel if people want to leave. That's true, right? Pressure for what goal? Not to like get Israelis to self-deport, which wouldn't fucking happen anyway, but rather pressure to abolish the apartheid system that they currently live under. That's why Hassan said that would, you know, people leaving would make them, because they got this whole great replacement sort of thing going on there, right? Where they think about the demographics. They're very worried about the demographics. Oh my gosh, are the Palestinians going to outbreed us? Oh no, we're being replaced. Palestinians will not replace us. Palestinians will not. I mean, that's what they're doing right now. They got their fucking Israel's got their tiki torches out there, and they're carrying them and chanting.
give me a fucking break, you bitch. Such a loser. How do you? And also just being like,
no, he's a loser. He big loser energy right here.
Ethan's a Nazi. Like, okay, all right, bro. Come on.
Chat, am I catching his chronic allergies? Now I'm coughing too.
Bye.
Okay, so there
Ethan reacting. I made it.
So there we go, chat. I think I got this covered. Hassan is an anti-Semitic transphobe. My eyes are watering. My face is red. I don't know what the fuck is happening to me. I'm falling apart. And I have streamed now for 8 hours and 30 minutes. I feel like I've been doing nothing but... Oh, wait. Oh, you know what? I should have... Like, all of my drinks are empty except for this water. God damn. Ethan has literally made that argument. Yeah. Okay, that feels a little bit better. Anyway, chat, I don't know how to fix this. Like, why do I end up streaming for 8 hours when I don't know, chat? I'm just trying to think of, like, my other options here. Like, right? Like, I mean, I guess I could try to get, like, timestamps and, like, watch a part of the debate instead of watching the whole debate. Now that you had to drink 8 more hours, there we go. Back to the mines. Yeah. Hey, look, I yearn for the mines, apparently. Hope you're not coming down with something. Me too. I don't think I would be. I hope I wouldn't be. But either way, chat, let me go ahead and thank my patrons. Again, what's the best way to support me? Whatever way is most convenient for you. That's why we have multiple different ways to support me. A lot of you, you know, like myself, don't have a disposable income, and I definitely don't want you supporting me in a way that takes money out of your pocket. So you could support me by liking the stream. You can do that for free. You can subscribe to the channel. You can follow me on Twitch. If you've got Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch account and get a free sub and get yourself some emotes. And yeah, you will put a little money in my pocket at no cost to you. So there's definitely ways that don't cost you anything. But I am thankful for those of you that have the means to do so, supporting me with actual legal tender. The people always ask me what's the best way to do that. You know, if you're talking about like what way does the most of your donation get to me, that would be on Patreon and or on Throne, right? You know, the Patreon thing is, I really do appreciate people supporting me every month off platform, because the platforms can get yoinked right out from under you. And that's a base of support that YouTube and Twitch cannot take away from me. So thank you to everybody that supports me on Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or higher, I will read your name out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let me go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I believe my next move is to, oh my god, I should have set this up. Holy shit. Does Twitch ever take a long time to load a page? But there we go, loading the page up. We're getting close to, I think we're getting close to 5,000 followers on Twitch. Getting close to 15,000 subs on YouTube. So we should probably celebrate sometime soon. Oh, here we go. Chat, that Katie is getting some housework done. And we're going to surprise the fuck out of that Katie and her stream by reading in. I'm sorry my voice like went. I think I'll see, tomorrow is what, Wednesday for you, it's Thursday for me. I think I'll be back streaming again tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. I did it again, Chad. I did 9 hours. I gotta stop doing this because this is what makes me miss streams, right? I tire myself out, and then at some point I can't like make the stream, and I should be shooting for like 3 to 6 hours, right? That should be my like that's the sweet spot right there. It's 3 to 6 hours, right? 3 hours if we don't hit the bonus goal, 4, 5, or 6 hours if we do hit the bonus goal. I just don't know how to, I don't know. I got to target the stuff that I cover more and I just have such a like compulsion to try to be thorough. Like, right, that if there's like a debate, I'm like, oh, but what if the really interesting part of the debate happens right after I hit, right after I stop covering it or right before I start covering it. But yeah, I gotta somehow give up on that perfectionism and realize that enough is enough. And so no talking between now and then. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have to talk to 7-Eleven in order to pay my electric bill. I'll have to talk to the office downstairs in order to pay my water bill. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to try to rest up a little bit. But until then, chat, yeah, we rated into that, Katie. Good night and good luck. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping my content get out there. I really appreciate you hitting that like button. Remember when she hit 5K? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that wasn't so long ago. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is figure out how to get the vertical streams going again, because that's what really makes those subs go crazy. But anyway, hear what I'm saying now. I don't know if it's that much worth it, George Jackson. But thank you for being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang, and thank you everybody. I'll be back, I think, tomorrow. Assuming that I didn't like overdo it so much today that my voice is thrashed. And until then, Moe,